Monday through Friday. And guests. If you would like to be a part of CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Welcome, everybody. It's CTR Media Network live stream. Yeah. CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting and media that live streams 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms and have featured over 1,000 guests. If you would like to be a part of CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Yes, we are streaming Monday through Friday. Some of the most amazing podcasters and content creators on the planet here to inspire you, motivate you to walk into your purpose with experts in their niche market to help you grow. Did you miss me? I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, currently hosting the CTR Media Network podcasting stream live. We actually, as you already have seen with the commercial, we are a podcasting platform that not only specializes in podcasting, but also media. What type of media? The virtual side of media that also transitions into in-person events. So if you have an event and you need us to promote or even play it on our network, or if you're an entrepreneur, a coach, an author, influencer, whatever the case may be, and you're looking for more visibility, then our shows right now, yes, all this beautifulness, we are currently booking future guests to be on our shows right now. The Tina Ramsey Show is also booking right now. Many of you have been asking to be featured on the Tina Ramsey Show before 2022 goes out. And to accommodate all of you, we have actually added in an extra day. We normally just go live every Thursday at 7:30 p.m. EST with an amazing guest, but we added Tuesday onto the plate. So make sure to click the link in the description so that you'll be able to go ahead and book your slide. It's time for you to come share, shine, and grow on the Tina Ramsey Show. Again, make sure that you get in contact. Yes, get in contact with CTR Media Network so that we can book you on our CTR virtual tour. And if you have an event and you want us to come give your people the red carpet experience and interview your guests and show what is going on with with your event, we would love to do so. We also have help for you if you are a homeschooler, you desire to be a homeschooler, or you just want to know more about education and have more additional resources for your child that is in public school, because education is education. You just choose what you want to do, whether you want to go to public school or homeschool, but the foundational piece is education. You can go to Amazon and click in the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine or the Homeschooling Magazine, and you can be able to buy one of our copies of our magazine in order to help de-stress the homeschooling or educational process. We also take care of you from a mental perspective with providing you with inspirational notebooks, covers, and different things to help you write out your new life, your new journey. The one in the middle, the motivational journal, is actually for men and women. As you can see, the other motivational notebooks are, geared towards women. But the motivational journal 90 days to the new you, is designed for men and women. It has inspirational quotes, Bible scriptures, and so much more in order to propel you into your new life with positive thoughts. I would also like to give a shout out to our sponsor, which is Global Key Capital. Yes, a shout out to globalkeycapital.com with the amazing CEO Terry Coleman, also known as Terry the Financial Easter. If you interested in, which I know you are, in purchasing that new property, that real estate, that getting a better lender, or maybe you have been turned down by lenders before, then give globalkeycapital.com a call, because they have been able to get people approved that has previously been denied. So give them a try, because they are really getting you the keys to your dream home. Thank you, Terry, for supporting CTR Media Network. And we also have some more sponsorship slots available, so you can find out more about what we have to offer and the pricing by clicking the description in this video, or simply going to ctrmedianetwork.com and click CTR Media Network opportunities to find out more. I hope that you guys are having a fantastic Monday. I am. So I want to just let you know that, listen, you can have anything that you want. Your past do not dictate your future. Your current situation is not the reflection of what your life will become right now, if it's not the place in which you would like to be. Just keep working, keep trying, never give up, and everything will fall in place, okay? Trust and believe. Everything will fall in place. So we are currently booking guests for all of our shows. Click the link in the description to find out more. We would love to get you placed on a CTR Media Network tour. So what we're going to do, we are going to take another commercial break, and then we're going to tie you in to our live broadcasting, where we're going to share with you some of our podcasting shows where you can watch some quality, positive, informative, motivational TV for absolutely free. This is the way that we are making a positive impact in the world, by providing resources and access to the most greatest minds on the planet. So no longer can you say, oh, I just can't. No, you can, because we're openly making it available for the entire world. Shout out to our international audience that not only tune in, but like, follow, share, and subscribe. Shout out to all of our US of A peeps too. On that note, you guys, we're going to have this next commercial break, and then we are going to get started with our CTR Media Network live stream, where we stream our 30 plus podcasters in over 50 plus countries 5 days a week on all major social media platforms and podcasting platforms. And then the rest of the week, you know what we do? You can actually watch us 7 days a week on our website. Yes, ctrmedianetwork.com. We'll be back after we have these commercial breaks from our sponsors. Welcome to the Homeschooling Magazine, a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today.
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
And just like that, we are back, and we actually have going on right now the movement for globalhealth.com with the host, Dr. Mary Zenith, which is sharing with you today on how you can have a holistic health and how relaxation and sleep can help just regenerate and help you from a health and wellness perspective. So we're going to go ahead and let you guys enjoy our regular broadcasting. Have a great, amazing rest of your day. Make sure to like, follow, and subscribe at ctrmedianetwork.com and CTR Media Network podcasters on all
But
social media
that's
platforms.
habit and muscle that you can train and learn how to breathe properly during the day, what kind of lifestyle you need to have, how you can rest, so what kind of routine you need to have so you can achieve this deep restful sleep.
Wow. So what you're saying is that people listening, if they are by nature breathing from the mouth, is that they can be trained.
Yeah, that's there's some people who have a problem with the nose, the congestion, they have asthma, they have other issue, but that's something that they really also can learn and train, and that can become a habit and then change everything for them.
Wow. Wow. And you hear so many people today with the sleep apnea,
Mm-hmm.
and they're just not they're not oxygenating.
Mm-hmm. That's the problem is just a lack of oxygen. They for that reason they can fall asleep all the time during the day because of this lack of oxygen. And you need to start to use the full capacity of the lungs for our better functioning in general, because the breath also is related to heartbeat. And if you learn how to breathe properly, if you relax, if you train the brain how to stop overthinking and these racing thoughts, and how to fall asleep, you can avoid also a lot of heart disease, a lot of infection, and a lot of so many other things that it's related to lack of sleep and not proper breathing.
Right. Let's talk specifically about breath work. Are there several types of breath work?
Yes, there's many types of breath work. I use specifically the pranayama, which is the yogic breath of breathing. There's also holotropic breathing. There's rebirth breathing. There's, I think, two, three, four more types of breathing. Some of them, some of them use the breathing with mouth open. I'm using the breathing with mouth closed. Some of these techniques also they use more emotional effect of breathing, kind of with they have a specific method to return to the root cause of your trauma probably, and to release emotions that can hold you trapped in this particular problem. So with the fast-paced breathing, you can and music, you can kind of release the negative emotions and negative what can be stuck in your energy field.
That are stuck, absolutely. The emotions get stuck in the energy field in the body, and somehow it has to get released. So you're finding the breath work that you're doing is can be very effective for that.
Breath work, that means you control the breath in specific way, and you use this rhythmic or space breath to in most of all the deep breathing. So I most of all use the deep breathing, the three-part diaphragmatic breathing, and actually train the people to breathe more with the belly and pelvic floor than with the chest, because 95% of people of population breathe mostly with the upper chest. And that is also a sign when you're stressed, you start to hold the breath or breathe very fast. So the thing is to breathe slow, steady, and deep.
And in our very sedentary society, we're not using our lung capacity. We're just not. We just, like you say, shallow breaths, not even paying attention, it's subconscious, but it's just, we're not using lung capacity. And then those short, shallow breaths then lead to anxiety. So we're anxious, the thoughts are anxious, and then the breathing is anxious, and it's a vicious cycle.
Yes, actually, using the breath, you are you are more in the parasympathetic nervous system, which is the rest and digest, and not so much as majority is in these states and fight and flight or freeze. So most of the time you're in this state, fight and flight or freeze, and you feel threatened because of this stress, chronic stress that you're bombarded from environment, bombarded from electronics, bombarded from the media, and you have our own problems. And all this, how you think you can think about breathing. You just forget to breathe. Really, you take this breathing as something that you have, you all have it in natural, but how you use it and how you actually, how you breathe.
Wow. So let's talk a little bit more about breath work. Do you have classes or master classes or training that people?
Yeah, I have free weekly classes for the beginners, just to introduce them to begin if they're completely beginners. Even already they practice some other type of breath work on other experiencing some of pranayama. They are yogi, they use the yoga. They still, because I love to combine the styles. I love the combination of the techniques, so they still can learn something.
Oh, that's wonderful. So at the end, we're going to talk specifically about how people can find you and access some of this training. It's invaluable. It's invaluable. And that way it's beginner, it's free, it's not threatening, but it can get people introduced, and then they become more immersed in it.
Yeah, even if they like how that's work, they have a mini course and or more extended course, or just work with me in one-on-one. They have a choices after that. I have workshops also. But let's start with the free weekly classes. I have also Facebook group and a Facebook page, which is called Menopause Support Academy, is my Facebook page. And the Facebook group is Balance Perimenopause and Menopause.
Oh, wonderful. But the Facebook page is Menopause Support Academy.
Yes, they are where I advertise my events, my free events. It's the Menopause Support Academy.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Now, is the breath work the key to help improve the sleep? Because I know you talked about all those problems with sleeping.
I think so. I think it's really can calm the mind and slow the heart rate and also heartbeat, and activate, learning how to activate this nerve that I just mentioned, this cranial called vagus nerve. It can bring you immediately in a relaxation state and bring you in the deep sleep.
Wow. And that's without medication or even...
Yes. I suggest sometimes herbs. I suggest if you want to support yourself, additionally, use kind of more adaptogen or herbs like valeriana. They have chamomile tea, more these natural things than melatonin, because melatonin in long run can bring the side effect also. And you also feel in the morning, again, a little bit dizzy, not so concentrate. And in the long term, it's not, I don't suggest that. It's short term, if it's really you need from the jet lag or some night shift job, but avoid in the long term. It can create dependency. Instead of that, search, or you can also ask me if you reach out to me, what kind of herbs I can suggest and what kind of adaptogen. That's something I also teach.
Wow. So what you're saying, just to recap, if anybody missed that, the melatonin is not the best. I know it's used a lot.
Yeah, just avoid if it's possible, because it does as the hormone replacement therapy, that's the first thing that people will suggest by pharmacy or doctors. The same thing with melatonin is a more famous thing as a supplement, because it's another talk about the artificial melatonin as a pure and natural melatonin, which is the white, the sun white and natural white. And actually I can teach in my program and courses how actually to have natural melatonin and not artificial one.
Wow. So that's something we've got to have in our notes and follow up with you,
Yes.
Take some of these courses.
Yes, it's important to know. Many people don't know. They simply don't know. They go and buy the melatonin thing. That's how it's help, I can say, for some cases, but how you feel after, it's also questionable.
Absolutely. And it's very popular. I will tell you this. The melatonin is very, is very popular, but people need to know that they have other options and that just the melatonin is not the best for you.
Yeah, just the melatonin is not the best. Yeah, there's 3 things like a breath, air, water, food. There's a 3 things that you can learn how to use it.
Yeah, this is wonderful. Are there other tools too that you teach besides the breath work?
I teach a mindfulness, how to be in the moment, and it also relates to the breath. So how to use the breath as an anchor to be in the present moment to overcome this anxiety. And yeah, mindful movement also, gentle movement. And yeah, I create just wellness balance program for mind, body, and mental, emotional, and physical.
Wow. That, and everybody needs that.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so. And not many people talk about it. So thank you so much to inviting me about this topic, to share my knowledge. And yeah.
I'm so happy to, because you have so much knowledge. And like we're talking about, it's not talked about enough. It really isn't.
Yeah, it's a kind of underestimate, overlooked sometimes, the sleep, until you really start to suffer.
Until you're really, exactly like you said. I mean, here you were exhausted and you would think you could fall asleep, but you couldn't fall asleep or stay asleep.
Yeah, and then in the next day you're tired again. So that's
exhausted.
Indication. Yeah, if you sometimes sleep 7-8 hours, if you feel tired in the next day, that means you don't have really deep restful sleep.
And then it leads to the downward spiral, right? You have no energy, you can't focus, and then if you're working your job performance, it's you're going to have problems. Make mistakes.
Also, a relationship that can affect. You can be more not so tolerant and irritable with loved ones, and yeah.
That's right. No, it's a vicious cycle. So what you're saying is get to the root of it. And what you're inviting people is to take the free weekly beginner classes. Now, those are on YouTube.
I have a YouTube channel for for people to watch the video, but this is live with me every Sunday at 9 a.m. And on Zoom. So, but they need to register. I announce the classes on my Facebook page, Menopause Support Academy. And from there, they can register and join me every Sunday to learn some new techniques or just practice with me. If they want watch the YouTube channel, they can. I also upload there some of the recordings, some of my past classes, which is also the same name as my Facebook group, Balanced Perimenopause and Menopause. Is the same name of the YouTube channel, so they can watch the videos first there. If you like it, then join me in a live session, and from there, if they decide to go in the course or the program, they can do that.
Oh, that is wonderful. And what we'll do is we'll have the links at the bottom of this broadcast. But you have Sundays at 9 a.m. You have a weekly Zoom. Now, is that free?
It's free, yes, for people who really want to start, to try, to ask me questions. Yes, just just 30 minutes, not much, just to really tap in how that works and to bring them in the habit, create the habit to practice
Well,
this.
that's huge. That's huge. That's a very gentle way to get people introduced.
To try, introduce.
Absolutely, yes. and be comfortable. And I mean, this is life transforming. It's
It is. It's nothing. Nothing was to try. It's free. It's you're with the guide, with the experiencing guide. There's nothing terrifying, and yes, because sometimes if they try by themselves, sometimes they can lead to hyperventilation if they don't use it correctly. Yeah.
Right. So there's guidance that's really helpful.
Yeah, the better is to start with the guide, with somebody who already learned that and experiencing that. So yeah, that can guide them.
Exactly. Now, if people want to set up a time to talk with you personally, how do they do that?
I give you my Calendly link. They can set up appointment with me. And you can have a chat, coffee chat, and just see how I can help and support them.
Oh, that's beautiful. So you are giving us so many resources here, Dilyana. It's absolutely a privilege and delightful to aid it. You know, you're such a success story to see where you were, right? And how you overcame, and now you're a master. You're really really helping you. And I know people that know you, and they speak so highly of working with you, and you care so much, and the results that they get is that's a testament to you. So thank you.
And everybody can become the same if they are just be committed and be consistent.
Exactly. So there's really light at the end of the tunnel, and there's hope, because I know when you're feeling that way and you're dragging, you feel like there is no hope.
Yeah, I know. I myself feel, oh my God, I cannot see the light, but after a while I see.
That is so awesome. What else, any other tools you want to share with our listeners before we close?
That I want to know that everybody who going through this challenging period of premenopause and menopause, you're not alone. There's many women experiencing the same. We are in the same boat, and you can go beyond together.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. It really is a message of hope. And
yes.
And you're giving people a place to start. It's, it's not overwhelming. Just turn on the Zoom for 30 minutes on Sunday. Now, what time zone is that?
It's very important. Yeah, it's Pacific time. I'm in Vancouver, Canada, which is the same like California time, I think. So, yes. But I think the people in mountain, in central, in eastern can benefit because it's ahead of me, and even also European. It'll be the evening for them, but it'll be also possible for them.
Absolutely, absolutely. And then tell us again the name of your Facebook page. It's
Menopause Support Academy.
Okay, beautiful. Because we want to give people the links, but we want people to hear it as well. And you're also on LinkedIn. If they type
I'm with my name. They can find me, Dilyana Mileva, on LinkedIn, and message me there. And whatever they prefer.
Beautiful, beautiful. All right. So, heartfelt thanks.
Thank you for having me.
You're helping so many women, and we get the word out, and you'll be empowered to help more.
You too. Thank you to give me this opportunity to speak out.
It is a privilege. All right, then. So we will have the links below. And once again, our heartfelt thanks to Dilyana Mileva. All right.
I am so excited. I just finished a course and got certified on how to start a podcast and monetize it. Thanks to my amazing instructor, Tina Ramsey. My heart right now is overwhelmed. My dreams have been fulfilled. And if you are looking to take your company to the next level, then choose the best. Tina Ramsey, owner of the CTR Network. You don't want to sleep on this. If you want to invest in yourself, start today so you can monetize your business and get what you deserve. God bless you. Don't sleep. Get it.
Hey guys, welcome to another episode of Hello World. Let's chat and talk and do a little bit of everything. All right. So, how's everybody doing? I hope y'all doing good. I was already exercising before I went on. I'm gonna go to the side so you see what I'm doing. I hope you guys are doing well. I know it's been a while since I've been on, but it is what it is. I got inspired. So what I'm gonna do is make sure my back is touching this mat and not moving. And I'm doing my legs in a 90-degree angle. I'm going straight out. See how my back, this is 90 degrees. These are 12-pound weights I have. Body on the ground. I've been working on this exercise for a little bit. This is to build the lower core, the lower abs. You know, the ab part, the part of your body where it seems like you can't get that fat to go anywhere, or that pouch, or whatever you want to call it. This will help. I feel it too, which is a great thing. It's like you can do an exercise, but not do it right and not feel where it's supposed to go. So I feel it here, all here. Hey, we have a member. We have a member. And it's swoop. There it is. Like me. Hey, lady, how you doing? Hey, Auntie Mama, how you doing? Good to see y'all. Welcome in. We're going to keep it very mild because I just got my hair done and I don't want to sweat. So that's why we're going to be talking a little bit more than exercising. I have a pouch again, y'all. We're going to be pouch free for the rest of my life or however long that's going to be. You know what? I wanted to say too, I cherish you guys. I really do. the support that you've given me throughout the course of the years. I do cherish it, and I definitely appreciate it. It's not an easy feat to get to know a perfect stranger. And you guys have taken a chance on me and my company for so many years. And, you know, I guess it's the same way you could trust a major company with your purchases. You got a chance to get to know the person behind it. And if anything ever were to happen, I just need you guys to know that I do cherish you guys and I appreciate you. So even if I'm not around, it's not because it's like whatever. It's just, you know, I'm trying to manage a lot of different things. And it's not difficult to manage. It's just time is not allowed it enough for me to be able to be everywhere and anywhere. So that's my thing. So I just appreciate you guys. So yeah, let's go back to this, right? Like I said, these are 12-pound weights. And I'm gonna have my head down. And the more I do it, the more I can extend that arm. Wait, see? I was getting used to letting that back come up, defeating the whole purpose of this exercise. I try to exercise on my own when I'm at home, just to keep up, because I don't even get to come to the gym as often. Well, not get to. I don't come to the gym as often as I used to. So I'm trying to do better to manage my whole knee. So what else are we gonna do without sweating? Oh, I'm gonna do this. Actually, I'm gonna need the mat again. I'm gonna post this video that I've been wanting to post. Hey, Candy, how you doing? Hey, Panama. I want to post this video that I've been trying to post for a couple of weeks, and I haven't done it. Y'all, I have a bunch of videos, like shorts and stuff, that I just have not posted. Just with me doing like everyday regular things. And I still haven't posted that yet. So it's not just you, it's me. So I see this stuff on Instagram. And, you know, like I said, the algorithm is pushing me towards seeing a lot of exercise videos. So I saw this guy, he was doing something. I was like, oh, that look easy. Girl, y'all, it is not easy. So basically, make sure you have your equipment far away from you. This bar is about 40 pounds. So you'll see what I'm talking about. It look easy, but it's not. So you go up as far back as you can, and then you come up without letting your feet go up. And the bar shouldn't even go in front of you. So in the video, I did it good one time. See, that's going too far up. In the video, though, that I'm going to post, I did it good one time. And your legs need to stay on the ground. And you need to come straight up. That junk is hard. But it's not impossible. See? Whew. If y'all don't think this is hard, I want to see you try it. And that's the thing too, you know, I got to learn how to pace myself. When I say pace myself, I have to learn that it's okay not to get it right the first time, because y'all already know I want to get it right just like that. Or if you didn't know, now you do. So at least my arms are going back a little bit more. So, and I don't even know what is working out. I mean, I assume, well, I imagine that it's working out my arms for sure and my core. So this is like, let me see. I've been to the gym like 3 times totally within the last couple of weeks. So this is my 3rd time trying this. All right, let's go. Y'all remember when I was telling you breathing is very important when you're exercising? So when I go back, I should be breathing out. And when I come up, I should be breathing in. Well, I think it's the opposite way around. When I go down, let me check it out. Because it definitely gives you more power when you breathe properly. And then the next thing he was doing was this with that bar. So I got a long way to go. Hey, Dr. Destiny, how you doing? I'm gonna try it a couple more times. I need to figure out a day, I need to dedicate a day where I'm going to come to the gym. I know the weekends used to be the best, Saturday and Sunday, but I was working yesterday, so I didn't even come yesterday. I'll be working next Saturday. This month, I'm gonna be doing a couple weekend days, so I need to come up with a day during the week where I just come. I mean, I can make myself come every night. I just have to make myself do it. Let's do this 2 more times, y'all. Try to do it 2 more times. That leg not supposed to come up, just so you know. That's 2. Whew. And the sled I used to do all the time whenever I came, the bottom of my foot, the ball of my foot was hurting so bad after doing it. And I will only do it 5 times. So like I have to limit the amount of time I do it, the amount of times I do it. My right foot is fine. So it must be something with the way I'm walking when I'm with the sled. Maybe I'm using too much feet and not legs. All of that stuff you have to figure out. So we did that. Again, I'm trying to do exercises that's not going to make me sweat too much because I don't want to sweat. Oh. Y'all see even my socks are falling off. So why is this one arm? See how it's pulling a little bit? On the left. The left hand is pulling a little bit. Let's do some kettlebell swings. I got a 35-pound kettlebell. I need to do some squats. Thursday. It's quiet in here, right? They didn't put the music on, which is fine. I don't mind quiet. So with the kettlebell swing, keep your feet apart. You're gonna go back, use your hips to swing forward. Just like that. Protect that back. I just did 20. Oh, Ron, you almost got me in trouble last night. We have a member, and it's Ron Weezy and Farms. How you doing? Oh, Lord. Again, I'm not trying to sweat. My heart rate is up. We could do other exercises that don't require too much sweat. Put that leg back, weight in the heels, and we're going to a row. Slight little bend, hand out so we're not using it to press on our leg. That just intensifies the workout and puts more weight resistance on the legs. Ooh. Heating up those legs. Slight bend. I'm trying to build these legs. They say I have to eat some protein supplements, but that stuff only goes to my stomach. It never goes to any other part of my body. So we're gonna try to whip these legs into some type of shape by just doing more squats with weights. All right, 10, okay? Hand is free, back is straight, and go straight up. That way you don't hurt yourself. I almost hurt my lower back yesterday because I didn't lift something properly. I felt it about to go. I was like, oh. All right, weight in the heels again. I wish I could hear the music down here. It was working out my calves mainly. I felt it down there. And we do everything 2 times, at least. Give me about a week and then I don't mind getting sweaty. I literally just got my hair done on Friday. And we only 2 days in, 1 day in. Y'all know how it is, right? Ladies, even guys. Well, I don't know, guys, how y'all feel. Unless you have some type of length to your hair. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and kettlebell swing it out. 20. Remember, lift properly. If y'all see, this is how I'm going down. I don't feel anything in my back. It's all going to here and in the legs. So when I pick it up, I'm not gonna feel it in my back. And I didn't run before I started this. I like to run 5 minutes on the treadmill, just kind of burn out some of that inflammation. I decided I'm gonna do a detox once a month. So y'all seen that green drink that the celery juice that I made from my unboxing? So I'm gonna use that juicer to make my green drink. And I'm gonna drink it for like until all of the products are used up. Wow, thank you, Ron. Yeah, Joy, I'm innocent. Uh-huh. Hey, Afro, how you doing? Good to see you. So, we're gonna get this leg down, like a little arch. Make sure you don't go past, the weight doesn't go past your knee. Let that junk stay right there. Weight is in the heel. kind of back, keep your back kind of from getting hurt. Your back and your neck, keep those neutral. I'll tell you guys exactly where I feel everything. I felt it here, here, and here. And I also felt it here when I was pulling up. Those are the only places that you should feel anything. And I would recommend using a weight a little heavier, just to challenge yourself. Just a little bit. So like if you're used to using 10 pounds, go to 15. I haven't done these in a while. I just went straight to the 35s because I know I've done it before. So again, slight bend, here, here, keep the body neutral. I'm gonna roll up. And I know 25 pounds wasn't gonna be challenging enough for me. So you know your limits, but then just push yourself a little bit more. So I'm gonna try to put more content out on YouTube too. And you always know when I'm doing. I know. Hey, always Tim, how are you? Welcome to Hello World. So we're done with this. And then we're gonna clean off because everybody here seems to forget that cleanliness is next to godliness. Like, for me, I don't understand how you feel comfortable going on after somebody else been on a machine, like especially the ones that you sit on, and you don't want to wipe it down. Like, I don't get it. I always want to wipe stuff down, even if I haven't seen anybody using it. Even when the person before me wipes down, I still go and wipe it down. Anyway, I got these 20-pound kettlebells. Oh yeah, let's do, not kettlebells, dumbbells. Let's do, if y'all haven't seen on my Instagram, I showed an exercise that I did one time. It's like go down and then up. Last time I was doing it with 10 pounds. Let me see if I could do it with 20. Ooh, that feel heavy already. Ooh. Look at how that foot twisted. Ooh.
What are you gonna do?
I think I posted this on Instagram too. I mean on YouTube. Ooh. That's a lot of weight, y'all.
I knew it.
Again, weight should be in your heels. And your arms shouldn't go down like that. It should stop right here. So when you go down and come up, it should stop right here, not go down like that. You'll end up hurting yourself doing that. So that's why if you look at me, you see me not going down that far. It's not doing it halfway, it's doing it the right way. Keep everything aligned. And once you do one side of your body, you do to the other. So. Yeah. Oh. See how I move that leg? It's difficult. Roll those back. You can get a good workout in even with heavy or light weights. It doesn't matter. It's the way you do your repetitions. I've been throwing a tire too, y'all. But I can't do it today because people. So I'm getting tired of always saying, it's my first day back since. So let's talk about that for a second, y'all. How many times do we always say, this is my first time, or I'm coming back again? Like, at what point are we going to have a routine? Well, not even a routine, but something that we're doing good for our bodies. At what point are we going to not have to say, I have to start all over again? I know sometimes life happens where we can't do it for like a day. But what happens when we let days and days and days and weeks go by before we get back into it? This is like the things that we all struggle with as people. Your goals. Think of, even if it's not exercising, think about your goals. Think about the things that you promised yourself that you were going to do last week or a month ago. Let's go back to at least a month ago. We all have these conversations in our heads like, yeah, I'm going to do this and I'm going to consistently do it. I'm going to perfect it and I'm going to be like, boom, and it's so exciting. Why do we allow distractions to interfere with our progress? It's a legitimate question. Why? What is it about ourselves that we cannot correct those things? It can't, and it doesn't have to be an imperfection, a permanent imperfection where we have to restart. Why don't we all promise ourselves, either quietly or publicly, that we're going to commit to something? And you know what? It might be better to do it silently, because you never know who may really be in your corner and who may not be. But privately commit to something and do it. Keep with that commitment, especially when you feel like, oh, maybe I'm too tired today. And it doesn't even have to relate to exercise, and it could relate to anything else. Because we oftentimes allow our 9-to-5s or the routine, the things that help us get income, to get in the way of allowing us to be too tired to go after what we personally dedicated for ourselves to do. Why do we always keep ourselves that lowly? We put everything else ahead of us, except for what's going to be preparing us to be better and happy. Or not even happy, but whole, W-H-O-L-E. So commit to something. Think about it. Don't even think too hard about it, because you know when we think too hard, then we say, well, no, that's going to take extra. Listen, y'all, pandemic was 2020. We're almost in 23. That's 3 years that flew by, 2 years that flew by. So what I'm saying is time is always going to fly. So don't worry about how much you have to do to get to the point to where you want to see the end result. Even if the end result seems like it's going to be 5 years from now, we already lost 2 years. We're about to be in 3 years. So make that private commitment to yourself and do it. Let no excuse, especially too tired, get in the way. We're going to have the rest of our souls to not be human. So while we're here in the physical, promise yourself, this is what I'm going to do. And this is what I'm going to do every day, especially when I'm too tired. Because when you're too tired, that's like, you know, the devil just deterring you from being successful in the goals that you promised yourself. We make promises every day when we get up faithfully and go to someone else's job. We faithfully go. So be as faithful to yourself as you are to other things. The same way you show your faithfulness to your children, grandchildren, be as faithful to yourself. Hey, Terry, how you doing? Good to see you. There's a, yes, premeditated thought, yes. Hey, One Busy Mama, how you doing? Good to see you. So promise yourself this one thing. I'm trying to think right now what I'm gonna promise myself that I'm gonna stick with no matter what. And I want you to work on that every day. So that's gonna require you to do two things. Etch out a little piece of time in the day to work on that thing you promised yourself. Let nothing deter you. And even if something may throw you off a little bit, you go back. But every single day, make it a part of a habit and a routine to do what you said you're gonna do for yourself. Because at the end of the day, you came here by yourself. You learned how to breathe. You learned how to read. You learned how to love. Well, let's not put that in there because some of us really didn't know how to love because no one taught us properly. But you get what I'm saying. You went to your interview for your jobs. You got your job. You made a commitment to get up and be at work. Do it for yourself. Commit to yourself. As much as you commit to everything else, commit to yourself. This time, we got to do it. Hey, Buddha, how you doing? Good to see you. Make that commitment, y'all. And make your goal exciting. All right, how about make your goal something that you wanted to do when you were a kid? And don't worry about what it requires to get to that space. This is where faith comes into. As long as you're doing what you're supposed to do just to get to where you wanted to get to or want to get to, everything will fall into place. I'm speaking from experience, okay? I'm not trying to sweat today. That's why we just doing a lot more talking than exercising. All right, we could do this real quick. Well, we got 20 pounds. That might be a little too heavy right now. We'll see. Yeah, that's a little too heavy right now. I mean, but why not push myself? Okay, let's push it. Let's push me, right? See, when you focus, all those can'ts become, really? I could do that? Surprise yourself, because this right here is probably one of the strongest muscles that we have. So start using it. I've never done that before. Not like using it, but I mean, I've never done this little exercise that y'all saw me do just now. That's the first time I did it. But I focused and I said, you know what? You ain't no punk. Well, yeah, I did say that to myself. So, keep those legs up. Keep that pivot. Here I am all alone. Got me out here smoking on the whistle. Saying, how did you to me? But it took a lot out of me though. I was working out the core. But I was wrong. To everybody. Ooh. Even your push-ups, y'all can do them.
Oh, bro, I literally did.
Why you doing this to me? So we put it this way. Up. Down. Up. Let's try not to move that hip. See me going like this? It shouldn't be like that. It's supposed to be in one spot up. Because all of that weight is supposed to be in the arm. That's just like, doesn't exist. So let me see if I could get it one time where I'm not moving my body, bottom half of my body. It was a tiny little hip movement, but it takes a lot. So wait a second. I don't think I was purposely putting the weight in my core. So let me see. When I do that, down, core. Hold your core. There you go. When you hold your core and you don't move the rest of your body. Huh? Oh, you have your, there. Let me clean this off.
I don't even know how to do this the right way. Like,
You don't know how to do a push-up?
I think I'm like, why?
Okay.
I don't know how to do
The triceps, there, use these. That's just 12 pounds. So what I do is I hold my core in.
Yeah.
When I go down. So kind of go forward, breathe out, breathe in on the way up. Come on, you got it. Breathe in. Push up, push up. Down. Up. Breathe in. You got it. You know what you probably should start doing more?
the girl push-up.
No, to build your core. So go on your back. That's a perfect weight to have too. All the way down. Right? Yeah. Now, let your left leg and the opposite leg go down. But hold your back to the ground. But don't move that leg and then come back up. Nope. See how I am?
Yeah.
But what the point is to work on the lower abs and my back is staying planted to the ground. You should try to do that a couple of times. And when you do that, you'll be able to get your push-ups good. Because you got it so far. You just got to trust and breathe right. When you go down, you breathe in. When you come out, when you go back up, you breathe out. That'll help you build more stability. And you do squats at all? Yeah. Okay. Let me see how you do your squats. Make sure that leg, make sure your knees don't go past there. You want to go down like this and then up. That all builds up your legs and your core. Hold your core in when you go down. And when you come up, just keep your feet planted in the ground. And your heels should have all of the weight. When you come out, you see how my legs are? My knees are like straight down. Yep. And then come up. Straight down. And then come straight back up. Yep. That's the way to do it. And you only feel it here and right here. And when you go down, exactly. It feels wobbly, right?
Yeah, it does.
Because you're building up your core and you're doing squats properly. When you do this, you're gonna end up hurting your knees.
Because I was taught to do it like all the way
You
down.
can go all the way down, but you gotta build your core all the way up first.
Yeah.
When you do that halfway, that takes a lot more. See? And you keep that butt out. And then come back up and power with your legs when you're coming up.
Thank you.
Yeah. But your push-ups, you'll get them. Just keep on practicing.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. So make a commitment to yourself and stick with it, no matter what. Oh, hey, Vibes with the Thompson, how you doing, sis? Long time. Good to see you. So yeah, y'all. Don't let your knees go over your toes. Yeah. Remember when Pow Pow showed me how to do the right way? Because my arms are going out like this. It felt so comfortable doing like that, but you don't work out where it's supposed to work out. So there you go, y'all. Whenever you need help and I'm around, just ask. I don't mind.
Thank you so much.
I'm just thinking about what it is I want to do. I know what I'm gonna do, but I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna just do it because, like I said, what I was saying before, when you tell people, and it's not everybody, but you just don't know who everyone is, everybody's motives, and we're in a public forum right now. We don't all know each other, but whatever you are doing, keep it to yourself and just start doing it. I would say start meditating as well, so that you fix your mind to stay focused on what you want to do, what your goal is to do. All right, so it's time to get to work, y'all. And take yourself just as seriously as you take everything else. How about that? Why don't we all start doing that first? Take ourselves seriously. And that would require us to focus on us. Not externally, but internally. Focus on you. And I'm not talking about like self-indulgently, but just giving yourself the opportunity to grow. Like I'll just tell you personally, I still am learning, right? I've never given myself the opportunity to get to know and focus only on joy, because I'm always so concerned about helping everyone else. I forget about joy. And it doesn't mean like joy like needs X, Y, and Z. It's just I need to look at myself. Remember how I was saying, like, if you want to start healing from your traumas, you have to start looking at yourself in the mirror and seeing if it's something you can stand looking at. It's got to Time to go back to those elementary thoughts. Look at yourself. Pay attention to yourself. We on 48 minutes, so let me go ahead and go. So go ahead. Let's get the fundamentals right this time, this stage of our lives. Let's get the fundamentals right. Even if you slip up, it's okay. It's just that we have to try to slip up less. Let's get the fundamentals right. And everything else will start becoming more fluid, right? We don't want to purposely just start doing stuff, right? We want it to become fluid so that we don't get sick and tired of it. We need to fluidly start loving ourselves and understanding who we are, our purpose, what we were birthed to do, who we are. It's time. And I don't have children, I know. I said I know. But it's still no excuse to not etch out a little bit of time to get yourself together. It's like when I told one of my coworkers, she gave all of her life to her kids and they all went to college. She never gave herself room to figure out who she is. So now she doesn't know what to do with her time. I'm not saying ignore anybody, your kids, your husband, your wives, whatever you're married to or dating or whatever. Still find you. And I guarantee you, the goals that you're setting right now, one goal or goals, if you want to be a champ and do more than one, that's fine. You know what you can handle. But leave some room for yourself. Because when everything else and everyone else is gone, guess who you got to be with? I'm here on every platform mainly, but I'll always come back to YouTube. And I appreciate everyone that has been here, giving a little bit of your soul and your time, because that's pretty much what it is your soul, to listen and to think. Because hopefully we're thinking about you. Don't leave you out of the equation anymore. I'm dancing to the song. Hey, hey. All right. Let me see. I always promise myself that when I'm here, I need to do a pull-up, at least 1 or 2 pull-ups. So let's do that. And then we out. Ooh. I'm gonna put those weights away too, but I'm gonna do this pull-up before. I don't want to do it no more. Y'all know that's my little favorite piece of equipment. Let me clean it off first. I don't know why I clean down here when I know good well I don't want to use it. Hey,
I'm trying to get in the video through the mirror.
huh?
I said I was trying to get in the video through the mirror.
Oh yeah, they saw you. They saw you.
I texted you a few minutes ago. It was like,
Oh, you did?
I tried to scan in, but I had my headphones on, so I didn't hear a beat. So I walked in, I look at the computer screen to see if it scanned. It didn't, but guess who was the last person who scanned in?
My face was up there. Oh my gosh.
I think so, yeah.
In the same sweater. The same sweater. I had that sweater for like 20,000
I
years.
was wearing the same sweater all the time too.
But it's warm. I got that in Tennessee.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
My a friend of mine was driving.
Okay.
But a friend of mine was driving.
Yeah.
No, I don't remember. What do they usually do in NASCAR? Either way. It was cold as ever, so we had to go to Target and get warm stuff. I didn't, we had like t-shirts and stuff.
Okay.
So I've had that sweater for like
A few years now.
Yes.
That's similar. So Byron and I went to New Orleans last winter for my birthday. We thought it was gonna be warm. I didn't bring
Cold
all
as ever.
It's like anytime we travel to another state, they happen to be having like a cold front or something. I'm just like, this how it
It's
was.
like, now you gotta have a winter coat everywhere.
Everywhere you go, Florida, winter coat.
Right.
Like 5 years ago, we went to Orlando, Florida for my birthday. Granted, it was during the winter, but still, they're warm states. I think the week that we went, it was 60-something degrees. The week before that, our friend was telling us 90 degrees. We were like, that's what we wanted. If we come to Florida.
And then you got there and it was like 45.
Yes.
The same thing when I went to California. It was, you think California is hot, but it's not. It's freezing. I had to buy a towel to sit on the beach. Just to sit there,
And the
like-
sand was cold too. That's crazy.
Cold as ever.
Right.
All right, y'all. So we're gonna do our little pull up. First, I like to stretch. I'm trying to learn how to do a muscle up. So they tell you to go like this. So like you can get whatever going. But I'm gonna stretch. And then we're gonna come all the way up. We did our two. Let's start with the legs out, y'all. Again, I did good. I didn't sweat at all. All right. We did it. Oh, I felt that. I would say I'm always get back to where I was. This was the kind of stuff that I was doing pre-pandemic. But since then, I hurt this shoulder. Y'all know it. Remember when I was telling y'all I hurt this shoulder? It was doing this exercise. Let me show you. It was doing this exercise where I went down, and when I was coming back up, it popped. I'm not gonna do it, because I don't want that feeling ever again. That pop was something else. So that's it. Make sure you guys are working on those goals. Hey, Journey, how you doing? I'm trying to get it right. And I felt it here. I felt when I was pulling myself, yep. Y'all, I didn't feel it in my arms. I felt it in my leg right here. Because that's the muscle that I'm trying to work out when I was doing the pull-ups. I didn't feel it in my arms. I just felt it in my legs. That's crazy, right? It's like, how you only feel it in your legs and not anywhere else? Hey, MTG, how you doing, sis? I felt it in my legs, not my arms. Isn't that crazy? Because honestly, when you're doing a pull-up, you shouldn't feel it nowhere except for in your core. You should feel it in your core and other parts, but not in your arms. I know it may sound funny, but try it. But anyway, y'all, remember today's priority. Remember, today's priority is to really focus on you, really focus on the goal that you're going to set today. And I'm telling you to do it today because we will put it off like we have always done, right? But I'm telling you today, sketch out, map it out, map out what that goal is. It could be whatever, even from something as a child. Map out what that goal is, etch out time every day, because you owe it to yourself. However old you are, because I'm ageless, I owe it to myself, all of that time that I've invested in everything else besides looking at me and working on what I want. And not like, yeah, I wouldn't even say it's selfish, but just we have our own things, that ambitions for ourselves. So whatever it is, those are the two things you need to do. Figure out what it is, map it out, the time that you're going to do, and do it every day. And even if you miss a minute or so, that's okay. Just still do it anyway. You work your arms so much. You got to, no, Afro. Then you have to work. Then when you're going down, you breathe out. When you're coming up, you breathe in and you hold your stomach. And I guarantee you won't feel it in your arms. You won't, because your core is what's helping you go up. It's weird, but it's true. Hustler. Listen, y'all. I want to make a public apology to Hustler TV because I promised I was going to do something for Hustler TV, but I completely forgot. And I hope you can forgive me and remember it wasn't on purpose. Not remember, but know that it was never on purpose. I never want to do anything to purposely hurt anybody, okay? So Hustler, I'm publicly apologizing to you, okay? Please forgive me. I guess because you're here, you forgive me. I don't know. But I wanted to publicly apologize to you. I told you, I don't know. Your girl needs to have some ginkgo biloba, whatever you want to call it. Memory crazy. Thank you, Hustler. It's raining. I don't know what it looked like. When I got here, it wasn't raining. But remember, y'all, today is the beginning of you doing something for you, okay? We got this. Don't talk about it, be about it, yeah. You don't have to tell anybody, unless you want to tell your husband, your wife, your boyfriend, your girlfriend what it is. Well, I recommend you don't, because sometimes other people's perspectives can throw ours off, and ours could be so on point, but then everyone else's perspectives can just be like, well, you should probably do it this way. It kind of deters the energy that you started putting in. So maybe keep it to yourself for a little bit until you're strong enough that no matter what other perspective comes in, you're still going to do you. So, well, we got this. I'm here, and I appreciate you guys for being here. I thank you for rocking with me for as long as you have, because it's not about my day ones. It's about the ones who actually stay. I came up with that quote a while ago. I wanted to post it, but it's not about the day ones, guys. It's about the ones who stay. That's what matters, because anybody can become a day one, but it's if you decide to stay. And I appreciate the amount of time that you guys decide to stay. And until we meet again, you can always catch me on other platforms every day doing videos and stuff like that. But I'm here on YouTube. I'm going to try to post more. So until we meet again, my name is Joy from Be the Difference Clothing, and I am signing out on another episode of Hello World. Yes.
For today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctr.
Dr. Liddy. Dr. Liddy is a renowned world-class attorney. She has been featured in the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, USA Today, and the New York Law Journal for her work to protect small businesses and small investors. She presented a TEDx talk in London on what the original purpose of corporations was to do public good and what went wrong. Dr. Liddy has a BA from Columbia University, MBA from New York University, JD from Fordham University, and a PhD from the University of Barcelona. Corporate executives hire Dr. Liddy to train employees to be more legally mindful in their employment transactions. The United Nations hired Dr. Liddy to instruct small to medium-sized enterprises across the globe on the laws that impact their businesses. Dr. Liddy has spoken at business, law, and tax conferences, from Amsterdam to Bogota, to Cape Town to Los Angeles to Paris to New York, to Barcelona to Miami to Warsaw to Costa Rica to Germany. Dr. Liddy designs legal structures and financial systems for entrepreneurs who are frustrated and disappointed that their business has not been as profitable and successful as they expected. By teaching entrepreneurs how to use the leverage of law, taxes, insurance, and estate planning, entrepreneurs can be 10 times more profitable and successful so that they can build wealth and create a legacy to pass on to their families.
I heard there was a secret legal code that David knew, and it pleased the Lord. But you don't really care about the law, do you? It goes like this: the law is good, the battle king composing, hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. I am Dr. Liddy, the good lawyer and the good business coach. I want to spend a little time speaking with you today about what I call V4. And it begins with your vision, your value, your visibility, and your valor. I want to tell you a little bit about my story, and I hope it is okay with you that I begin at the beginning. So I am the daughter of an Episcopalian priest, and also he happened to be an attorney. And my dad was what I would call a community lawyer. He helped everyone in the community. He helped the butcher, he helped the seamstress, he helped the vegetable store owner, he helped the dry cleaners. And his office was the front porch of our house. So you can imagine that every day when I came home, there was usually a group of people at the front porch listening to him, asking him questions, and he would advise them. And he never asked for money directly. He would say, if what I've given to you today is of value, please leave something in the bowl so we can share it with the church community on Saturday and Sunday. And that's how I grew up, learning at my dad's feet. And one day I came home and Dad was not there. And Dad never showed up at the house again. Now, my mom was beautiful. She was brilliant. She was an artist. She painted these lovely paintings, and she was a poet. She wrote beautiful poetry. She was also a physicist, but no one hired a woman physicist back really in the 1970s. I don't know where NASA was, but they didn't contact Mom. So for me, I was born in the Caribbean, in the island of Dominican Republic, and I was raised in Brooklyn, New York, very much like Alexander Hamilton, born in the island of Nevis, really grew up in New York City. So I learned at a very young age, I was 9 when this happened, when Dad never showed up again, that without money and without people willing to truly help you, you lose everything really, really fast. And my mom lost a house very quickly. And we wound up at friends' houses, at neighbors, at family, but eventually we really wound up in shelters. And we stayed in shelters for a long time. The church is primarily the place that we would go, but we will often wind up in city shelters as well. And you got 1 cot per family back then. And my mom got the cot, so I got the floor. Little Liddy got the floor. And I was scared, I was cold, I was lonely, I missed my dad. And I would cry myself to sleep almost every night because I was so sad. And I would begin to sing because singing brought me comfort, and it still does. And as I sang, you could hear other people around the shelter singing along with me. And it was just a little beautiful memory for me. And I want to share that song because you will find that I like to sing. 1, it makes me happy, but 2, I find courage in my songs. And I hope that my songs touch you as well to gain more courage than you could ever imagine that one person could have. It's all within us. So the song I used to sing when I was a little girl in the shelters, and please join in if you know this song, is "This Little Light of Mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. No matter what they say, oh, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine." And it was the most beautiful sound to hear the other homeless people singing the song for hours. It just kept bouncing around the room, and that brought me comfort. Then one day, I got a scholarship to Columbia University, and they found out while I was filling out my award letter, it asked for my address, and I put down the shelter, the church's shelter, and they couldn't believe this. And they immediately gathered together and something changed. They got my mom a small apartment on campus for me and her. Isn't that amazing? And I watched this, I said, oh my God, how blessed am I? And I want you to begin to believe, if you don't already, that things can change in an instant. In an instant, you're healthy. In an instant, you're sick. In an instant, you're homeless. In an instant, you have a place to live. The flow of life is never certain, but it is a journey that we are compelled to ride. So for me, the challenge as I was in college was not so much to work, but that I was broke. I had no money, and the wealthy students had a lot of things that they were able to do, and all I did was work. I worked everywhere. I worked at the front desk at the dorm. I worked at the library. I worked. They called it work study because you're supposed to be studying while you're working. Well, I was working while I was working, and that was a gift because the parents that came to see their kids recognized that I was always there working, and they felt more confident and comfortable with me and trusted me with everything, with money, with clothing, with food, with special notes for their children. And one day one of the parents said, Liddy, where do you work? Because you're just such an amazing person. And we would like to thank your supervisor. And I said, well, you can write a note to the school, but this is my work study. I have to work here at the front desk. And they said, really? And they said, don't you own a business? And I said, a business? I'm like, no. So parents at the Columbia University taught me how to start and operate and sell a successful business. So what was the one thing I knew how to do? They said, what's the thing you do the best? And I said, take care of others. They said, great, that's a babysitting service, and we've got some other kids at home, so you can watch them. So how much do you want to charge? I said, I don't know, $5? They're like, absolutely not. It should be at least 50. I'm like, $50? And as time went on, $50 became 100, became 200. By the time I left, I was $300 an hour. And because the demand was so great by other families that wanted a trusted person to leave their little children with, I wound up hiring 15, 17, maybe at one point even 18 college friends of mine to do the same thing. And I got a percentage of everything that they did. Years later, we sold that business to a Swiss company. And that's when I learned what real money was really about, that it wasn't how much you could earn, it was how much you had the ability to have others earn that are in your structure. And that's a lot about how business works. How do you multiply yourself? How do you multiply the work? How do you multiply the money? And that is something, unfortunately, we're just never taught, right, in school. We're taught to do what in school? Come on, say it with me. Become an employee and work for someone else. That's the American structure. So to step out of that, you've got to do something different, something unique, something fascinating, something that they don't teach you in a classroom. And that is what we are here to do. We're here to teach each other about the things they're not teaching you in school, because then you'd go out and be a successful business owner rather than becoming an employee for someone else. So what was the challenge for me? The challenge for me is I didn't know that there was an alternative other to being an employee, i.e. becoming a business owner. And it took someone to tell me, to show me, to implement it for me to accept that I can do this. And a lot of what we do with Dominionaire Life is that we teach each other how to do the things that we don't know how to do to become successful business owners. We have a host of training with regard to how we do that. I handle the law. Why? Because it is my heritage. 14 generations of my lineage were both priests and lawyers. I am not a priest, but I am a lawyer. And my gift is I have the ability to process that information that we call legalese and make sense out of it for others and create processes for you to be able to benefit from the law. We call it legal training within Dominionaire Life, and I run that division in terms of protecting your original ideas. We call that intellectual property. We are the only country in the world that in our Constitution, the US Constitution, we put in that every man has the right to protect their creative original ideas. We call that copyright. It is the right to copy. You have the right that is given to you by the federal government, and you can give others permission transfer that right for them to copy your stuff. We call that licensing. So I train on these things within Dominionaire Life. And we have other fabulous people that train on money in terms of your finances, that train on mindset in terms of getting your mind right. And I say that not to be funny, but to acknowledge that oftentimes there are things that we see or that people teach us that just leads to nowhere. It leads to you being sad. It leads to you being demoralized and not being confident. So what do you do in those moments? So when we came together, when amazing Steve and Scott and we came together, it was to build something different, something that would empower individuals and families to dream again. We stop dreaming. We just go to work. And the ability to dream is so powerful. The ability to see what is not immediately in front of us, but it is coming, is amazing. And when I was a little girl, there was a song that I absolutely adored that helped me dream bigger dreams, even though I had nothing. And that song, and if you know it, come on, sing along with me on this one. Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high, there's a land that I've heard of once in a lullaby. Somewhere over the rainbow, skies are blue, and the dreams that you dare to dream really do come true. And they do. We've stopped believing in our dreams because we've had so much failure that we don't think our dreams are valuable. So that leads me into my first V. V1, you have value. You don't have to believe me. It says so in the holy book. You are so important to our Father. So lovingly, He created you. And somewhere while we are living our lives, we fall into the trap of believing that we're not valuable, which is a fallacy. It's wrong, it's incorrect, but we believe it nonetheless. You are valuable. You are so important to Him, but you've got to believe in yourself as well. I can tell you as much as I want to every day how valuable you are, but until you believe it, it'll never take root. It'll never be grounded. And sometimes you need to surround yourself with good people. So Steve, Scott, myself, we are good people. We value on doing good, which is why I'm Liddy, the good lawyer, because there's some bad ones out there. I know. Please don't start saying, I know. I've experienced some myself, and I choose to do good. I choose to use the power and leverage of the law to do good and not evil. That's a choice each of us has. So your value is important. We need your value in the world to elevate our human existence, to do some good for others. How can you do it? As simple as giving a sandwich to someone who asks, as simple as working on your business to really make it successful, as easy as attending training so you empower yourself with knowledge so you can be a resource and a value to others. So value, you have it, share it. My second V that I love so much is vision. What is our vision? What is the vision that you have for yourself, for your family, for the world, for your business? Only you know that vision. And one of my favorite sayings from the Bible, from Habakkuk really, is when God told one of the prophets to write the vision and make it clear upon tablet, so those that read it can run with it. For the vision is not for now, but it is for the appointed time. Wait for it. It shall come. And when I first read that, I had no idea what that meant, right? So write the vision and make it clear on tablet. What tablet were they talking about? I guess back then it was clay tablets. They baked them. They put a little pencil mark. I mean, I can't read the Egyptian hieroglyphics. But isn't it interesting that we have a product now that's called a tablet? Actually, I'm taping this video on a tablet. Isn't it interesting that centuries ago that God talked about make it clear upon tablet, and here we are in the year 2022, and we've got tablets that we make things clear, video, right? Isn't it amazing? Isn't it powerful that our all-knowing God knows these things? So the vision for you is to write it, create it, bring it forth from your spirit, the thing that touches you the most, because that is your gift and it's meant to be shared. It's meant to be clear on tablet. So those that see your vision can run with it. Ah, isn't that beautiful? That even though you created, others can see it as well and will know what to do with it. That is vision. My third V that I want to share with you today is about visibility. I am horrible with visibility. People are shocked when I say that, but I don't do all the things that I should be doing with regard to putting my vision, my value out there for the world. I'm not really that visible. I'm not really on social media. I struggle with that, but I've asked Dr. Tina Ramsey to help me with that. So she said, great, Liddy, we're going to give you a podcast and we're going to give you a streaming television show. And by the way, her CTR media network reaches something like 350 million people around the world. I'm like, what? This is my client, and she's now telling me. So, and I spoke to Steve about it recently, and we're going to do some more visibility with Tina. With Dr. Tina. When I first met her 2 years ago, she was Coach Tina. And I said, girl, go get your degree. And 2 years later, she is Dr. Tina. I love it. I absolutely love it. See the vision. And she is such a wonderful spirit. And I mention her specifically because visibility is something that we could all strive to have more of. And it's important to have it with good people that care about you and care about the message that you bring to the world and care very much about making sure that we're adding value to the world. And I love working with my sisters of faith. It is simply a powerful presence to be in when we come together and create amazing things. So your visibility. Is it that you speak? Is it that you write and you publish? Is it that you are on Facebook or on YouTube? Get it out there. Let people know that you are here. And again, I do a horrible job at it, but I admit that freely. I need to do a better job. But I can imagine that many of us need to do a better job of being visible and sharing what we stand for, sharing what will help with what we need help with and what we will help others with as well. So visibility is one of the areas that I think is very important for us to focus on a little more. And there are tools out there and people out there that make it easy. And my last V for us is valor. And when I say valor, people often say, oh my God, what is Dr. Liddy talking about? Well, for me, the simplest definition of valor is courage beyond knowing that you will succeed. It's the confidence that you step forward, not knowing where the next step is going to take you, but knowing that you have to take the step. It's trusting in God that your steps are guided and measured and you are courageously walking into any situation, knowing that you're not alone, knowing that the Spirit of God infuses everything that you do, and that you are valiant. You stand for good. You stand for good people, for good things, for good knowledge. You take a position that you do not back down from, because it's yours. It's your vision of what can be. And there's a whole army that stands with you, good people around the world that support that valor that you have. Understand when I say valor, oftentimes you're going to walk alone. I know I say you will have an army, and then I said, what? You're going to walk alone. Well, the army will come, but they'll only come when they are convinced that you are convinced that you will stand strong in your courage. Then they come forward. So if there are things that you care deeply about, stand for them. If there are people that you want to support that others are not supporting, support them. And know that your presence of standing firm in that belief will show the way for others to stand with you. So my work around the world focuses primarily on what I've shared with you. I use law to bring value to people. I use the law to bring vision to people because they don't know what they don't know. They can't see what they don't see. I use law to bring visibility. I argue cases in court. I do arbitrations. I also set up businesses. And I help people to sell them and fund them. I do all that fun stuff for me, but I know that I do these things because I saw my father do these things for others. So we are all part of a lineage. There's a history that comes with us, whether we know it or not. It comes with us, and it is imbued in our very cell structure to make us who we are today. Good or bad, it is who we are. And valor. So much of what is happening or what happens to us is without valor. No one courageously steps up on our behalf. You have to be the person that steps up on your behalf and behalf of others that you care about and causes that you care about. And which is why I love Dominionaire Life, because so many of us, Steve, Scott, myself, we stand up for others and each other. And that's a beautiful collaboration to have, knowing that you're not alone, that you're never alone. You've never been alone, and you never will be alone. Just because you don't see people doesn't mean they're not there in spirit and support of you from miles and miles away. So I share these things with you because I want you to know that you are important in the plans that unfold for your business, for your family, for our futures. And I want you to know that Dominionaire Life was created for people just like you that wanted a different way of life, that didn't want to worry about money because you're working on your business and that's bringing you the money, because there's training for you to learn and excel, because there's good people that have come together to say, let's band together to make a difference in this world for other people. And if you can hear me, then you know that what I am saying is true. You know that there's a vibration when people are doing good things, right? Some people get hot, some people get trembles. I get happy. I love it when people do good things. And it hurts me when I can't help everyone. And I know that. So I choose, right? When things come in my path, will I help? And if I can, I do. And sometimes I simply can't. Not because I don't want to, but because I don't know how. And I think that's a lot of us, right? We don't know how to help sometimes. So I want to share two thoughts. One is the Mayans have an ancient saying that says, If it is to be, then it is up to me. If it is to be, then it is up to me. And I've adopted that as my own personal philosophy. I'll go first in many situations, not knowing sometimes what the end will be or not knowing exactly what to do, but to know that my presence is important. And I'm so sorry that I can't be with you today. If it was anything other than a medical situation in my family, I would be on the ground with you, as I like to say, boots and stilettos on the ground. But I will be there next time. And I am here now. I'm not far away. I'm a phone call, I'm a text message. Oh, by the way, text message, I meant to share with you. I promised that I would give a gift to you. So on your cell phone, if you send a text to 26786, 26786, and if you type in the word law, LAW, I have a gift for you. It's an infographic of a copyright, meaning it's a picture of what the copyright process looks like. I am adamant about all of us copywriting our original creative ideas because they're good ideas that are worthy of protection and monetization. But the monetization part is for another discussion with you. So I want to say that I believe in you. I believe that there's a pathway for all of us that leads to goodness. And that means locking arms with each other at times and stepping out on our faith and strongly declaring that we are people of faith, we are people of God, and we believe in good business for everyone. I am Dr. Liddy, the good lawyer, and may you always remain as blessed as you are now. Until we meet again, please stay safe, please stay inspired, and please stay absolutely marvelous.
So come join her, monetizing you and your business at a select with Dr. Liddy today by
was slowly bringing me to a point that would ultimately cost me my life.
Hush topics are those topics that people do not want to talk about, that we keep secrets in our family, we keep secrets at work, and things that happen to us like sexual harassment, sexual assault, domestic violence, if you were part of sex trafficking, if you were molested as a child. Those are hush topics that rarely are talked about, but are really affecting our communities, our families, our churches. That's what hush topics are.
I am a victim of domestic violence,
sexual assault and sexual harassment,
sex trafficking,
child sex abuse,
sexual harassment.
Every single person on this earth has a story, but not everybody has the courage to speak it.
My name is Alicia Harris,
Sheila Renee Bailey,
Brandy Richard,
Joyce Reed, Yvonne Pierre,
Keith Phillips,
Ursula Kelly,
Linda Skolnitsky,
Chandra Cleveland.
I am Kathy Butler.
My name is Richard Butler.
John Rulak is the founder of Nutiva, a company committed to wholesome organic foods. He talks about the lack of environmental awareness here in the US. This is alarming because so many of us believe we're environmentally aware. But he states we're operating on sound bites and outdated information. We hear about carbon. He states carbon belongs in the soil. Instead, we're transferring it up into the atmosphere and it's falling into the oceans. It's really important that we learn more about regenerative agriculture. It is the fastest path to saving our planet.
It was not your fault. It was out of your control. You didn't know it was going to happen. You can't blame yourself. You are strong. You are powerful. You are a survivor. You will make it. And I know it hurts. And it's going to hurt. And it's going to hurt some more. But with that pain, turn it into triumph. Don't let it ruin the rest of your life. Don't let it be a burden. Make the best of what you have. And survive.
For today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
The Thinkley Experience, an educational consulting firm that specializes in first-generation education and which prepares high school students for college. For more information, visit their website at thethinkleyexperience.com. Father to Father Incorporated, a nonprofit organization that strengthens families through father engagement with a goal to help men in our communities to be great dads. For more information, visit their website, fathertofatherinc.org. Ablaze Entertainment. The goal of Ablaze is to take emerging artists and develop them to the next level of their career. For more information, visit their website at ablazeentertainment.net. Thank you
I'm Joey Marie Urbina, and I play Xiomara in Snowfall. And you're watching The Michael Finkley Show.
Next, Michael Finkley, host and executive producer of HBCU 101. Jaleel Thurman is with us as he talks about his brand new season and so much more. Next, Finkley.
It's my biggest dream come true. Hold on, hold on. It's my biggest dream come true. Hold on.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Michael Finkley Show. Thanks for joining us today. Now, y'all know I have my educational consulting firm, right? The Finkley Experience, where we assist students that want to go to college. So we assist them in that process. But I'm a bigger advocate for HBCUs. Why? Because I attended at HBCU. From 2007 and 2011, I was a student at the Yale University in Columbia, South Carolina. Y'all, that is where I found myself. I said this many times with you all in different interviews. I found my voice at my HBCU. A few years ago, I actually did a video, which is still on our YouTube channel, so go check it out, about my HBCU experience. It's just something different. You know, I found myself. I found who I was. I found out that I could be anything I wanted to be at my HBCU. And I stand before you today as such. And we're still growing. We're still developing. And so I love when I meet individuals that are advocates at HBCUs as well, and they're making a difference for the culture. They are getting those stories. They're getting those interviews. They're having conversations. They're trying to expose more students to this awesome, awesome culture. As you know, with HBCUs, they were founded by African Americans who were not privileged to go to the white colleges and universities. And so standing tall today at 101 across the country, we're still educating doctors and teachers and lawyers in large numbers. So I had to bring on our next guest. Jaleel Thurman is with us. He is the host and executive producer of HBCU 101. He is making a difference in getting these interviews and having conversations about this amazing culture. So, y'all, another awesome interview coming your way. Think fam, dare go away. Back in a moment. Next, Jaleel is with us. Don't go away.
Comedian Eric Escobar, the Mexipino millennial, and you are watching Gold right now. You know why? Because you're watching The Michael Finkley Show. Stay tuned.
Next, Michael Finkley, music at its best. Musical artist Maia is here as she talks about her single and her time in the industry. Don't miss it. Next, Finkley. Hello, everybody. It's Finkley from the Finkley Experience. We're an educational consulting firm that specializes in first-generation education. So we assist students with their college and career endeavors. We train school administrators on the state of first-generation students. And also, we partner with colleges and universities to assist their first-generation population for easy transition from high school to college. So if you're looking for a presenter or speaker that presents on these topics and so much more, visit our website at thefinkleyexperience.com and learn about all that we do. We're looking forward to working with you.
Everybody, welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. Now, y'all, my next guest, he is an entrepreneur, and he is also the host of HBCU 101. He is Jaleel Thurman. How are you?
I'm great. I am great. Michael, how are you?
I am super, uber, duper fantastic.
Super, uber, duper fantastic. I like that. I like that.
We'll go with that. We'll go with that. It is such an honor to chat with you. You are doing something incredible for the culture, right? And why I love this so much is I am a product of an HBCU myself. I found myself at my HBCU. I have an HBCU experience. And so you're bringing that to television so people can know, yo, we're doing it up. We're doing it up. So thank you for that. When you think of the words, right, the letters HBCU, what comes to mind?
culture, heritage, history, family, love. Like those are when I think of HBCUs, that's what first comes to mind. And even if it's not a word, like a phrase, like kind of like growing up, man. Like you just said, you found yourself at your HBCU. I think that's a story that's relevant and prevalent to everyone. That really resonates, right? Like I found myself at my HBCU and where I wanted to do in my life and what I wanted to do in my career. And so, your story is similar to mine, and I'm sure our story is similar to other people. But outside of that, it's the love, that camaraderie that when you go back, it's home, right? Like when I go back to Virginia State, it's home. It's, what's up? Like it's not, yeah, I do all this HBC 101 and Yard Talk 101 and, all these different things and ambassadors of programs I've had to be an ambassador for, but it's home. It's like, y'all knew me before I was who I am today, and y'all still open the love and doors for me. So those are the things that come to me when I'm talking about HBCUs.
I love it. What was your experience like at your institution?
Man, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I hated my first semester at Virginia State. Like, being from Chicago, man, it happens, right? Like, and I think that's what makes it so interesting, the story. Like being from Chicago, I only went to Virginia State because they offered me the most money. Wasn't my first choice. My first choice was Morehouse, but Virginia State offered more money. And I just didn't feel the need to pay for an education. And so I never seen Virginia State. It was literally sight unseen. I had some friends that went there. They said it was cool. I said, are the queues on the yard? They said they there. I said, all right, done. I'm there. And my first semester, man, culture shock, going from a lot of our HBCUs are in small towns and in small cities. And I'm from Chicago, what I'm saying, one of the top cities in the world for multiple different things. And so to go from such a fast-paced environment into something that's slow in Petersburg, Virginia, it just was like, wow. And I played video games all first semester. I was heavy in the NBA 2K, going to the CAF. I went to parties and I went to homecoming stuff, but I wasn't really engulfed in that HBCU experience. And I told my mom I wanted to transfer. She was like, look, give it one more semester. If, things don't change, see what happens. I said, all right, cool. So we come back in the spring of 2011 because I came in school fall 10, and at that point, I started meeting new people. I ended up joining an organization called the Student Liaison Outreach Team, which is a community service-based organization because I'm big on community service. And then at that point, that's when I started to find family and friends as an extension of where I was from Chicago. Just like, oh, okay, it's a new family, like a home away from home. And then I joined SGA same semester. And that's when I was like, all right, okay, I'm SGA vice president. Okay, let's really see what this thing is about. And that was all she wrote after that, came back in the fall, SGA VP org, truly engulfed in HBCU love and the community and the environment. And at that point, the rest of my years at Virginia State was amazing, man, hands down.
Wow. Well, it's funny. Our experiences were somewhat alike, but I think that in so many degrees, so many ways, many people, especially that go to an HBCU, may experience that. Because I was literally about to drop out my first semester as well. I'm like, Mama, please come get me, right? And she was on her way, but my stepfather was like, "No, go get him." And that was one of the best decisions that they ever made for me, besides giving birth to me, right? I flourished. I started joining organizations, created some. I was initiated to an awesome fraternity. So it changed because, you got involved, right? You got involved and you found yourself in that right. With your platform that you have, how did this start?
So, HBC 101 is what a lot of people know on a national level from television. However, back in school, at HBCUs, you don't always get the most positive light. And so what happened at my time when I was at Virginia State, we had like a stabbing happened on campus. There was a brawl. Our football team got into it in Winston-Salem at the football championship, CIAA. And, we even had like an off-campus organization. We lost a couple of Trojans to off-campus hazing, like literally like they drowned in Appomattox, And the news, the media, everyone lived on campus, but it was negative. It was never the positive things that we were doing as students, you know, and they were making us seem like thugs, man. And it's like, you know, we still kids, like we're still growing up. Like you do realize that, right? Like, and the media lived and they thrived off the negative energy. We even got blasted by Stephen A. Smith because he's a Winston-Salem grad. So when that football thing happened, he even was on us crazy on ESPN. Like it was a wild time at Virginia State during that time. And I said, I'm gonna be SGA president now. And it's like, yo, you're SGA president. And so if I didn't become president just for the title, like I became president to impact change. I became president because of a love that I have for my institution. And it's like, wow, how do I navigate this? How do I change the morale on campus? How do I lead, you know, in such a dark time? And so getting my degree in mass comm with a focus on television, I said, I want to address the media, but now let's not do it traditionally. Let's do something different. Right. So I work with 3 students on campus. You know, shout out to Connie, DJ, and Brian, spoken word artists. And, you know, I've worked with a production team, Dion Nigel, and my man Terrell, and we addressed the media. It was like we was in the bottom of Foster Hall, our student union. It was dark, and the only people that you could see was like the light was on them. And we just recorded it a few times, chopped it up, and it went very well with our you know, Trojan family. I ended up doing an interview with Channel 12 about it. And at that moment I said, yo, HBCUs need someone who wants to talk about the positives. They want to let us control our own narrative. And so I graduated college trying to figure out what I'm gonna do with my life. And it's crazy because, you know, when you go to an HBCU and you're SGA president of, you know, your fraternity, you know, in different orgs, like really involved, you can't enter into the real world and be at the bottom and not try to match that same energy, right? Like you don't want to be like, dang, he was that guy in college, but ooh, like, you know, like it. So it was like, yo, what am I gonna do, right? Like, and so I was talking with one of my frat brothers, and he was like, yo, if you're gonna keep talking about it, then do it. If you're not gonna do it, then shut up. And I birthed my company, Yard Talk 101, in which we would travel to campuses and I would talk to different individuals like, hey, we're here at Virginia Union University, it's homecoming. Let's see what the scoop is on the yard. Like, that's what it was like. But people doing content now, but I was legit content creating on the yard before it was such this huge thing. And over the years, the consistency has granted me opportunities, put me in rooms, and you know, met a good dude by the name of Ty Johnson over at Aspire TV. And he the bros, and we just really connected. And he gave me an opportunity on the digital side. We stayed building, and then the opportunity came to do linear on TV, and then that was birth HBCU 101.
Wow. Did you imagine way back when, right, that you would be at this point today?
Yeah, no. I think that I always wanted TV. I just didn't know when it was gonna happen. You know, HBCU 101 is my baby. I have other projects that I'm looking forward to bringing to life. But when you want something so bad, it's inevitable that it's gonna happen. You just gotta stay the course, you know. And so, but when you in it, you like, ooh, wait, like, you know. And when it happened so fast. It was like, look, I got this opportunity. Yo, you do this, and then I'm just learning as I go. And now I kind of got it down and looking to do bigger and better.
Yeah, I got you. Within your platform, right? You've done so much in helping others. What have you learned about yourself along the way in doing this?
That's a great question, man.
Hey, I'm John Marshall Jones. Some of y'all know me as Smart Guy Daddy. And you are watching The Michael Finkley Show.
Welcome to Father to Father. The mission of Father to Father, Charleston, South Carolina, is to help fathers in the Low Country area of South Carolina to be a positive and consistent presence in their children's lives. Father to Father provides community-based programs and support groups for fathers free of charge. They also help fathers connect to other resources they need so they can meet their responsibilities and secure their parental rights. Father to Father offers job coaching and employment connections that benefit fathers. Father to Father is a resource for local organizations that want to provide family support and father-friendly services. If this program is a fit for you, visit our location in North Charleston, South Carolina, and meet our friendly staff here to help and assist. Or visit our website at fathertofatherinc.org.
We just embarked on season 6, September 11th. And congratulations again, congratulations on your platform. Within this new season and viewers watching, what can we expect?
Honestly, man, we got some dope guests, man. One thing I try to do is try to have variety from celebrities to influencers to people that you may not know about. I mean, this season alone, shout out to all my guests. I mean, season premiere was with Jay Murphy. He just got crazy with BET Awards. He did end up DJing some stuff for Rock Nation. So being able to show that. I got Trav Q this season, my dog from Lincoln. Also switch it up. I always like to touch with the ladies. I always like to keep the ladies involved. And I got two dope. I actually got a couple ladies on the show. Arian is this week coming up. She's killing it with the Fearless Fun, Destiny Williams. I've never had nobody from Shaw. So Des is representing Shaw, former All-American, talking about what she does in the beauty industry. And then I have a lawyer, man, and I've never had a lawyer on the show. So I always try to find these different gems of people. So, and the lawyer is Jazz. So, shout out to Jazz Talks Law, to really give different insights on, who they are, where they came from, and what they're doing now.
I love that. I love that, especially giving them a platform of speaking their truth, especially about their experiences. I think that's very impactful. What has been the most memorable interview you have done thus far?
Honestly, man, I got so many. But those that first come to mind, Will Packer. Will Packer. So season 1, we were in person, and Will Packer pulled up, and we talked outside, for 20 minutes, 25 minutes, just rapping, yo, what's good? And shout out to Fred Witt, man, my manager and one of the executive producers that helped make a lot of this stuff happen. We were all three of us were just talking. And, when you meet someone that has the caliber and resume and stature of a Will Packer, you don't know what you'll get, right? And this is season 1, so we was piecing a lot together. You know what I'm saying?
So, trial and error.
Yeah, but he appreciated the nostalgia. He appreciated the grind. He appreciated where we were. And, he was really just down to earth, man. Ended up inviting me to his Christmas party that year. So Christmas holiday, I was in there. It was like, yo, what's up? It was like a family. That's one. Lance Gross, cool dude, down to earth. Terrence J, shout out to the big bro. Someone that I've admired and looked up to from his career. So be able to have TJ come on my show and, be able to interview him and talk with him. Those are some that come out. Keisha Knight Pulliam first season as well. She's cool, down to earth, always show love. The list goes on and on, but when I look at some of those are cool. I look back at some of my favorite interviews.
I love it. I love it. Where do you see yourself and this platform going in the future?
I don't see HBCU 101 going anywhere. I think that, interesting enough because of, the pandemic and the George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter and all of this. Now, all of a sudden, a lot of our corporations are trying to find ways to be involved in the HBCU space. And I think that what we provide is, an opportunity to increase exposure of notable alums and different people talking about their experience. So I don't really see the show going anywhere. I think it's going to grow. I think we'll bring some stuff to campuses in just different ways just to continue to increase that additional HBCU exposure.
And that you are. Definitely that you are. I just read an article that enrollment is up at various HBCUs across the country. So definitely keep up the good work because it is making an impact within the world we live in, especially among our students within education. Within your platform, right? You've done so much in helping others. What have you learned about yourself along the way in doing this?
Um, that's a great question, man. Um, honestly, the dog in me, man. Like the fight. Um, the you people's struggles and journeys are all different. And the end goal for some people are the same, they're similar. And in any different industry, we all want to just have success. We all just want to taste it and be there. But it's a lot you got to go through, man, just to get a taste of it. And over the course of the last 3 years, and being in Atlanta, but if I look at my company whole Yard Talk 101 for the last 7, going on 8 years, the dog in me, man, the resiliency, um, you when you think of college and you think of high school and joining fraternities and or sororities or organizations and SGA, like these are small battles, man. But this real life thing, it's a different battle. It's an everyday war. Like it's a war. Like it ain't each day is a battle, and I realize that I got that dog in me because I'm still here. I'm still able to progress, even in some of my most darkest times. I've been able to prevail, man, and that's one of the things that I've learned about myself on this journey. I've gotten closer to God. I go to therapy, like just different things in order to keep me mentally sane, to be able to navigate not only the lows but the highs, because you don't want to get too high, because then when you get low, you can get too low because you don't have a medium. And so, Fred always tell me to stay at a level 5, because if you stay at a 5, you'll never get too low, you'll never get too high. You'll always just navigate through, and you learn to manage your expectations and all these different things. But if I had to answer your question, sorry for the long answer, but
you're good.
That's what I've learned, man.
Wow. Learning about ourselves is a process, right? It's a daily process. And when we get time to reflect on that process and what that looks like, we can better look to see how our future is going to be for ourselves as well. Season 5 for us here on the Michael Finkley Show is all about making your biggest dream come true. This is my biggest dream, bro.
Yeah.
What's your next biggest dream?
Man, listen, we got Jalil Thurman Productions. I LLC the company this year, if I believe. I have 3 TV shows that are written up and that I want to film and pitch, man. I got one that's already, I'm gonna say yellow lit, right? Like it's not red, like it was green light, but now and so working with the network on another show in which I'll be an executive producer. I won't host it. But I'm executive producing that. And then I have 2 other shows that I will be hosting and executive producing. And that's my biggest dream, man, is to have impact through television. Like I want to have a star on Hollywood. I want to be, when you think of a host, you think of me, someone that's created different types of shows that, how Tyler Perry creates different type of shows that all are living. I want to create different type of talk shows that all have different components and different ideas and things that you wouldn't even think about. So we got 2 things in the can, well, 3, like I said, but the 2 that I'm hosting are very unique, man. And I'm filming a pilot to one very soon. I'll probably throw it on YouTube just to see how it does. And we're gonna shop it around, man. But those are my biggest dreams, man, to live out what you said you want to do with your life,
Yeah. Just go do it. In this season of my life, when people come to me and they tell me different things about their dreams and desires, and also when I'm talking to myself, right? Just go do it. Just
Yeah.
do it. Just
Yeah.
do it, right? You may get a no, that's fine. But I'm waiting on that yes, and it's gonna come because I know that it's here. It's the part of my gift. It's the part of my purpose, the part of my drive. So it has to happen.
Yeah, I always say, whenever it's on your heart, that's God's way of talking to you. I think that the difference between great people and, lack of better terms, mediocre people or average people, is because they don't go after it. I think that, you have to trust and have faith that God put these desires in your heart and he's gonna make sure everything's straight. I mean, the Bible says in Psalms 20, verse 4, may he give you the desires of your heart and make all your plans succeed. And that is a scripture I live by every day. That's what pushes me forward. That God, when I talk to him, like, yo, you gave me these desires, man. Like, so I'm trusting that you're gonna make this stuff come to life because you wouldn't have put this stuff on my heart. You wouldn't have given me the know-how or the relationships or the connections to make these things happen. And, one thing that I always encourage people to understand is that if you come back every day, eventually you'll be there. When I was becoming a bruz, that's one thing that they taught us. Like, if you come back every day, you're gonna be the bruz, and I'm the bruz, like if you come back every day in life, like you'll eventually it has to hit. Like, if you keep knocking on the door, somebody's gonna answer. Like, at some point, we don't know how long them knocks gonna be, but imagine somebody knocking on your door right now, they knocking, they keep knocking, you're like, who are you?
Right, come on.
That's how you have to think about your dreams. That's how you gotta think about everything, because them no's is tough, man. Them no's, because you're gonna hear them no's.
Oh, you're gonna hear.
And sometimes you don't even hear the no's, you just don't get the replies back. You get the false dreams. It's no's come in so many different forms, but Winston Churchill said something that it's a quote that I live by as well. Success is failure after failure without the loss of enthusiasm. So long as you don't lose your enthusiasm, you're gonna be successful.
That's true. That's true. Again, all stemming back to you. All stemming back to you. How can the Think Fam watch HBCU 101?
And right now, right now, we weekly Sunday season 6 on Aspire TV, 12 Eastern. You're gonna see your boy, Aspire TV, HBC 101 on social media, Yard Talk 101 on social media, and then just Jaleel Thurman on social media, all platforms. So that's how you keep up with me, everything we got going on, and what's next.
All right, you heard it here, Think Fam. Please make sure you go watch this amazing, amazing show on Inspire TV Sundays at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you so much for being with us.
Boom. Oh, the pleasure has been mine. I love the opportunity. Thank you for having me. I love talking about the journey, what we got going on, and how we keep showing love to these HBCUs.
There you go. There you go. All right, Think Fam, let's go away. Thank you.
Love, go by sincerely yours. This hip hop artist since 9-6, hailing from Chicago, Oak Park. And you watching the Michael Finkley Show right now. Tune in. You get the feeling, give me rhythm for your heart's beating, arms reach, cross streets, baby, got back like the car.
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
It's not going to give you anything that you didn't work for. Like, you can't go to work and not do nothing and expect to still get paid. You can't call in and expect to still get paid as if you went to work every day of the week. So don't expect nothing in life that you didn't work for. Don't expect it because you a good person. Because just because you're a good person, that don't mean that you're going to receive things just because you're a good person. Just because you believe it, that means that you should be able to get it. No. You know the saying, faith without work is dead. Faith without work is dead. Faith without work is dead, which means, yes, I believe it. Yes, I manifest it. Yes, I believe that this should be happening, and I believe in myself. But also, when I believe in myself, I put the work behind the belief, and then that's when it manifests. So I need you to stop going for, I've been through this, or I'm a good person, so I should get this. No, I need you to go, I'm going to put in as much work and I'm going to grind as hard as I can until I receive this thing, because it's going to happen. But first, I need to also, one, believe in myself, two, put in the work, then I will get what I need. So understanding, like I said, faith without work is dead, which means I can't just sit around and pray for something to fall out the sky and expect me, because I believe that it should happen to me, that it's going to happen. No, I'm going to put in the work, and I'm going to put in the action that I need to receive this, because life going to reward me when I put in the work. It's going to happen. For a long time, I put in the work. For a long time, I grew, and I knew that this is what I need to do before I be able to get anything. If I sit around, I'm not going to get anything. And that's just how it works. You feel me? You got to put in the grind. You got to understand that I'm going to keep putting this thing in their face until they have to give it to me. But if you have that mindset right there, if I keep putting it in their face, if I keep being consistent, if I keep pushing hard on this goal, if I keep pushing hard on this dream, then the dream and the goal will eventually give up, and it's going to break through for me. I'm going to break through that door. If I keep beating on this door, if I keep hitting on this door, eventually the door is going to open. Eventually the door is going to break. But I can't go to the door and say, oh, open, and I'm in my mind just think that, oh yeah, this is going to open because I believe that the door should be open. It don't work that way. Break down the door. Get you a hammer. Get you whatever you need to break down that door, and beat on that door until it open. Again, get you whatever you need. Get you whatever tools you need. Beat on the door of your dreams. Beat on the door of your goals. And I promise you, that door will open eventually. But faith without work is dead.
So this is your Louisiana girl, Denise Boutte, coming at you on the Michael Finkley Show. And you guys may know me from Why Did I Get Married as the really sweet girl, Trina, or maybe Meet Browns and Sasha. But I'm coming at you guys from the great state of California, but originally from Louisiana, because you know I can't lose that Southern girl, baby. All right, you guys stay tuned to Michael Finkley.
Next, Michael Finkley, music at its best. Musical artist Maia is here as she talks about her single and her time in the industry. Don't miss it. Next, Finkley. Everybody, welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. I hope that you were inspired and you learned something from this interview. Thank you so much, Jalil, for being with us and just sharing your words, your experience in your words. Continue, because definitely you're making a difference, and we're still watching. We're going to watch. Please support this awesome show, HBCU 101, again on the Aspire Network. Go, support. Again, thank you so much for being with us. If you haven't already, please subscribe to our YouTube channel, The Michael Finkley Show. Ring that bell for notification. We'll send you an email saying, hey, new content's available. Listen to us on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. For more information about what we do, visit our website, michaelfinkleyshow.com. Of course, again, we're on U42. We're on Roku TV and also on Amazon Music via their amazing podcast platforms. As always, thank you so much for watching, and always remember to pursue your dreams. See you next time. Have a good one.
a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today.
It's your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you gotta do is say, I'ma just give it 10%. I'ma give it 10% of what I do. I know what I'm capable of. I'ma just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now that not even giving your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you gotta do is say, I'ma just give it 10%. I'ma give it 10% of what I do. I know what I'm capable of. I'ma just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now that not even giving your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you gotta do is say, I'ma just give it 10%. I'ma give it 10% of what I do. I know what I'm capable of. I'ma just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now that not even giving your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you gotta do is say, I'ma just give it 10%. I'ma give it 10% of what I do. I know what I'm capable of. I'ma just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now that not even giving your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you gotta do is say, I'ma just give it 10%. I'ma give it 10% of what I do. I know what I'm capable of. I'ma just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now that not even giving your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you gotta do is say, I'ma just give it 10%. I'ma give it 10% of what I do. I know what I'm capable of. I'ma just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now that not even giving your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you gotta do is say, I'ma just give it 10%. I'ma give it 10% of what I do. I know what I'm capable of. I'ma just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now have not even given your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you gotta do is say, I'ma just give it 10%. I'ma give it 10% of what I do. I know what I'm capable of. I'ma just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now have not even given your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you gotta do is say, I'ma just give it 10%. I'ma give it 10% of what I do. I know what I'm capable of. I'ma just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now have not even given your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you gotta do is say, I'ma just give it 10%. I'ma give it 10% of what I do. I know what I'm capable of. I'ma just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now have not even given your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you gotta do is say, I'ma just give it 10%. I'ma give it 10% of what I do. I know what I'm capable of. I'ma just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now have not even given your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you gotta do is say, I'ma just give it 10%. I'ma give it 10% of what I do. I know what I'm capable of. I'ma just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now have not even given your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you gotta do is say, I'ma just give it 10%. I'ma give it 10% of what I do. I know what I'm capable of. I'ma just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now have not even given your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you gotta do is say, I'ma just give it 10%. I'ma give it 10% of what I do. I know what I'm capable of. I'ma just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now have not even given your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you gotta do is say, I'ma just give it 10%. I'ma give it 10% of what I do. I know what I'm capable of. I'ma just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now have not even given your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you gotta do is say, I'ma just give it 10%. I'ma give it 10% of what I do. I know what I'm capable of.
A magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today.
Hurting right now, and it's time to rise up. As we lift ourselves up in body, mind, and spirit, we can reach out to others and be a light in a sea of darkness. Welcome to the Movement for Global Health with your host, Dr. Mary Zenit.
It is a joy to welcome our guest today, Kimberly Humphreys. Kimberly is a heart-centered coach with unique skills to guide people to lasting healing and recovery. Kimberly has been able to help her clients break free in situations where there seemed to be no hope. Kimberly is very well trained. She is certified in holistic health coaching, emotional freedom technique, holistic healing, and spirituality, and is an NLP therapist. Kimberly is the founder of Heart Joy Transformation. Kimberly, it is an absolute pleasure to welcome you.
And I'm so honored to be here, Dr. Mary. I thank you for that gracious introduction. And with all of that, there's one ingredient that is the key, and that's love.
And that's love. And that is love. And I was just going to say, you clearly put your heart and your passion in your work.
Mm.
And the key ingredient is love. Wow. So with that, what is the mission of Heart Joy?
My mission is to spread that everywhere I can, because I wasn't always, I'm not there yet, but I wasn't always, you know, where I am today. I started out as a little girl that was wondering, what is life all about? So for most, where people are struggling, I feel like I've been there through so many life struggles, and we don't have to stay there. So that's the mission is to spread more love and healing in the world, realizing that everything that we experience has a purpose.
Wow. So for people listening, what you're saying is wherever our listeners are at, if they're struggling, hear that they do not need to stay in that place, that stuck place.
Absolutely. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Wow. And it's a profound message, because in the world today, we got so much coming at us. I mean, and you struggled, right, for years.
Years.
For years.
Years.
For years. But
61 years.
What's that?
61 years.
My God. My God. So the wisdom that you have, and I know you, I mean, we're you know, we're developing a wonderful friendship and colleagues, and I know you, and you are so compassionate, you are so resilient, and you care so much. You care so much. And it's evident in everything you're putting out. And it's your mission for the world.
It is. And I just, I feel like that time has come, because one of the things that I struggled with, well, it's what brought me to where I am. It's why I studied 30 years of the Bible and, you know, so many other modalities. You name it, if it was God-centered, if it was love-centered, if it was heart-centered, and it promised healing, I was on it. On it. And I just learned that the thing that I struggled with, in other words, I was diagnosed with ADD, bipolar disorder, cyclothymia, borderline personality disorder. And I just learned that what it really was brain trauma. Because I couldn't hold on to thoughts. I couldn't hold on to information. If, you know, when I receive it, okay, it's gone.
Wow.
You know, I would walk out of the room to go do something. By the time as soon as I got to the door, it was gone. So that was very frustrating for me, because made life very difficult.
No kidding.
But yeah, so, but all this time, how many years, 55, 60 years,
Right.
I had no idea. I thought I was retarded. I thought I was stupid. I thought, I just thought something was wrong with me. But so my intention was to fix it. But I realized that, okay, before it could get fixed, you have to accept it. You have to accept it, and you have to appreciate that it has a purpose. And
Wow, and I've heard you talk about self-acceptance, and that's at a root cause. That's what you're talking about.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Whatever it is, whatever our challenge is,
right,
and whatever we see in other people and in the world that bothers us, those are opportunities for self-acceptance. That's what self-love is.
Wow. The thing that concerns me, I've been in the conventional, I'm a psychiatrist, and I'm not actively practicing right now, but it has always troubled me, the impact of these labels. Okay. When we don't understand what's going on, here's a label, here's a label, here's a label. And I'm going to tell you, if you look under the hood, because I know this just from being out there for years, is it's all about billing. Okay, they set up these big manuals. Okay, well, if you've got this label, we're going to bill this. If you got this label, you're going to bill. And I'm like, my God. So I remember, because I've worked with a lot of kids over the years, and I'm just sharing with you.
Yeah, absolutely, because this is real stuff.
It is. This is the real world. I used to share with them, you are so much more than this label. Don't be limited by this label.
Absolutely.
But they're scars, they're wounds.
Well, everything is fixable, and everything has a purpose. Everything. Wow. Those scars, those wounds are for a purpose. They're not permanent, and they have a positive purpose. So they are healable. Absolutely.
So for anybody listening that's hearing, oh, I'm ADD, I'm ADHD, I'm OCD, I'm PTSD, I'm whatever. Your message is you are much greater than that label.
Absolutely.
And there's healing. There's healing on the other side of that. Of that issue and that conflict. Wow. That is so powerful. So powerful. And next week we're going to have Mental Health Month. So it's no accident that we're talking about this today.
Absolutely.
Wow. Well, and I have a feeling it has to do with physical healing as well.
Oh yeah.
Physical health.
Oh yeah.
Physical health. How many people do we know that were given literally a death sentence? There's no hope for you. There is no hope for you. But it starts here.
Exactly. See, that physical ailment is a manifestation of the unresolved emotional issues. Mental goes to emotional, goes to physical.
Yeah. Wow.
We're a multi-dimensional beings.
Right.
And so our beingness has an energetic level, has a spiritual level, has the physical level, has a metaphysical level. And so we operate on all of those levels, but we're not aware. We're only aware of one, and that's the physical. And so it doesn't make sense. And the medical, they're evolving though. I believe that whole system that you described about the billing and all, that's going to be transformed.
It is.
Because they're seeing it doesn't work. It's not healing people. We've created a bigger crisis than it's resolved. But I see the holistic part coming into the Western part. And so there is hope wide scale. But right now, people have to go to the holistic if they really want to resolve the issues now, because they're just not
Exactly.
there yet.
Exactly.
They're not
So what
there
we're
yet.
doing, and I've known this in my knowing for a while, and I see us as bridges. We're helping people bridge from one, the conventional school of thought to the holistic school of thought. And they're not mutually exclusive.
Right. They're not.
You can get, we're not throwing out, like they say, don't
The
throw
baby
out
with the bathwater.
Exactly. Don't
Right.
throw all that out, but take the wisdom of the conventional and bring it and move forward at a deeper level. And one thing I know about you, Kimberly, because we've talked well enough times, is that you do dive deep with your clients.
I do. Because if you don't get the root cause, it's like if you go weeding in your yard and if you don't pull up the root, well, the weed will be back pretty soon. Sooner or later, it's going to come back. But I go to the root. And then, so that's done. It's gone.
Wow. So for our listeners, for people listening, they'll say, oh, she's going to go to the root. That could be scary. But I know you provide a safe place.
A safe place. And actually, when that root comes up, first of all, it's painless. It's painless for the root to come up. Okay. And then you will go. It's like having an abscess in your mouth. When the dentist goes in, it don't feel comfortable. But when he gets it out, it's like, oh my gosh, thank you, right?
Wow. So that's a very empowering message for our listeners. You're offering a safe place. And once that root is out, it's out.
It's out. And you can heal. And the wonderful thing, let me tell you, when love heals, it's done. It's done. It's never the same. That's why it's Heart Joy Emotional and Life Transformation, because this work is transformative. And the other thing that I do, so we get to the root, right? And then we find out, why did I have to go through that? Why did I have to experience that? Because there is a reason. And that reason is to grow you. It's to equip you for your purpose for being here now.
Oh my God. Wow. And you help people you work with, you help them. Help discover.
Yeah, we're going to find out right now. We're going to find out.
Wow. Wow. And there's the joy. There's the joy.
There is the joy. There is the joy. That's why I had to experience that.
My God.
Okay. Okay. Now I have appreciation for it.
Yeah.
And eventually a reverence.
A reverence. If you didn't go through everything you went through, you'd never know.
Not only would you not know, but you would not be who you are now.
Exactly.
You would not be able to fill your purpose for being here.
Exactly.
We have everyone. Did I say everyone? I mean everyone. If you're breathing, you have a purpose. You have a purpose, and it doesn't matter where you've been or where you are now. It's where you're supposed to be. That's why it says you are perfect for your purpose, for being here now. When we learn to accept and appreciate ourselves in that context, that's transformational. And understanding, healing the pain, understanding why you had to experience that, and knowing what to do with it. It's life transforming.
Wow.
So you come into your purpose through the healing process.
Right, right. So you started out talking about that person that's completely overwhelmed, really doesn't feel any hope. They're like, I'm grasping at straws here. I just don't know where to begin. And what you're saying is you're giving them hope. You're like, no, you're right where you need to be on your journey. Let's walk through this. Let's walk through this to the other side.
Yes.
Wow. 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 So for our listeners, who would you say, like if they're listening, who would you say would be most ready to embark on a journey?
That
Like-
person right there who's overwhelmed, who's frustrated, who's sick and tired of being sick and tired, who's ready for what life has for them, who's ready for some better, something different, something wonderful.
Yeah.
Would you like something wonderful? Guess what? You can have it. There's a process, and you know, you can trust the process. I tell you what, I don't know how many people, almost all, if not all, have said after their first session with me, wow, I have had more, I've accomplished more in this one time with you than I have in years of other.
Wow. Well, then we've talked about that because you've worked with people that have tried literally everything. When we say tried everything, they tried everything.
Yeah.
But they were still stuck.
The one lady that just stands out for me is, she said after 4 weeks with me, I don't remember what she said after the first time, but I remember after 4 weeks, she said, Miss Kimberly, I have made more progress with you in these 4 weeks, in these past 4 weeks, than I have in 16 years of therapy, Al-Anon, and church, all put together.
Wow.
And you know, I don't walk on water, okay? I'm right here with you. I've been through this. In fact, I knew when I was 15 years old and I was trying to figure out what do I want to do. You know, you're in school, so you're getting ready to graduate. And you're looking at what do you want to study? And I said, I want to be a part of the solution to the pain and suffering in the world. So at that time, it was 74, 75, I said, I want to be a psychologist because that's who I thought would do that.
Right.
And that got completely derailed. That's another story. I won't go into it right now. But I about 15 years later, I tried to come back to that, and I couldn't go anywhere with it. And so then I thought, well, maybe ministry. Maybe I'm supposed to be doing it through ministry. And I tried that route, and it was kind of a dead end. And so I'm working for this company. I know that who I work for.
Exactly.
And because he's using me in that setting with people every day, the people I'm working around and the people I'm serving on the phone.
This is so awesome. It is so awesome.
So I knew, and after they said, okay, we're laying everybody off, I said, all right, what you gonna do with me now? and that was 13 years ago.
Wow.
So you know, I feel like I have been definitely, when I say you've been prepared and all of those experiences are preparing you, I live that.
Wow. But again, when we listen to your journey, it's not a linear path. It's when you were very young.
Cyclical.
It is.
It's cyclical. And
Talk about
this
that.
is life. We're either cycling up or we're cycling down.
Oh. And that's the message to our listeners, is if you feel like you're cycling down, okay, you're spinning out of control. Okay, it's time to press the reset button and get moving to who you were created to be.
Amen. Absolutely. That is it, Dr. Mary. That is it.
Oh, what a joy. What a joy. And your heart joy.
That is
and go
it.
back to the love. Go back to the love And you know what, because I know there's people listening, they're like, you know, what is love? What is love?
I want you, if you're listening right now, I want you to do this. Put your hand on your heart, your left hand on your heart. Take your right hand and put it over the left hand, because this hand is the receiving hand. This is the sending hand. See, we have these two coming out of here for a reason. And send love to yourself. See, there's a part of you that can send that love to the other part of you. So I want you to just do this and just be in a receiving mode. Just breathe. Take a deep, slow inhalation, and then slowly release it. One more. And just feel love in your heart. Feel love. Feel, if you've ever felt like you were loved before, just feel that feeling. It doesn't matter where it came from. Just feel the feeling. And if you don't feel you've ever felt love before, imagine what it would feel like. And take that deep breath in and slowly release it. And you can keep those hands there for as long as you want. You can take it down whenever you feel like you're ready to take them down.
How empowering.
The love that we need is only going to come from us. No one else can give it to us until we first give it to ourselves. Our relationship with ourselves sets the tone for all the other relationships. If we feel that people don't love us, or they're not treating us, they're not giving us the respect, they're not treating us like they treat this other person, these other people, I don't care whether it's in your family, if it's your parents, if it's your siblings, if it's your spouse, if it's your children, or your workers, co-workers, boss, whoever it is, they're not the problem. And there really isn't a problem except how you see it. But this is an opportunity. These are opportunities for you to love yourself, to receive the love that you long for. It comes from within. And I'm more than happy to answer your questions about anything that I've said. I want to. So you can put it in the chat or the comments below. I'll answer.
And Kimberly, that gets into, how do our listeners reach out to you? We'll put this information in the chat, but you'll have your website and an email address.
My website is heartjoytoday.com.
Okay.
And my email address is Kimberly, or info@heartjoytoday.com. Info is where I want to interact with people.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful. So we'll put this information in the chat, and we encourage our listeners to reach out to you, because Kimberly, you're giving us such a gift. Such a gift.
Thank you.
And at a time when the world really needs it.
Yes.
The world really needs it. So with this work, because it's intense work, how do you stay grounded and balanced and centered?
As I said, we're spiritual and energetic beings. And so I have a spiritual practice. I have an energetic practice. I have yoga. I have Ayurveda, which are very powerful healing modalities. In fact, Ayurveda has been around for over 5,000 years. And those keep me grounded through, diet, exercise, and meditation.
So you have that foundation, those spiritual practices.
Yeah, you have to have something. At the very least, know there is a power breathing you that's greater than any situation, circumstance, or condition. Know that. Whatever is going on, the purpose is to draw you into that power, to know that there's something greater. So if you think you can't do it, you're probably right. You can't do it without acknowledging that power in you that is able to do it where you cannot.
Right, right. But that's where you help people shift that mindset, turn that switch on.
Yeah.
And that can be hard after decades of conditioning and
Yes.
messaging. I can.
The healing has to happen, because when we are hurt, when we are broken, we're not thinking right, because we have misunderstood, misinterpreted, digested things that they're not serving us. We've digested them in a way that is making us sick. We're talking mental now.
Absolutely.
Because we digest our thoughts, we digest our experiences, we digest everything, or at least there's a system and process to do that. But if we don't do it right, it's going to cause us illness. And so there are many levels that I operate on when we're working together.
And like you talk about, it's the mind, body, spirit connection. So and those conflicts can be manifested in physical.
Absolutely.
You know, we have vulnerabilities, and then energetically they take root.
Exactly. And when we have those experiences, remember I said that they have a purpose.
Right.
And one of the purposes can be, and usually is to learn that, to be able to appreciate, oh wow, I have all these different parts and they all come to serve me so that I can serve the body at large.
Exactly. Well, this is truly beautiful, Kimberly. Thank you so much. Heartfelt thanks. This is, like I said, this is a gift you're giving. It's a gift you're giving to the world. So our fervent hope from our hearts is that it reaches people who are ready and who need to hear this message.
Absolutely.
And
Thank
we
you.
will, oh, it is my privilege, truly my heartfelt privilege. And we'll include your contact information and get this out.
Right. Thank you for getting this out, because people so need it. And I can't wait. I'm looking forward to our time next month to turn the tables here.
Oh, absolutely. We're going to talk about Mental Health Month, and we've started already.
Yeah, we're just preparing everyone.
We're in a world that needs healing, and at higher levels, And it's a privilege. And I know you feel the same way.
I absolutely do. I'm just in love because I see the universe sending the army of the angels to come down and serve the population.
Yes, exactly. All right, Kimberly, my heartfelt thanks, and that thanks also from our listeners, because I know that they're going to gain great benefits from connecting with you and working with you.
Thank you. I look forward to hearing from you.
Oh, yes. We will be in touch. We'll be in touch very soon. All right.
I'm the listeners. I was saying I look forward to listening to hear. I absolutely look forward to hearing from you, but I look forward to hearing from you listeners.
I do too, and we're encouraging them to reach out, because you know what? For many of our listeners, it is their time. It's their time. You know what, Kimberly? The other thing I tell people is it's time to take conscious action. Okay.
Absolutely.
If you have felt like you're under a rock and you're that stuck, okay? Rather than just, throw the covers over your head and give up. It's your time. And that's what we're encouraging people to do. Take that one step. That one step. Okay. Send Kimberly an email. All right. Reach out and go to her website, and you will get inspiration and listen to what guidance and direction, because like we're saying, whether people realize it or not, there is a divine, there is a higher power that is directing our steps. So you don't need to be afraid of it. You don't need to be overwhelmed. It's take the next best step.
I couldn't have said it better.
Oh, all right. Again, my heartfelt thanks. And this is a message we need to get out. We need to get out to the world. And we can't wait to hear from people that are gaining the results, because we are, as a world, our vibrational level is rising. It really is, whether people realize it or not. It is. It is. So we're either going to stay stuck in the muck, or we're going to ascend.
And I want to give people hope for those who say, well, I'm doing it, but there's so much. But here's the thing: for every one person who raises their vibration up, they are covering or bringing up the vibration of thousands of others. The positive love vibration is the strongest vibration there is. So it's going to override. So that's why love heals, and love covers the multitude of everything else.
It does. It does. It really does. And because I hear people say that, go, how can I make a difference? Yes, one person.
By unconditionally loving yourself, that raises your vibration and also raises your power in the universe, increases your power.
Wow. There couldn't be a more empowering message.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, Kimberly, heartfelt thanks. All right.
Yeah.
All right. And we'll have your contact information in the chat, and get this out and encourage people to reach out.
Please do. You will be so happy that you did. That's all I can say.
It's a gift. It's a gift. All right. Many blessings, Kimberly.
Bless you. Thank you.
All right.
Dr. Mary. Should I leave?
The Finkley Experience, an educational consulting firm that specializes in first-generation education and which prepares high school students for college. For more information, visit their website at thefinkleyexperience.com. Father to Father Incorporated, a nonprofit organization that strengthens families through father engagement with a goal to help men in our communities to be great dads. For more information, visit their website, fathertofatherinc.org. Ablaze Entertainment. The goal of Ablaze is to take emerging artists and develop them to the next level of their career. For more information, visit their website at ablazeentertainment.net. Thank you.
What's up, everybody? This is Ryan Toby. You know me from Sister Act 2, Mr. Oh Happy Day, and the hit R&B group City High. I'm welcoming everybody to join and tune into the Michael Finkley Show. Get subscribed.
Hello, everybody. It's Finkley from the Finkley Experience.
educational consulting firm that specializes in first generation education. So we assist students with their college and career endeavors. We train school administrators on the state of first generation students. And also we partner with colleges and universities to assist their first generation population for easy transition from high school to college. So if you're looking for a presenter or speaker that presents on these topics and so much more, visit our website at thefinkleyexperience.com and learn about all that we do. We're looking forward to working with you. Next, Michael Finkley, music at its best. Musical artist Maia is here as she talks about her single and her time in the industry. Don't miss it. Next, Finkley.
It's my biggest dream come true.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Michael Finkley Show. Thanks for joining us today. Now, y'all know I love me some music, right? And I am just still excited that I was able to sing and write the theme song for this season 5 for the Michael Finkley Show, entitled Biggest Dream Come True, because this still is my biggest dream come true. Oh my gosh, I'm still basking in that. I get to talk with amazing people, go to amazing places, and just live out conversations that I wanted to have for ages. So again, thank you for the support. I'm getting some great feedback from you. And also too, we're working on a music video for this, so soon to come, and you all will have all that information as well. So thank you again for allowing me to live out my biggest dream. You guys rock. Think fam, you rock. Thank you so much. And again, talking of music, I have this incredible artist with us today. Maia is with us, and she is doing it up, y'all. She really, really is. She has some fantastic music that you can just vibe to, right? Just meditate to, listen to, just, get comfortable, right? Get comfortable in your own skin. That's what she's all about. She gets to tell her story and more. So think family, dare go away. Back in a moment. Next, Maia is with us. Don't you go away.
I'm Joey Marie Urbina, and I play Xiomara in Snowfall. And you're watching The Michael Finkley Show.
Next, Michael Finkley, entrepreneur Virgil Wilson stops by. Next, Finkley.
Welcome to Father to Father.
The mission of Father to Father Charleston, South Carolina, is to help fathers in the Low Country area of South Carolina to be a positive and consistent presence in their children's lives. Father to Father provides community-based programs and support groups for fathers free of charge. They also help fathers connect to other resources they need so they can meet their responsibilities and secure their parental rights. Father to Father offers job coaching and employment connections that benefit fathers. Father to Father is a resource for local organizations that want to provide family support and father-friendly services. If this program is a fit for you, visit our location in North Charleston, South Carolina, and meet our friendly staff here to help and assist. Or visit our website at fathertofatherinc.org.
Everybody, welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. Now, y'all, my next guest, y'all, she's family. She really is family, y'all. She is a painter. She's a songwriter. She's a singer. She's a performer. She is a producer. She is Maia. How are you?
I'm well.
I am super fantastic. Super. How are you, sweetie?
I'm great. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You looks good.
Thank you. Like I always say, I be trying to hook something up.
No,
and I want to be
you don't try, you do.
Okay, fine. I did it then. I did it. I did it.
So do you do your own makeup, your own hair?
Yes, sir, I do.
That's a family thing.
It really is.
It's a family thing. Oh my gosh. So think fam, you have to understand that this is my younger sister's sister. right? They shared the same father. So it's been a long time since we've been together. Really. She was young. She probably doesn't remember me like that. But like, she's doing some incredible things out here in the world. And I had to have her on. Our sister contacted me, and I'm like, yeah, we got to have her on. You know, she's doing some incredible things. So growing up, did music always find you?
Yes, definitely. It's definitely something that has run in my family. You know, I'm grown up a church girl. So we have such a long string of family from, I'll say, Richmond, Virginia, all the way down to Florence, South Carolina, Timminsville, South Carolina. Our bloodline goes all the way up and down the East Coast as far as like a whole lot of singers in the family. So it's kind of like natural that I kind of fell in line with that. But even growing up, my parents were always like music heads. My father was a DJ growing up, and my mom was a singer in her younger years too. So it was like when a model / singer meets a DJ, they come together and they kind of get me. So yeah, it's definitely a good mixture of things I've seen throughout my life as far as like music is concerned, music and art, all of that goes hand in hand with me. So absolutely, it's definitely found me throughout my life.
I love it. When did you realize you had a voice?
That's an interesting story. Because I always had my hands in music and some type of rhythmic thing. So the interesting thing is my oldest brother was a rapper growing up. So he would teach me how to write a verse. And I wrote this horrible trash verse. I mean, I was 7, so you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, there was no content. It was just me saying things that I thought were cool. So I wrote that, and I was trying to like walk in that image. And growing up, I was while I was in elementary school, I remember being in daycare, and this daycare called Gospel Baptist in Richmond, Virginia. And they one day decided to do a talent show of some form. And the instructor or the teacher of one of the of I guess our group, you know, started to host this show. And I thought I would jump up and sing. Because I always sung in church. I just never was like the loud, huge singing like that. That was one of my other older sisters. She was a star growing up, and I just kind of followed in her footsteps too. So in this little situation, I remember like I said, my parents played a lot of music in the house. So my mom played a lot of gospel. And my song when I was a kid was Mary, Mary Shackles. That was my song. So, and you know how they would belt out and say, that's Mary, Mary, you know what I'm saying? So I remember all the kids would go up to the little act. One went up, hey, great job. Another one went up, and then it came to my turn. And, you know, when you're a kid, you just kind of do what you know. It's not like any technique. It just, whatever naturally is in you, it naturally comes out. So I just how I knew it. And, you know, there are parts in the song where they sing very hard towards the end, definitely. And I remember how I was pushing the notes out of my stomach. And I thought I did something wrong because of the way the teacher was looking at me. She was looking at me like this, like, what is wrong? What is going on? And I'm thinking I did something wrong because the way her face screwed up, I thought she was like, this girl cannot sing. What is she doing? You know what I'm saying? But by the time I finished the song, everybody was like, yeah! I was like, oh, so y'all like that? Like that was good. And then like, I was like so shocked because I didn't really go up there thinking that I knew how to do it. It was just, I just kind of went out there and just did what I thought was what I heard. Right. And yeah, that was just how it was on from that point, really.
Wow. So you have an amazing gift of song. You have an amazing gift of song, and I got to see a lot of your stuff. When did you start taking your gifts seriously?
That's the interesting part. Like when I tell you, I would jump into so many different things. Like I think I take the life by take the bull by the horns, basically. That's the statement I was looking for. Or basically that's how I treated life. So by the time I turned 16, I joined this little group as far as a underground kind of label. Me and some of my high school friends had got together and we made a group. And that's when I started learning how to produce and like make beats and then start learning how to write music, stuff like that. And once I understood that whole format, I was hooked. You know what I'm saying? So by the time I was 16, I was producing for me and like 5 other artists, and then writing for myself and like another artist at that time. So from 16 all the way to now, that's when I decided to really, you know, go hard from that point on. Yeah.
Gotcha. What type of success have you seen? I've seen that you have performed at the Apollo. What does that look like? What does success look like?
So as far as that, I think the type of person that I am, like I always try to outdo the previous thing that I've done. So, you know, I feel like we are our own worst critics.
Aren't we?
So yeah, and we think that we sometimes on the outside looking in, it might seem like, oh my gosh, you're so successful. But to us, when we look at ourselves, we feel like, well, I haven't gotten to where I want to get to yet.
I
You
feel
know, like
you.
I get there. But does that mean I'm not grateful for my journey? Absolutely not. You know what I'm saying? So I think the Apollo was one of the biggest things for me because I was so used to the no that I was shocked when I got the yes. It's like you kind of have to grind through those things and kind of like, all right, fine. You know, I'm just gonna have to like see what I can do to like kind of rummage these things together. And I think once I ended up there, it was a really real moment for me because it's one thing to watch it from your TV at home, but then to be there in person and stand in the same space as people you looked up to growing up, that's when it got really real for me. And I was like, yo, this is happening. Okay. And there was a lot of times where I was like, I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this. And it was my turn. I was like, you know what? I came all the way from where I live to here. I'm not gonna just, you know, chicken out and be like, oh my gosh, but like I can't do it. No, we're here now and we're gonna do this. And I did it scared as F, but I'm glad that I at least pushed myself through those moments because I had no idea how that was gonna turn out, you know. So yeah.
And look, you know, I'm so glad you said, you know, you were scared. Because you know, especially, you know, growing up as a Christian in Christian households, we always hear God didn't give the spirit of fear, and He didn't. But as human beings, we do get scared, right? But we have to acknowledge it and just work our way through it. And that's working through the scaredom.
Exactly.
So I definitely understand that. I definitely understand where you're coming from with that. So let's talk about this song, right? You have a tremendous, awesome, amazing video that goes along with it. Go. Where did the song come from?
Oh wow. There's a lot of different like elements. So here's the thing. It's so interesting how like things just kind of like went hand in hand because this is like literally right before I found out about the Apollo opportunity. There was this time space like back in last year, it's like around the month of October, where I started getting like my own studio equipment, and I just started to really play with the keys a lot. And I had just started like messing around with the instrumental and everything like that. And I wanted to make something that was really like creative, but flowy, but worked for me. But it was like something that was danceable and you know, something that had a good feeling and tone to it. So it was just something that really came out of pure fun. Because I remember I went into this hermit mode last year after like this whole spree of performances. And then I just kind of bought a keyboard. I sat down day after day and worked on the same song and built it up track by track. And I kind of let the beat just sit there because it was just the instrumental for like a good month. And then I sometimes will go walking and I'll have the headphones in my ears and I'll have the beat just playing. And that's how I write sometimes, is like I kind of just let my brain go on autopilot and whatever feels right comes out. That's what'll be on the track. And then I'll figure out some type of way to organize it or coordinate it. So with that, like, it was just something that was totally freestyle, totally spur of the moment. And I wanted to be able to also put in some of my, I guess, rap skills or whatever in it and make something fun out of that moment. So it was really nothing here nor there. It was just, this is how I'm feeling. And I'm talking here.
We're going with it.
Yes.
We're going with it. I love it. In the video, like I said, the visual, the audio, it's amazing. It definitely is. It shows your creativity. When I listen to and I close my eyes, I see color. I definitely see color. So kudos to you. What else are you working on right now?
So I am rebooting my podcast. Lemon Tea Podcast will be coming back in October. Basically, it's literally just a kickback kind of show where I do like to have like heart to hearts with other artists that I know and be able to talk about their experiences in the industry. But from an artist level, being both in that situation and talk about it from different perspectives, and also just things from like a more structured, introspective or retrospective type of point of view on pop culture, Black culture, anything in regard to that. So yeah, I'm bringing back that. I'm working on my newest project, EP. It's going to be called Quiet Storm. Will be coming out at the top of 2023. Working on some very big performances. I'm currently working on South by Southwest in Houston, Texas. So very excited about that. We're just trying to, we're trying to kick it up a notch just a little bit.
Why not just do it all the way? Just turn it up.
Turn up all the way? All the way. Crank it all the way up.
All the way. Oh my gosh. And I've been having this conversation with all of my guests this season. So this is our season 5. And season 5 talks about dreams. So I was able to get to this point, number one, and then also to write my own theme song and sing it. Talking about dreams coming true, what is your next biggest dream?
My next biggest dream. Okay, so I think the first thing was the Apollo, to be able to see that was possible. Now, my next biggest thing is trying to get to the broadcast level, like as far as BET, MTV, and VH1. I think that's like when I'm able to step into that new realm where it's like, okay, we thought that was real. Now watch this, So I feel like once I step into that mold and then I finally get the music to the degree where it's like finally reaching, not so much as far as the fame part, but as far as it resonates with people that really people resonate with it. They connect with it and they feel it on a certain level. Just like when you said, like when you close your eyes, you saw color. To me, that's a connection and you felt something real from it. And I want to create more moments like that with people on a broader level. So that would be the next step for me, and also being able to get to that national aspect of it in a consistent way.
I love it. Come on. You already got the talent. We just need to do it. The know-how is going to come. It's going to come, sweetie. It's definitely going to come. How can the fam find you on social media and follow you and listen to your music?
All right, so everything on music and streaming platforms, you find me MYEA, Maia. That's all you gotta do. It'll pop right up. Instagram, Twitter is the Maia, TheeMyea, just the Maia, and that's how you find me everywhere else. My YouTube is I Am Maia, and yeah, as long as you put in that Maia MYEA, I should pop right up for you.
All right, Pink Fam, you heard it here. She is Maia. Thank you for being with us, sis.
Thank you for having me. Blessings always.
Always. Pink Fam is always having us. What's up, everyone? It's Jaleel Thurman here, your boy from HBC 101 Yard Talk 101 in the building. And I just want to let you know you're watching the Michael Finkley Show. Aha! Don't go nowhere.
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
This is comedian Eric Escobar, the Mexipino millennial, and you are watching Gold right now. You know why? Because you're watching The Michael Finkley Show. Stay tuned.
Next, Michael Finkley, entrepreneur Virgil Wilson stops by. Next, Finkley. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. I hope that you were entertained, informed, and inspired by this amazing interview. Thank you so much, Brian, for being with us, just telling your story in your words. We appreciate you, and you have to come back. You definitely have to come back. Yeah, definitely. If you haven't already, please subscribe to our YouTube channel, The Michael Finkley Show. Ring that bell for notification. We'll see you an email saying, hey, new content's available. Listen to us on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And for more information about what we do here on our show, visit our website, michaelfinkleyshow.com. Of course, again, we're on U42. We're on Roku TV and also on Amazon Music. So check us out there. Thank you so much for watching. And always, always pursue your dreams. Pursue your dreams. Thank you, Fink Fam. Have a good one.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to the G.O. Monroe Show and Podcast. How y'all doing out there tonight? This is my first show on this channel, and I am just tickled pink. Yes, I am. My co-host is none other than Marlene Saunders. Go ahead, Marlene, and tell them all about your podcast.
Hi, everybody. It's Marlene, and my podcast is Marlene Saunders Show and Podcast. And on my podcast, I talk about real conversations that need to be had. No sugarcoating over on my channel. Real talk about the conversations that we need to have that we try to cover up. Yeah, that's what we talk about on the Marlene Saunders Show. So thanks for having me, Gia.
Sure. And you will see Marlene on this channel a lot, okay? Because she is my co-host. Now, we're going to talk about how to start a YouTube channel. And if you're on Anchor or if you're on the CTR Media and you want to actually see how to do it, because you can hear me talk about it, but if you want to see me share the how to do it, then you need to come over to my YouTube channel and look at it there. And I will have that link below in the description box on Anchor and also on CTR Media. So the reason why I wanted to do this, how to start a YouTube channel, is because I had a friend that asked me, Gio, I forgot how to start a YouTube channel. Can you help me out? And I told her, yeah, and I told her how to do it and stuff like that. Then I thought, there must be other people that don't know. What do you think, Marlene, while I set up my presentation?
Sure. because I can say that, starting off the podcast channel on YouTube, there's things after a while that you had done a while ago, sometimes even years ago, that you forget what you did in the beginning. So I actually had to go back and say, hey, Gio, what did we do? What did we do again?
That's right. That's right. Now, if we have anyone in the chat, can you see the chat, Marlene?
Yes, I can.
If we have anyone in there, just make sure that we just say hello to them, because it is very important that we recognize our subscribers that come and watch our podcast. Okay, so now that we've gotten all of that out of the way, I want to pull up my notes here. Okay, now this is how I start a YouTube channel, and it always come out right. And I don't have to remember to do this, and that. I just follow what I have on my notes. The very first thing if you should do is to get a Gmail account. Okay, now that is why I have up on the screen here my Gmail account for this podcast account, because I just made it last week. Okay, so all you have to do is get a Gmail account. Now, when you get this Gmail account, you need to leave the Gmail account open. Once you created it and all of that, leave it open. Okay, that means do not close that tab. And what you need to do is get a new tab and then type in youtube.com. Okay, because when you do that, it's going to relate it back to the email, and that's the email that you're going to use to open up your YouTube. So let me go to the screen and go to YouTube, because I really want to show you guys what I'm doing here. Okay.
Yeah, while you're doing that, I just want to welcome in. Hi, Jaden and Layla.
Oh, hello, y'all. Thank you so much for coming. Okay. All right. So we're going to go to YouTube. All right. You're going to share. So once you have your email open and you go get another tab and you put in there youtube.com, you're going to come to the home page here. And because you open up that email, if you put in a picture in your email or whatever you named your email, that letter will show up here. Okay, can you see this, Marlene?
Yes.
Or your picture.
The avatar.
Right, the avatar, your picture, your image, or whatever it is. This is what you click on to create your YouTube channel. Okay, so when you click on it, you're going to see create your YouTube channel or create an account. Okay, one of those. Now, I have already done that, so you're not going to see it here, but you'll see it right here. When you do it, it'll say create an account or create a YouTube channel, one of those, okay? And so once you click that, you just follow the prompts to create your YouTube channel, okay? The prompts are really, really, really easy to do, all right? So after you follow, set it all up and you got your YouTube channel, YouTube is going to ask you to upload a short video, right, Marlene?
Yes.
Okay, so when you upload some short video, it could be an intro all about your channel. It could just be something that you just want to say, hey, my name is Gio. I'm starting this channel. I'm going to have some great information for you. Stay tuned. Anything, 30 seconds to a minute, just upload it. Because if you're going to start a YouTube channel, you must upload a video. All right. Now, after you upload a short video, you will need to go to your YouTube studio. Okay. And you need to click on important task to get your YouTube channel in compliance with YouTube. Okay. So just because you got your channel open and you put up a video, you still need to do things, because if you want to upload longer videos, longer than 15 minutes, you have to enable that. If you want to go live, you have to enable that. If you're not a kids channel, you have to enable that. And I'm going to show you a few other things that you must do. So how do you get to your YouTube studio? You go here to your image, avatar, picture, whatever you want to call it here, and then you look for YouTube Studio. Click there. Okay, now this is the YouTube Studio. In your back office, I call it the back office, but it's really the YouTube Studio, all right? This is your channel dashboard. Here, it would have your latest video and the performance of it, all the analytics for it there. It'll also have your current subscribers, your summary, your top videos, published videos, latest comments, and the recent subscribers. Okay, that's all good. And once you picked up YouTube really well, and you want to know a little bit more information about what I just shown you, then you need to go over to the YouTube channel Information Girls, and they will they already have videos on most of all of these and probably all your questions. All you have to do is go over there and look at their videos and just scroll down until you find a video on the topic that you want. All right, I will have that link, the Information Girls, down below. Is there anything that you want to say about the Information Girls, Marlene?
Yes, the Information Girls channel is your go-to to find out anything that you want to know about community guidelines, how to set up a channel, how to make a YouTube thumbnail, how to use WeTransfer for large files, different topics we've covered, and also on there is the What Had Happened show, which is a very important show where we were discussing things that happen to content creators that you may be able to avoid if you just listen to what they have to say, and ship you the right way, because sometimes as content creators we don't know what we should do and we make some mistakes, so we can learn from each other. And the What Had Happened was show is a great source to find out what not to do on your YouTube channel.
And you are absolutely right. Please, guys, if you are not a member or a subscriber of the Information Girls, you really need to be. Like I said, I will have that link below. Thank you for that information, Marlene.
Welcome.
Okay, now we're going to go back to the YouTube Studio. And now I'm going to show you the important stuff you must do to be in compliance with the community guidelines and what YouTube wants. Now, I will say this. If you don't know what you have in your hand, then you're not going to make a lot of money, okay? You have to know what it is YouTube wants and what you need to do to stay in compliance so that you do not lose your channel. All right, just because you set it up, that don't mean, oh, I'm done. No, you're not. The next thing to do is come to your YouTube Studio, go down here to settings, all right? Settings, click there. Now, once you're in settings, you're going to see all of these headings over here: general, channel, upload, permissions, and so on and so on. What you want to do is make sure that you have the right currency here. Most of the time when you land here, it will have your currency there. But if it don't, here's the arrow. You can click and pick the currency that you need to have. Okay, just a second. Let me put the US dollars back. Now, the main thing that you need to do right now, because you can learn about the rest of this later, click channel right here. When you click it, you're going to go to basic information, advanced information, and feature eligibility. Here it says country of residence. United States or wherever you're from, okay? Put in your keywords here. And I just have for right now, podcast. But whatever your channel is about, put your keywords in here, okay? If it's cooking, chicken, pork chops, whatever it is, just put it in here. And then you make sure you save it. Go ahead, Marlene.
Yes, I just wanted to say I don't know who that is in the chat there because it's in a foreign language, but they said I think they're saying they liked the stream. So welcome in everybody who's in the stream. We would appreciate if you would like the stream, share it out if you have the ability.
Thank you so much. And welcome to everybody in the stream. So make sure you put your keywords in. And the thing that people do, they put their keywords in and then they forget to save it. Make sure you save it right here. The next thing to do on this page, which is very, very important, on under advanced settings, click there. And this is where YouTube wants you to tell them if you are a kids channel or not. Okay, so the one that you want to pick is no, is the middle one. No, set this channel as not made for kids. If you are a kids channel, you want to say yes, set this channel as made for kids. Okay, or if you want to review every video that you put in and you want to click no, set this channel as not made for kids, or yes, set this channel, you can click this third one, but I don't recommend that. If you are not a channel for kids, just click this the second button here and then save it. Okay. Now the third one is feature eligibility. Click there. These must be done. Okay. You can manage your access to more features here. If you do not do this, you cannot upload videos, create playlists, add collaborators, and you cannot do new videos to play that's well over 15 minutes or anything like that. The standard features you must do. So you want to click here, okay, where it says enable. Yours will say I think it said, what did it say? Let's see here. It will say something like a view or something like that. You want it to say enable. So you need to click here to make it say enable. So this one, I think is where you verify this channel. And that happens when they send a code to your phone and then you put the code in. Okay. Number 2 is immediate features, videos over 15 minutes, custom thumbnails, and live streaming. If you want to put a video up that's over 15 minutes, like 20 minutes or 30 minutes, you want to create custom thumbnails like in Canva and upload them, or you want to live stream like me and Marlene is doing right now, you cannot do that unless you enable this feature. This is very, very important that you do this, okay? Because if you plan to live and you have not done this, you cannot go live, okay? And it takes 24 to 48 hours for YouTube to approve you. So make sure this says enable as well. And number 3, advanced features, increase daily video uploads and live streams and eligibility. Okay, you must do this one too. So all 3 of these you have to turn on. Because if you don't, your channel will not work. And then once you turn them all on, you just save it. Okay, is there anything, Marlene?
Well, I'm laughing because I did not do I did not do this for my channel, and that's the reason why I couldn't do a live stream tonight.
Yeah.
So I didn't know that it took 24 to 48 hours to enable your channel to go live, even if you're using a third-party source like StreamYards. You must enable that in order for you to go live on YouTube or any third party channels. So
correct.
Yeah.
And okay, and then so though the channel header right here or tab is very, very important. So make sure you do 1, 2, 3. These basic information, advanced settings, and feature eligibility in order to make your channel work. Okay, and then you could go ahead down here to uploads or defaults. This is something where you can add a title here if you want, but I don't suggest that because your titles of your video is going to be different every time you upload one. Your description can have a description in it of your channel, but you can also, if you have other channels, you can add other channels here or other business links. You can add that in your description box. And also, visibility is, do you want, excuse me, do you want all your videos that you upload to go public? If you don't, and I suggest that you leave it either unlisted. That way, you'll have more control over it if you put unlisted. And then when you get ready to make it public, you can just do that on your own. And then you can add tags in for your channel there as well. All right. And let's see what, and this is under permissions, okay? And let's see what advanced setting is. Advanced setting is all about chapters, language, caption certification, and comments, okay? You can allow all comments under your videos, or you can click it and don't click it and allow all comments, or you can hold potentially inappropriate comments. You can do that right there. Also, you can hold all comments for review and then disable comments here. That means if you don't want no comments under your video, you can just click disable comments, okay? And don't forget to save. Everything you do, you must save. Then we're gonna go down here to community. The community tab here is where you can add moderators, approved users, hidden users. That means that people that come in your live and act crazy and they trolls and they just come in there with all kind of crazy, nasty stuff. You can just block them and they'll show up right here as blocked, okay? All right, this I wouldn't worry about right now as a new person, but I definitely wanted to share the community page with you. And you save everything, okay? So don't forget to save, okay? So we're just gonna say save. And that is what I wanted to show you. And that is how you get your YouTube channel started, by doing those things. Is there anything else, Marlene?
Yeah, it's very important for you to go back in your YouTube studio from time to time and check, because YouTube will send you certain things like if you have what is that called? I can't think of the term, but like if you have a claim or something for action, it shows up right at the top of your YouTube studio that you need to take a look at. So it's important to go and look at your YouTube studio and check in on everything to make sure that you're doing everything that YouTube wants you to do. And also I want to say, hey, Pandy and CTR Media podcasters.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Okay, we're gonna move on because we're trying to make this about 30 minutes. And plus, I'm this type of girl. I like to get right to the point. Why hold you go all the way around the corner with the train and dropping off gifts when we can just tell you right off what you need to do? All right. So next is, how do you monetize your channel? All right. First of all, you have to have 1,000 subscribers. Okay. and 4,000 watch hours. Okay, so that means that you cannot upload one video and think you're gonna get monetized. No, ma'am. Okay, you have to upload when you're new. You have to upload at least 3 times a week, and or either go live 5 times a week. Okay, because when you go live, you get more watch time. Is there anything else you want to add to that, Marlene?
Yes, it is very important when you're first starting up with your YouTube channel to focus your attention mainly on the hours, because I know a lot of times people do it backwards. They're only worried about getting to that 1,000, but that watch hours is very important. So try to upload videos, premiere videos, or do live streams in order for you to get watch time, because that's what's going to help get you to the hours. The subscribers will always come organically.
Right. Yes, because watch time is no joke. Okay, it can take you anywhere from 4 months to even 8 months to get monetized. Okay, now another way to get monetized, like I say, is to go live, because that's how I did it when I first started. Okay, I went live at least 3 times a week. Okay, and plus I had some people that followed me. Just anytime I went live, they was there. Okay, so one time I went to another girlfriend of mine on YouTube, and she was saying, "Can y'all play my playlist so I can get watch time?" And I went, "What? You play a playlist?" See, I was new. Okay, so I found out about that. So I made a playlist, and then I asked my subscribers who come to my live to play my playlist. Now, a lot of people were saying, "Yeah, I play it, yeah." But it didn't seem like it was the people that was playing it, it would show up. But I was supposed to have a lot more hours. If 20 people said that they was playing my playlist, okay? I'm not saying everybody didn't play it, but I know some people didn't play it, okay? I don't know no names, and if I did, I wouldn't say it no way, okay? But so I didn't, I was just grateful that the people played my playlist, because what happened was we started to play each other's playlists, okay? And that's how I got monetized in 3 months when that happened. And then after that, what happened, Marlene?
Then you came up with the idea for Team Bill with Geo. So let me tell you about Geo. See, Geo, we were talking back and forth about this playlist, because we have been playing each other's playlists. And she's like, "What do you think if I made a team on YouTube and everybody plays each other's playlists?" And I just like, go after it and do it. And you did.
Right. And so what happened was it was free at first, okay? And I'm going to just get right to the point. And then some people, they always want to get in and want something for free. They don't want to treat others like, they supposed to be treated. Like they say they playing your playlist. They may play it one time and then keep sending you the same proof. That just got on my last nerve. So I said, okay, we're going member. Okay. I figure like this, because see, I'm an entrepreneur and a businesswoman. And if you're really serious about your business, you have to put some money in it. So I just made it $1.99. Okay. Everybody that was serious about it stayed. And everybody that was doing whatever they wanted to do left. And I was glad. Okay. Now, we have an excellent team at Team Bill with Geo. We've been together 3 years. And what we do is we buddy up. And we meet on Sundays and Tuesdays. We buddy up. We come in the live. You have to be a member to get all the tips that I give out. Okay. If you two got something going on, I always tell my team, and we always do well with it, because I have figured out how to do it before I even tell them. Okay. So we play each other's playlists, and that is how come I have 3 monetized channels. Then to get 4. Okay. And Marlene has how many monetized?
I'm about to have my 3rd.
Right.
Close, 3 in between 3 and 4, because my 4th one is coming up on the rear too.
Right. and all because we have Team Build with Geo, and we have playlist buddies that we meet every Sunday and Tuesday. We swap playlists, you know. We got all kinds of ways and things that we do in there to help each other get monetized. So if you're interested in getting monetized within at least 4 to 5 months with Team Build with Geo, and you have to go live, okay? We can help you get there quicker, but you have to be live, okay? At least 3 times a week. You have to go live. If you don't want to go live and you still want Team Build with Geo to help you get monetized, that'll take anywhere from 4 to 6 months. Okay? So I just want to give you the statistics on that so that you'll know. And another thing is that you have to be a channel member there. Okay? And that's just $1.99. You go to Team Build with Geo's channel and you hit that join button and just come in on the first level. All right. Then you hit me up in Instagram and let me know that you are a channel member there, and I will give you the instructions on how to join our team properly and tell you. But there's one other thing that I must tell you that I don't like to leave out about Team Build with Geo is that we send each other proof. You know, even though our team is really good and we know each other well and we've been together 3 years, we still send each other proof because that's just the only way to do it. And we are all on the same page, and I've never not seen anybody send no proof. Okay, so if you want to get monetized quickly, and you do as everybody else doing on the same page at Team Build with Geo, that's what's going to happen to you. You're going to get monetized. And not only that, I preach in that team. I'm an entrepreneur. Don't just have one channel. How many channels we going to have, Marlene?
10.
10 monetized channels. That's what we're going for. Okay? And I'm not stopping until I get my 10. Okay? And we've already sit down and said you got to be organized if you're going to do something like this. And also, you got to know how to schedule stuff so that it don't be so bad on you. So that is what I talk about a lot in Team Build with Geo. And not only that, we have teams for a lot of stuff. Like we have a team, Twitter, Glitter on Twitter. Okay? If you want your stuff in Twitter, we got a team for that. All you got to do is join our Glitter on Twitter team and tweet other people's videos to your account, and they will tweet yours to their account. It's just really simple. How long do it take to do that, Marlene?
About 10, 15 seconds.
That's it. See, I'm a great leader. I'm just going to have to say that because I know that at first I did not want to be a leader. I just want to just do it all for Geo. But God said no. I want you to do this, this, and this. And so that's why I'm doing it and offering it to you guys. So Team Build with Geo is just not about playlists. It's just about a big family that want to make some money. Okay? All right? So I want to thank everybody for coming. And like I said, if you're listening to this on Anchor or CTR Media, and you want to see exactly how to start a YouTube channel, all you have to do is in the description box, I will have the link to this podcast channel, all right? So that you will be able to see this and also get a chance to see me and Marlene, okay? To see who is really running the Geo Monroe Show and podcast. All right. If there's not anything else, Marlene.
Well, I just also have to say congratulations on your first live on your podcast channel. Congratulations. And much success to you on this channel and in the future. And also, everybody, make sure if you're new to the channel, subscribe. Also, check her out on Anchor and also her other channels that you're not connected on Boss Life Online. Also, Team Build with Geo. If you join her membership, you could be on Friends with Super Channel. So it's a lot of ways that you can connect with Geo.
Yes, thank you so much, Marlene. So, is there anybody new in the chat that came in that we need to say hello to?
Yeah. Well, I see Melanie came in. Melanie R.
All right. Hey, Melody, glad you came. Oh, and there's one other thing, Marlene. I was number 6. Tell them about that.
Yes, you are number 6 for a CTR Media Network with everything, with all the podcasters. She's number 6 of the podcasters. The Geo Monroe Show on Anchor. So it's amazing.
Yeah, I've only been in it a little over 2 months, going into my 3rd month. So if that's what I'm saying, you have to make up your mind what you want to do. And then you follow the person that's winning. And that's Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, who thought of CTR Media Network. When she told me about that, I said, she didn't even have to convince me. Baby, I was in because, see, I know she's a winner. And that's all I follow, the winners. So with that said, we're going to get out of here. I want to thank everybody who came. Thank you so much. This is the Geo Monroe Show and Podcast. Bye-bye, everybody.
I am so excited. I just finished a course and got certified on how to start a podcast and monetize it. Thanks to my amazing instructor, Tina Ramsey. My heart right now is overwhelmed. My dreams have been fulfilled. And if you are looking to take your company to the next level, then choose the best. Tina Ramsey, owner of the CTR Network. You don't want to sleep on this. If you want to invest in yourself, start today so you can monetize your business and get what you deserve. God bless you. Don't sleep. Get it done.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kim Jacobs, host of The Kim Jacobs Show, where we're bringing balance to the world, one household at a time. Listen, we go live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I bring guests on that talk about their backstories, things that they've had to overcome to become who they are today. Many of So because I think we have a lot of us on here, this is already going to be a fun roller coaster ride. So grab your virtual seat belts, snap yourself into place, because we have with us today CTR Media Network podcasters. Now, everybody give yourselves a round of applause, because we're going to have a great episode lined up for you. And actually, you know what I'm going to do, Anna? I'm going to put you above myself and hold you to a higher esteem. if I can swap us out, I want to hold all of my guests to a higher esteem than myself. And we're going to have a great episode for you. So grab your virtual seats. Let us know who you are in the studio audience as you're coming in. And we're going to get this show started. Dr. Tina Ramsey, look at God, how he didn't already use you to be a visionary to bring all of this goodness about. I'm excited. All right, everybody, we'll be right back. Hello, everyone. I'm Kim Jacobs, host of The Kim Jacobs Show, where we're bringing balance to the world, one household at a time. Listen, we go live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I bring guests on that talk about their backstories, things that they've had to overcome to become who they are today. Many of them are balancing and juggling life, and they've become experts in different fields. So they're sharing tips with you to make your life just a little bit easier. Many times as a guest in the studio audience, you'll get a chance to walk away with a missing piece of the puzzle that might be missing in your life. Let's go on this journey together, and I look forward to seeing you Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on The Kim Jacobs Show. Welcome back, and welcome to this episode of The Kim Jacobs Show. Dr. Tina Ramsey, I believe that God gave you a vision, and this vision is nothing short of extraordinary. And so I want everybody here today to just hear a little bit about you as the visionary behind CTR Media Network podcasters. And you are a two-time best-selling author, #1 podcast specialist, a coach, certified homeschooling consultant, and sought-after international speaker, podcast coach, media relations specialist. That's why, of course, that's why you have this vision, because God has gifted you to be able to have this organization and platform be in over 350 million global listeners in over 50 countries with an impact on positive content. Welcome, Dr. Tina Ramsey, to The Kim Jacobs Show.
Well, thank you so much for having me. This has indeed been a roller coaster, to say the least, but a good one. The simple answer for why I decided to start CTR Media Network is because I was sick and tired of being sick and tired. I saw so many amazing content creators, business owners, and that didn't have a voice. And so CTR Media Network is just a place for you to find positive resources, community, podcasters, educators, all in one spot to give you that hope again, because the last 2 years have been very difficult for many of us. And this is to kickstart you to walk into your purpose. You can still dream. And I can't do this by myself. So God placed all these amazing content creators right in my lap. So I just thank him for that. And it started around the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast, because I'm a podcaster too. But then the vision got bigger, and it said, okay, this is outside of you. This is a mission to impact the world with positive content. And so that's how it started.
That is awesome. And so do you have like a hand-picked, how do you pick these wonderful women that are here today? And even I know it's some men involved as well. So how do you go about picking the type of people that would officially have a podcast on CTR Media Network?
Well, first of all, I pray about each person that I speak with. I personally speak to everybody that is on the platform, and I need to hear what their ground foundation is. And based upon that, like the content that we present for CTR Media Network is not exclusive, meaning that it's open to the general public, because we want the public to see so that they can walk into their purpose and find whatever they need to find in order to navigate their life more positively. But the content creators is exclusive because we don't let everybody on the platform. It has to be about positivity. It got to be about motivating. It has to be about bringing people together to bring them hope. So I know after I pray about something, he lets me know, okay, this is the person. This is the person. Now, do I understand how it's going to all work out? No, but as I see, he is the one that's navigating this. I'm just in the driver's. No. I'm in the passenger seat. No, in the back seat. He is navigating all of this, so I can't really take all the credit. It's really him navigating, and he's using me as the messenger, the spokesperson. And I'm glad, and I'm honored, and I'm sometimes like, why did you pick me? But I'm just like, at this time, I'm just so honored to be in position to be in the presence of all these amazing content creators.
Wow. And you know what? I feel like I'm amongst greatness as well here, because each of you all have so much value that you're bringing to this earth. And we all do something different, and even if we're talking about the same topics, sometimes the beautiful part, in my opinion, about podcasting and having a show is that people will listen to other people differently than they listen to other people. So there's no competition. Some people are going to want to listen to you, Constance, you, Dr. Lee, Dr. Connie, and you, Anna, and you, Dr. Tina, and Queen Candy, who's coming back in. Guess what? People want to hear all different types of contents, but sometimes they can only hear from certain people. Mm-hmm. And so that's a blessing that God has given all of us a voice here in the podcasting world. And thanks to you, Dr. Tina, for making that possible on CTR Media Network. All right, so I'm going to pull Queen Candy back in, and I know, Queen Candy, you are at work, and so I'm going to pop you up for a second in the middle here. I'm going to put you right in the middle. That's what I think I should do, so people know exactly. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to put you over here front and center. Now, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to put you right over here, and I'm going to put you full speed ahead so people can see you. Hold on. Everybody just work with me for a minute, because we're going to make everybody have their moment to just really be able to shine here for a moment. Because these are podcast hosts that you want to know about. Now, Dr. Tina, that means I got to go back and shine the light on you full screen again. So get your mind right about what your next point might need to be, okay? I can't have one person shine and not have the visionary shine. So Queen Candy, how are you today?
Good. Thanks for having me on the show.
And see, that's a perfect example again. You see how smooth and sultry and soothing her voice is. Meanwhile, I'm over here screaming and hollering, hey, how you like? We need Queen Candy, Kim. We don't need all that high-pitched talking you doing. So I am happy. I'm happy to have you here today. And Queen Candy, I know you were born in Georgia, grew up in Jacksonville, but you're a spoken word artist. And you've been writing since you were the age of 16. And I'm not going to go through your whole bio, but tell us about your podcast on CTR Media Network.
Yes, the name of my podcast is the Queen Candy Podcast. And been doing that for about 2 years to celebrate our 2-year anniversary in October on the 11th. And
but you have to use your cheerleading voice today, though, because I need you to talk a little bit louder for me. Come on.
Well, the purpose of our show, one of the main things we do, I am a Muslim woman, so I teach Islam on my show. I give my backstory, my upbringing, child abuse, foster care, mental illness, domestic violence, so on and so forth. And I also use my show as a platform to spread positivity, give encouragement, and to do my best to help our sisters. And, to be an example that you can, go through hell and you can still be beautiful and you can make it here today. So,
wow.
That's great. Connected with Tina on wisdom, and I really do thank her because she's helped my show and helped me to push myself to another level. So it's definitely been beautiful.
Wow, excellent. And so now you're saying that a wide variety of women can tune into your show. They can learn about domestic violence, going through hell basically, and still getting out on the other side. And you're going to be teaching them this on your podcast. So let me make sure people know how they can stay connected with you, Queen Candy.
Yes, definitely. That's the goal for our show.
Excellent. And so when you say this yourself, are there some things that you had to personally overcome to make you feel so passionate about this particular topic that you wanted to have as a whole show to touch the nation?
Oh yeah. There's a lot of things I had to overcome. Not loving myself, abusing myself, going through homelessness, domestic violence, and just about everyone in my life has hurt me or, used me in some way, shape, or form. But through all that, I still made it here.
Wow.
And through all that, I also realized that you got a story to tell. Your life can be right. Your life can be an example or a testimony for somebody else that may be going through, a teenage girl or a young woman that's going through what you went through, and it may help them. I never know, but that's my ultimate goal. It's not really about money for me. That's gonna come, but it's about helping. Now that I know better, I feel like it's my mission to do better and to step up and be a leader now instead of a follower.
Wow. That, you know what? I see a lot of different comments coming in already in the studio audience. And thank you all so much for being here today and just getting a taste already of Queen Candy's platform. If you all are dealing with domestic violence or people that are dealing with homelessness, and I had a gentleman on my show, Queen Candy, that just literally he's still homeless, but he made a way to be able to be on the show, and some people poured into some finances for me to be able to send to him. And I want people from all walks of life to grace this platform for that reason, because we all have a story to tell. We all have circumstances and situations that we have had to overcome. So I'm so excited about Queen Candy and your broadcast and how people can stay connected with you. One more time, I want to pop that up on Facebook. She's on Instagram, and you obviously know she has the Queen Candy podcast. So make sure you all stay connected with the Queen Candy, Candi podcast, and check her out. You're going to be seeing that right on CTR Media Network. Let's go to some of the studio audience comments. Mackenzie, if you could pop some of those up for me. I see quite a few that came in here. Let's see. Because if I go all the way through all of y'all, then the comments are going to be like, well, we were saying that to Queen Candy, Kim. Okay. Oh my God. Give me a second. We good. Marlene actually said, I think because it's the whole platform is so many people on, and then it's lagging or something. But anyway, amazing blessings. Marlene says, good morning to all of the podcasters. I see some laughs and some smiles. Laugh out loud. Cheerleading voice, that's funny. Boss Life says, you're funny. Okay. Boss Life. Marlene. People are just commenting to all of you. Robert, I see you. You all share the broadcast and let everybody know that we're talking today with CTR Media podcasters, and they are on a national tour, and they just stopped by the Kim Jacobs show today. So it's only a few of them here today. We have a whole lot more that Dr. Tina Ramsey could tell you about. So right now, what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we're going to get to come back and hear from Dr. Connie Green. Let me put you over there in the hot seat, Dr. Connie. And when we come back, we're going to get a chance to hear from you next. All right, we'll be right back, everyone, right after this commercial break. You're like, don't put me up front and center until you're ready, Kim, right? You're looking cute, though. Go to the commercial, Mackenzie. We're ready. I think it's like a little delay for whatever reason, but it's all good. We'll figure it out. So let's go to commercial right here.
It's not just another day. It's a brand new day, full of all the fun, love, and laughter you and your family create. Silver Shield Security understands feeling at home means feeling safe and happy. No credit checks, no contracts. We offer payment arrangements. And we'll even give you a free door camera. Find out how we can brighten your day even more at silvershield-security.com. Silver Shield Security.
Realized that my person that helped me backstage is not back there. So I said, oh, that's what's happening to me. Okay. All right. Dr. Connie Green, I'm so glad to have you with us today. And I want everyone to get a chance to hear about your podcast. Tell us a little bit about your podcast. Wisdom Tips with Dr. Connie Green.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you as well as Tina Ramsey for this opportunity to share about my broadcast today. And I'm so excited about all the amazing podcasts that are on. But the reason I started Wisdom Tips was to help amazing women and men survivors overcome life disappointments and childhood trauma. And I do that by teaching them the precepts and examples of wisdom, because wisdom is the principal thing, which simply means the first thing that we all need to know about and learn to navigate through this life. I grew up on welfare and a drug addicted, alcohol induced home where my father beat my mother on a regular basis. And in 60 seconds, my father killed my mother with a single gunshot wound to her stomach. And in 60 minutes, I lost my mother through death. I lost my father through prison. I lost all of my siblings, which was 5 of us, because we were split up to live with other family members. And because of that, I became depressed, an alcoholic, and I was suicidal. But by the power of God, He gave me grace and delivered me and gave me total deliverance. And I was able to forgive my father and all those that victimized me as a young child. So that's one of my stories. But now I serve.
Wait, let's stop for a second, because when you say, I got to put us in a different view here. When you say that's one of your stories, that story alone, and everyone on the panel, I'm sure, can relate, that story alone is enough to make anybody give up in life, to call it quits. But you didn't call it quits. And you, like you said, your mom and your dad were lost in different capacities, but yet you still moved forward some kind of way. Can you tell everybody how you were able to do that? And I know it's not a full interview today. We're just hearing more about your podcast, but that will help people tune into Wisdom Tips with Dr. Connie Green. So how did you do that, Dr. Green?
A lot of prayer, a lot of crying, a lot of bitterness, anger, and rage. But through all of that, I had an aunt, and she went home to be with the Lord a few years ago that was a Christian. And she poured into me and told me not to give up, that I need to give my life to God. And at first I didn't listen to her. I just moved out of Charlotte to Atlanta with my husband because he attended law school. And while I was there, I was on a conclusion course, alcohol, drugs. After work, I would go to different places. But I met this young lady that worked with me, 19 years old, that poured into me and invited me to her church. She invited me to my church. I gave my life to the Lord Jesus Christ, and the rest is history. I was able then to bounce back because I had something to stand on. Although I lost my mother, my father, and my siblings, through the scriptures and through what she taught me on our lunch hour, we would have Bible studies. She taught me that God loves me more than anybody, and He died for me. And that just clicked in my little mind at that time, only 20-something years old. And my life has never been the same. And now my husband and I, we pastor a church in Charlotte, North Carolina for over 25 years. And we've been married for 47. I have a son that is the youth pastor. His name is Roger Green Jr. And my other son is Oliver Green. And I have a bonus daughter, Tracy. 6 grandchildren. I'm a serial entrepreneur, a Christian counselor certified and certified master coach. And I love God's people, and I love helping people and pulling them out of the darkness into God's marvelous light, because I know what it's like to have pain, disappointment, discouragement, betrayal, suicide tendencies, being raped, molested. But God is the secret, and He teaches us all about wisdom. So we need to have the wisdom to be able to navigate through this crazy life that we live in.
My
and
God.
We don't have to give up, and we don't have to die.
Now, people can tune in to your show. I want to make sure everybody knows too that you have a doctorate of psychology, a master's of Christian counseling, a bachelor's of biblical studies, ministerial training, and certified health and wellness coach. So when people tune in for these wisdom tips, they're going to be tuning into someone that knows exactly what you're talking about, from an educational, a personal journey, and all of that. So how can they stay connected with you right quick?
They can stay connected with me on all the platforms that are Facebook, Instagram. I also have a YouTube channel where I come in on Thursday evenings at 7:00 p.m. every Thursday, where I teach precepts and examples of how you can navigate through this life that we live in. And
Wow.
as well as I have a website, drconniegreen.com. And also they can also purchase some of my books. I have 2 books, When Love Hurts and When Love Heals. And the 3rd book will be out in November, When Love Heals, The Ugly Spirit of Jealousy.
When
So I would
love
love for
heals,
you all
the
to tune
ugly
in.
spirit of jealousy.
Ugly
Okay.
spirit of jealousy that we've all experienced.
Wow. Wow, y'all. Stay connected with Dr. Connie Green. Check her out. Again, we are here on what we are calling the CTR Media Network Podcast Tour, so that you in the community get a chance to see what are some of the different podcasts that are available to you. There are no excuses. You can definitely get the help you need, even just by tuning into CTR Media Network with one of these different podcast hosts, okay? Let's see any comments that came in. Quite a few comments are coming in. I'm trying to merge all in. Okay, it says resilience and strength, someone said. Amen. That's the only way to do it, is to give it to God. Robert said, put in the Lord's hand and he will fix it for you. Rochelle says, wow, praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Ms. Kim said, what did you say, Ms. Kim? I'm trying to get to you too. Not at all. Overcoming and deliverance. All right. And y'all right now, don't drop off yet, because I see some of the other ones coming in, which is good. And we're going to rotate everybody off as we talked about. So Dr. Connie Green, I want to know if there are any other comments you want to say before I let you go ahead and go on with your day. Is there a closing comment?
Yes, I want you to smile, forgive, and love, and live your best life. Go on out there now. You can do it.
Did y'all hear that? Say it one more time.
I want you to smile, forgive, and love, live your best life, and go on out there.
Oh,
do it now.
There you have it. Y'all make sure y'all tune in to Dr. Connie Green. And Dr. Connie Green, on that note, I'm going to let you carry on with your day. And thank you for being here today. Listen, we're going to take a commercial break again, and we're going to go over to Dr. Liddy, the good lawyer and business coach. So when we come right back after this next commercial break, you're going to get to hear from Dr. Liddy, the good lawyer, not just any old lawyer, the good lawyer and the business coach, right after this commercial break. We'll be right back.
I have peace of mind with Silver Shield Security, which has been protecting my family and home, along with servicing the Carolinas for over a decade.
So
Silver
with everybody
Security
being
knows the
backstage
importance
too,
of
where it's
convenience and
like,
safety. Whether you
but
live
it's
in an
all
apartment,
like
a
trying.
home, or run a business, they are here to protect you from unwanted intrusions and fires. Call now at 704-440-4688 or visit the website at www.silvershield-security.com. You can use my promo code #ToneX and get 1/2 off your installation price. Don't forget to ask about the new no money down options. Let Silver Shield Security help to give you peace of mind, just like me and my family, and keep your business safe.
You're on mute. Liddy. Let me make sure you unmuted back there. All you have to do is hit that unmute button and you'll be ready to start talking. Uh-oh. Dr. Liddy, like, wait a minute. Well, guess what? We are going to go right on to you, Miss Constance Woolard. How about that, since you're already on the screen and I am seeing that you're ready to go. You were born ready with those glasses. So let's go ahead and pull you in. How are you today?
I am wonderful, and good morning to everyone. I'm just happy to be here. I thank you for this opportunity, Kim Jacobs, and I thank Tina Ramsey and the CTR Media Network for all that you're doing to inspire and encourage me as I inspire and encourage others.
Oh, and you know what? I don't even know what your age is or anything. Don't even need to know it publicly. But what I do want people to know is that no matter what our age is, there are no excuses. God still has a purpose for each of our lives. Can you just speak to that for one quick second as well? Because I want to hear your thoughts on it.
Yes, I can, because 2 years ago, I had no thoughts of doing what I'm doing. And when I began to do all this, one of my cousins say, you need to slow down and focus on retiring. Why are you doing all this? I said, because I still have relevance. And I still have something that needs to be heard. I have things to say. I have wisdom to spread, because let me tell you something. There's nothing like old school knowledge and wisdom that is few and far between in these days. And
I
so
love it.
I'm here to spread it, and I'm going to spread it.
Well, you're not only here to spread it, you actually are one of the top 10 women to watch in 2022 by Courageous Women magazine. You're a leadership expert. You've had a lot of different hats, 9-time best-selling author and nursing leader, leveraging over 30 years of leadership experience. So you're not just here holding a space on earth. You actually have some stuff that you bring into the universe, right? To the world.
Yes. Oh, yes. And, you know, as long as the blood is still running warm, it's never too late.
Well, tell us about your program.
Okay, so my podcast, the Speak Easy Podcast, and the main goal is to educate the public on finances, spirituality, relationships, mental health awareness, self-care, whatever is out there that the public needs to know. My goal is to put it out there and to educate and to inspire. And so that's the whole premise behind the Speak Easy Podcast.
And how do you spell Speak Easy?
It's SPEAK and then EAZ, not
That's what I thought.
SZ.
The Speak Easy podcast.
Speak Easy. That's
So
right.
do you have guests that come on? Are you doing more training or teaching? How does it work?
I have guests, I have panelists on that, you know, that come on and talk about different topics. This month, October, as we all know, is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And I have men and women coming on talking about breast cancer, because guess what? Breast cancer affects men too.
That's
And
right.
men tend to suffer in silence when it comes to issues. They keep it to themselves. And so the silent scream, as far as I am concerned, it's time to stop it and to end it. So I have some men coming on the podcast this month. Just different experts coming on talking about their survivor stories, their journey with breast cancer, the treatment, diagnosis, what was going on with them when they became diagnosed. I had a wellness specialist on yesterday talking about nutrition and self-care. So whatever the need is, that's the goal of the Speak Easy.
That is incredible. That is so incredible. You listen, everybody, make sure y'all tune in to the Speak Easy, where on CTR Media Network podcast. This is one of our podcasters, and Dr. Tina Ramsey is the visionary behind this entire movement. So I want to put your information up for people to know how to stay connected with you on social media as well. Let them know how they can stay connected with you.
Yes.
You can stay connected with her at Constance Woolard, and also on IG as Anointed Educator. So that's how you can stay connected over there with Constance Woolard. Now, I do want to ask you one more question.
Sure.
Okay. So when you were thinking about doing a Speak Easy for a podcast, that's a very unique theory. So what made that be the theory that God put in your spirit?
Well, what happened is I started a Clubhouse room about 8 months ago.
Okay.
And getting a lot of traction from it. It comes on Monday nights, Sabotaging Behaviors and How to Overcome Them. And that's one of my biggest passions, because I suffered with childhood obesity and with obesity for 47 years of my life. And so as a result of that, I began to engage in sabotaging behaviors, the self-doubt, the lack of confidence, you name it. Because of my weight, I struggled with that. And so when I overcame and I lost my weight, and then I thought about it, I said, you know what? You need to go back and start talking about those sabotaging behaviors. And so when I started the Clubhouse room and I was getting a lot of response, I'm like, you know what? You need to do a podcast. But I do not talk about the sabotaging behaviors as of yet because people feel comfortable where they're hidden to talk freely. I'm not sure if they'll be willing to come on live and talk about things that they're engaging or flaws. You know, we all have flaws, but a lot of us are embarrassed by them and afraid to talk about them. But I keep the clubhouse room going for that reason. And so when I was coming up with the name, I wanted a platform where people could speak freely. New Orleans is one of my favorite cities, the Big Easy. So I came up with the Speak Easy, but I changed the S to a Z.
All
because
right.
I want my guests to come on and speak freely, speak candidly, because people need to hear the truth.
That's so good. That's so
And, you
good.
know, that's something that you don't get, not even in church. Hello, I'm not knocking any ministers out there, but you don't get the truth. And people need to hear the truth.
Well,
And
they're
so
going to hear
that's
the
how I
truth.
came up with it.
They're going to get to hear the truth right on the Speak Easy. And you're going to hear that with Constance Willard. And I see Vanita said, this is a strong woman. I am loving this. And then I also see Boss Online said, you know what? We seniors are not dead yet,
Hello, come
so don't act dead. We are alive with plenty of wisdom. And that's what some of the comments are. I see some more comments and we'll just pop them up throughout the rest of the broadcast. But Marlene said, wow, won't he do it? Amen. Somebody
Yes, he
said,
will.
amen, amen. Listen, Constance, we're so glad that you made a stop by here at the Kim Jacobs Show on the CTR Media Network Podcasters Tour. Can you tell one closing comment? And we're going to go ahead and let you take off for the rest of your day.
The main thing I want to leave with the listening audience, do not allow yourself to fall prey to the invalid validation of others.
Wow.
Trust in God. God made you unique with your flaws and your strengths for a reason.
Wow.
And it takes diversity and it takes variety to make this world go around. If he would have created all of us the same, this would be a dull world.
Wow.
Diversity exists for a reason. So never doubt yourself.
All right.
Know that you are bad.
Bad to the bone and come
Bad
speak
to the bone.
easy.
That's right.
On
Bad,
Constance program.
Fierce, fabulous. Go for it.
All right.
Go
Thank
for
you
it.
so much, Constance, for being here today. I appreciate you. I'm going to pull Dr. Liddy back up here, and I see that you were right backstage anyway. So I'm going to pop you up here. Where is Dr. Liddy? Did I see you, Dr.? Yeah, there you go. Dr. Liddy, I hope that you're ready to tell us about being a good lawyer, because we want to hear about that, and also being a wonderful business coach. So let's get a chance to hear from you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. This has been so fabulously amazing. And my gift, if you will, is that we are all spiritual creatures having a human experience, but the law comes in and tells us all the things that the ladies have talked about, that they poured their heart out and shared with us. We oftentimes don't see the law in that. We oftentimes think that law is negative. And if you think about it, God is what? He talks about laws, his laws, following his laws. And in doing that, we become more powerful, more inspired, more infused. And that's what I want our community to understand. That law is a powerful tool for us to trigger, because all law comes from God. All law is good. But what happens is in the application sometimes, because people have been hurt, because people don't know how to do certain things, they default to the negative side of the law. But I want to remind us that we look at us here. Look at us here. We're talking about the beauty of God in our lives. That is the law of God in our lives. And man's law is something that we have to learn. So my podcast is called The Secret Legal Codes. And the reason it's called The Secret Legal Codes Revealed is because we don't know this. What I've shared with you comes from my father. My father was an Episcopalian priest and a business lawyer. So I grew up watching him serve the community. I grew up watching him teach on Sundays and going to war in the courts on behalf of small businesses and individuals. And that's the duality of God. And we often think that God isn't listening. Well, why isn't it happening in our lives for us? Part of that is that he's waiting for us to recognize our power. He's waiting for us to recognize you are mine. What are you doing or not doing oftentimes in terms of taking your royal place? And a lot of that comes from what the ladies have shared. Our young histories have been so violent sometimes that we internalize that violence and we don't realize how powerful we truly are. We don't know how to show up powerfully anymore. We've been abused so much. And the truth of it is, it happened. That cannot change. What we have to do in terms of restoring ourselves is that happened over there. And the God within us requires us to step up, acknowledge that, and move forward with our gifts. And each of us have wonderful, wonderful, unique gifts. And whether it's singing, writing, poetry, dancing, raising beautiful children, having wonderful businesses, and we don't see that oftentimes as good enough. Well, let me change that for you, hopefully. We are here because it is God's will for us to accomplish something, not just for ourselves, but to be the example for others. And that's how I live my life in terms of being the good lawyer. I will not allow others to hurt people that are within my vicinity, because we are all related in the spiritual realm. And if my power is to protect, that is what I will do. Someone else's power may be different, but recognizing the beauty of our divine connection, and all of that is based on the law of God's universe, and never, ever forgetting that we are as powerful as God has made us to be. We really are powerful beings. So for me, I connect spirituality with business law. So for me, everything is spiritually imbued, from our logos to our podcasting, to our guests, to our books. And if we see that connection, there's no stopping us. We become unstoppable because we're infused with a glorious power that we call our God. So that is what I do in my law practice, in my business practice, and in my spiritual practice.
Excellent, excellent. And now, how can people stay connected with you?
I love the little link tree, and thank you for popping it up. Most people don't realize Linktree, but it's there. You can have a free version and connect so much of what you do to Linktree. So I think it's perfect, the absolute perfect way to connect.
Absolutely. So you all make sure you screenshot how you can stay connected right with Linktree with /Dr. Liddy. And she's also spoken with TED Talk in London. She's a former Wall Street advisor, financial regulator, has been on international committees on accountability, you name it. This woman knows what she's talking about. She's a good lawyer, and she's also a good business creator, and she's willing to help you. If you tune into her podcast, you're going to get to learn a lot more about her. She's been featured on the New York Times, USA Today, New York Law Journal, Entrepreneur, NBC, CBS, ABC, Fox. I mean, this is not no average situations, y'all, that you're experiencing here on CTR Media Network podcast tour. You know how you get out of breath, like, tour, okay? There's some good stuff happening. So, Dr. Tina Ramsey, I thank you for even finding people like Dr. Liddy that's here on the podcast. Thank you for being here today. Any closing comment? I'm going to go to the next person right after your closing comment.
We are brilliantly and powerfully made. Never forget that, and rise up and do what God wants you to accomplish.
All right.
Amen.
There, you heard it, guys, right from Dr. Liddy. And we are going to keep it moving. Wait, before I don't go, because it might be some comments for you. And I like to pop some of these comments. Wow, amen, Dr. Liddy, speak that confidence. That's right. Teach the beauty of God. It's all kind of comments. So y'all can go back and look at all of these comments some more. Ain't no stopping God. Amen. I see all of your comments. She is amazing. Good afternoon. So y'all should be staying connected with her right on her podcast, okay? That's why they're here today on the Kim Jacobs Show. Now, we may go a few minutes longer today because we got a large group of people here, but you don't want to miss a moment of the Kim Jacobs Show and what's happening here today. When we come back after this commercial break, before we go to commercial break, Dr. Tina Ramsey, please take a moment. I know we had you say something at the very beginning, but this is your baby. So we need to hear from you throughout the broadcast, okay? So I'm gonna put you over here and please say something, just anything. Let God bless you, bless us through you. Say
Well, literally, like I said, I'm the messenger, the visionary, the founder and CEO behind this, but really it's God that helped me do this, right? I'd much rather be in the background, but for certain occasions such as this, I have to come out and show my face so you guys can see. But really, it's all for me. It's all about all the podcasters. Okay. Yes, I am an executive producer of multiple TV shows and podcasts. Yes, I have my own show, the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast. But my mission is all of them. Okay. What my team is doing behind the scenes is to make sure that people connect with our podcasting hosts, their guests, and get the information that they need. This is the time. The earth is shaking right now in a positive way to have action, people. And I'm not having the information, the resources. All these people are here for a reason, to give you the resources, to be the answer to the prayer that you've been praying on your knees, crying and saying, I need help. This is CTR Media Network Podcasters. We are a community that stands on community, education, opportunities. Because without the education, you can't go into that next step, okay? And so we have the good lawyer, Dr. Liddy, because in our minds, we look at lawyers as being negative. But here, look at what God presented. It's lawyers out there who really want to do good and fighting for you, okay? Yes. And then you also have doctors that's dealing with your health and wellness, teaching you how to do things. We have a collective of so many different people, from entrepreneurs to coaches to authors to lawyers to homeschoolers to TV producers. And then we have celebrities that come on these shows too. So we have nonprofits. We have everything here for you. This was not created just for it to just lay out in the world. This was created to move you guys to action. No longer will you have to sit down and watch other people win. No longer. It's your moment. And this is your opportunity. Seize it.
See what we needed to hear from you, Dr. Tina Ramsey, the visionary behind CTR Media Network. And this is her podcasters tour. So these are just a few of the podcasters that you're getting exposed to. And so we're going to get a chance to hear from Dr. Mary Zenit next. And so glad to have you here with us, Dr. Mary. And again, thank you, Dr. Liddy. I'm going to put you backstage and bring someone else back on. And let's pull up someone like Dr. Vanessa Dunn. And it's Guyton, right? Vanessa Dunn Guyton, that's going to be with us as well. And I think this is going pretty smoothly as I can do it. But God gave me a lot of gifts and talents. I didn't know I could be like, I'm doing it. Okay. So, Dr. Mary, right after this commercial break, we're going to get a chance to hear from you. But everyone that's watching, go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Stay connected with ctrmedianetwork.com. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Dr. Tina Ramsey is the visionary behind it. And I want you to know that that's why they're making just a pit stop today here on the Kim Jacobs Show. And it's a beautiful blessing that these queens have blessed us with already today. So let me, you know what I did also want to do is put up the QR code for Dr. Liddy. She had shared a QR code. And so that's her QR code. If you all want to scan that, it'll take you directly to all of her information as well, which I love that. So I wanted to pop that up. All right. So I see, Vanessa. Okay, I'm going to go to Gio Monroe show. Come on up too. Pull you up on the stage. So just so you can wave, we're going to take a quick commercial break, learn more about CTR Media Network, and we'll be right back.
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
All right, everyone, and we are back. And I want to make sure that we get a chance to hear. You have to unmute your own self over there. But Dr. Mary Zenit, talk to us, if you will, about your program.
Thank you so much. I want to thank you all for being here. And Dr. Tina, she is so inspiring. It is an absolute privilege to be a part of CTR Media Network. So a little bit about me. I've been a psychiatrist for 35 years, but I also have an executive MBA in healthcare with an emphasis on public health.
Yes.
And that's my heart. My heart is the globe is hurting right now. There's so much pain and suffering, but there are little things we can do to raise our vibrational level. We live in a world where we've got toxins bombarding us, okay? They're hidden in our food, in the air, in the water. How about on the airwaves, all that negativity, okay? And we need to rise up. So on the show, you will learn lifestyle tips and strategies that will help you make that shift so that you are not a victim, you are victorious. And your health, physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, it all works together. So when I met Dr. Tina, I said, this has been on my heart for a very long time. But when I met Dr. Tina, because I do have a show, I said, oh, I have to be part of this network. And I'm so privileged that she invited me, she welcomed me to be part of it, to inform, empower our listeners.
Wow. And now I know that you, like I saw here on your bio too, that you deal a lot with global health, and that is very important to you as well as.
It is. You know, we're all in our own little world, right? Is that not true? However, as we raise our vibrational level, right? We're eating healthy, we get the toxins out of our lives, we're vibrating at a higher level and we can have more empathy. You know, the heart is the highest vibrational organ in the body.
Okay.
So we're able to think about, now we might have a day which you don't have a lot of financial ability to donate. However, your thoughts, your heart, thinking about your neighbor across the globe is so important. So yeah, on the show, we will be spotlighting different initiatives around the world too, that are very inspiring and that will inspire us to learn about them and do more. Each of us can level up.
That's good. That's good. And you feel like that will make the world just an overall better place. And I do want to find out, how did you become passionate about this? So we're going to go to our next person shortly, but I do want to hear, it takes a special interest to even have the interest in knowing about your vibrations of your heart and compassion and global health. Why? Why was that the case for you?
Well, I will tell you, when I was very young, my mom was very sick. She struggled with health issues her entire life. So, I mean, as a 3-year-old, I remember, you know, being there to help my mom, you know, get her a glass of water and just be there. And what happened, okay, she was given a diagnosis of 6 months to live. And we were just absolutely devastated. She's a very kind person and she really cared about the world. But guess what? Power of prayer and her mind. She says, I'm not ready to die. 6 months? What? And she was 83 pounds. She was so weak, but she made it 26 more years with good quality of life.
Oh my gosh. So this is, you know what? This is so important as you all are doing this media tour stop to hear some of these backstories, because now I see why it's so important for you to know that the heart can keep on and keep on if certain things
Absolutely.
are happening. I love it. Thank you, Dr. Mary
Thank you.
Bennett. Now,
Thank
tell
you.
people how they can stay connected with.
Hello, my name is Alethea Tucker, and I am the CEO of Jolie's Enterprises. I'm also the host of a show entitled Reinvent and Rise, and the host of a podcast entitled Leveling Up the Podcast with Alethea Tucker. I recently had the distinct pleasure of working with Tina Ramsey and CTR Media Network in one of her programs where she taught me how to get exposure for my podcast. She increased my visibility tremendously, and she showed me how to monetize both of my shows to make them revenue generating products. I am so ecstatic and so happy with the service that she and her staff provided to me. She went above and beyond what I expected, and I certainly got far more than I ever dreamed I would get with her. So I highly recommend her for any of her programs. I highly recommend her as someone to go to if you are looking to increase what you do with your podcast, make it better. If you're looking to get visibility, definitely speak with her. You will not go wrong with her or anyone on her staff.
CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting and media that live streams 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms and have featured over 1,000 guests. If you would like to be a part of CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Welcome to the Homeschooling Magazine, a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today.
City penny saver ad board. You are a YouTuber, so you were like a hey mom wearing a lot of different hats.
Right.
Monetized 3 YouTube channels, had a business plan with at least 10 channels on YouTube, independent associate, you name it. I'm only rattling some of these things off because it is amazing how many different hats you've worn on your journey. So when people tune into the Gio Monroe Show, what can they expect?
They can expect my motivation. They can expect for me to tell them how I made it, and how they can make it. That there's no job too hard for God. Don't give up 5 minutes before the miracle. They also will find on that channel my friends with super channels, because my friends is very important to me on YouTube. And they support all 3 of my channels that are monetized. So I give back by giving them a short bio on my channel called Friends with Super Channels. And then I take that and put it on my podcast. So that is how I give back to people. Also on the Gio Monroe Show, there will be a segment starting probably in the next 2 weeks, how to start a YouTube channel and how to get it monetized.
Wow,
Okay.
that's gonna be good. That's gonna be good.
Right.
Okay, this is awesome. So what's like a closing point you want to make for people, just as a takeaway of something that just kind of burns in your heart?
Just don't give up 5 minutes before your miracle. Pray, pray, pray. Because when you're down in the dump, in that tunnel, and I can only just tell y'all what my take on it and my story and how I got out of that tunnel. I remember my mom used to always say, when you in the tunnel and you don't know nothing else to do, you can't see no light, call on the name of Jesus. And that's what I did.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Call on the name
I
of
made it out, and I want women, and especially women, to know we don't have to stay in the tunnel. That there's another way to look at it.
Wow. Okay, y'all, Gio Monroe Show. Y'all should know anyway, anytime you have a podcaster's tour happening, you're going to have to stay on for a few more minutes because we all talk, all of us just talk, okay? We talk a lot. We love communicating. That's why we sharing our life's gifts with you guys, okay? So y'all just sit tight. We have some more podcasters that's going to be with us today. Twins on the bottom, someone said. Gio, I'm trying to put your comments up here. People are commenting. Twins at the bottom. Get the help that you need. Amen. Go get that help is what McKim said. Boss Life said, Boss Life hiding behind the card, getting her information. You're trying to learn something. Correct. Yes, I see all of your comments. And I really appreciate your studio audience participation. The show couldn't be the same without you all. So thank you. And thank you, Gio Monroe, for stopping by the Kim Jacobs Show today. I will pull somebody else in. I see you, Marlene Sanders. I'm going to pull you upstage. And Alethea, I'm going to pull you in as well. Whew, this is a whole thing, huh? Us getting through all of the podcast tour people. Marlene, talk to us. How are you today? What do you have for us today? Tell us about your show.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me on, Kim. And I have to give my kudos and props to Dr. Tina because I came in the back door from Gio Monroe. So Gio found Dr. Tina, and Gio was like, "You got, come on, girl, come on." So she believes in me. She's not only a friend to me, a sister. She's so many things to me. So I appreciate Gio. But my story is about people shifting upward because I came from a very dark, low place in my life, and I just want to elevate somebody who thinks that you can't. And I get emotional about it sometimes because I had about 4 suicide attempts in my life. I came from a place where I was raised and talked to that I was nobody, but I want to let somebody out there know that you aren't. You are somebody. So now that I came out of that dark tunnel and now I'm in the light and I feel like I'm prospering. Now I want to be the voice to somebody else who's down, feeling low, and reach down and pull somebody else up. Because I think that's so important that once you find your light, you find your voice, now reach down and reach back and say, "Come on, it's okay. It's nice over here." Don't allow life and circumstances to take you out. We sometimes have to learn that we have to change our thinking. My whole thing about my whole life, I was angry and bitter at the whole world, but I didn't realize until I went through therapy that that was my choice. So I had to learn to shift that and to heal and to forgive people and to take my power back. Because I definitely believe it's a thing about taking your power back, that if you don't believe that you have the power to have anything you want in your life, shift your finances, shift a good relationship, shift good friends, travel the world, change all your circumstances, your weight, your health. And I made that decision that even though I didn't come from, that kind of setting where people believed in me and supported me and talked about having things and doing things and that you're somebody, I said, now I want to be a voice behind a person who may be voiceless, because back then I didn't have a voice. I didn't know how to say I was hurting. I didn't know how to say I'm in pain and I'm sad and nobody loves me. I want to be that voice and say, it's okay, come over here. And I will support you until now you can stand up and now you reach back and pull somebody else up. So
oh my goodness. Okay, so I'm gonna need y'all to come back, and Dr. Tina, please let everybody, with your permission, come back and do your full hour as just the guest on my show with just the two of us. All of you. This is just a
told you.
I need like a whole hour because I have so many questions. And oh my gosh. I need each of you all. Please commit to doing that with me so I can hear your backstories. And you know what I'm gonna do for 1 minute, because one of our podcasters that's on the tour, I'm coming right back to you, Marlene. She has some audio stuff and we want to get her in. So Dr. Vera Thomas, I hear you on the phone. I know you have some electrical stuff happening in your area, but we don't want to miss the opportunity with you being able to stop by as one of our podcast tour hosts today. So Dr. Tina Ramsey's on the screen, Alethea, Anna Brothers is back there, Marlene, and I see Dr. Vanessa Guyton is back there too. So they're still on. So everybody can hear you. Talk to us, Dr. Vera.
Well, first of all, let me say these podcasters are awesome, awesome, awesome. And Dr. Tina Ramsey, thank you so much for including me in this group. It is just a wonderful thing. And I thank God for this opportunity. My show is the Vera Thomas Show. My focus is to uplift, encourage, inspire, motivate, and educate. I have guests that come on from all walks of life in all different professions, who share their life stories, who share their successes, who share how others can be uplifted, encouraged, motivated, experience, and, just being able to encourage others to know that God is in control, and do not give up on your dreams. Do not give up on yourself. Do not give up on all the things that God has intended for you to do and for all that He wants you to be.
Awesome, Dr. Vera Thomas. And I know that you do a lot with the spoken word. So when people tune into your show, what are they going to walk away with?
They're going to walk away with knowledge, encouragement. They're going to walk away feeling, I can. They're going to walk away feeling that no matter what the circumstances, and I listened to Dr. Connie, and her story is just, oh my God. We never know how other people's situations can impact our lives. And sometimes we think our situation is so bad until we hear someone else's. I just like the saying, I can't even remember the saying. I'm going through so many changes right now. But what I want to say to all of you, to hold fast to your dreams, even if at times it seems it may not come true. Living your dreams will depend on you. The roads we take, the paths we choose are necessary to live our dreams through. There may be detours, winding roads, and wrong turns, all in which are lessons to be learned. As your journey unfolds, you'll realize your goals. What a beautiful story soon to be told. So hold fast to your dreams. And in order for your dreams to become a reality, you gotta take action. Things will happen. Persist and you will gain. Pursue your goals day by day. Your life will not be the same. Dream dreams without hesitation. Visualize them. See them every day. Feel the excitement, exaltation while you're on your way. God bless you all. And I again, am so honored to be a part of this group.
All right. That you talking about you can't remember some girl by you remember the whole thing like that. Listen, how can people stay connected with you? I put Dr. Vera Thomas show on the screen. Is there another way that you want me to put anything else right quick?
Well, I am on Instagram, and that's vera.thomas, Instilling Greatness. I have the Vera Thomas Show Facebook page. I am on YouTube, LinkedIn, and Twitter. So you can find me in any of those places. And please like, subscribe, and listen.
All right. Well, thank you so much for stopping by on this CTR Media podcast tour stop on the Kim Jacobs Show. All right.
And thank you so much for having me. And you all have a wonderful, blessed day.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye. All right. So we do that anyway on the show. You can call in. You can use the link. I didn't share the link today because it's not nay way. Let me put my glass. Not nay way I could actually pull in anybody else from the studio audience today. But I typically will give you the opportunity to come on into the studio and ask a direct question of the guest. Not today. Couldn't do that today. Okay. All right. So Marlene, I saw a lot of comments that came in, and I want to make sure that people know how to stay connected with you. People said, great. Wow, we made it. Yes, Marlene is all of that. Don't give up. She's a great motivator. Correct. Yahweh brought you and Boss Life Online and her through. Robert says, Marlene gives us energy, make it through each day. Sharing is caring. Please share this broadcast. to help our host and the entirety of the podcasters. And God is using you, Marlene. So anyway, lots of comments. Let your emotions. I didn't get to go through all of them because it'll take me till 2 o'clock to get through all of this today. But come back for an hour of your own, and we're gonna have more time together. How can people stay connected with you, Marlene?
Well, I have 4 YouTube channels. Marlene Motivates. The newest one that I just made for the CTR Media Network is Marlene Saunders show and podcast. And also my email and all my other information will be on there as well.
Excellent. Y'all make sure you stay connected with Marlene Saunders, who's here making her stop here on the Kim Jacobs Show, representing CTR Media Network podcast tour. What's your closing comment? And I'm going to put you backstage, and I'm going to be bringing Anna Brothers on, and I'm going to bring you on too, Dr. Vanessa. And y'all going to be all closing us out here today on this special episode of the Kim Jacobs Show. Tell us your closing comment, Marlene.
Well, I just want to share that, we can have real talk and real conversations, because I was raised that you stay silent and you hide things. So I want to bring exposure to things and that let everybody know, don't hide your pain and push it down. Release it, let it out so that you can thrive, because it's very important to have real talk and real conversations so you can take your power back.
Wow. Thank you for being here today, Marlene, and have a wonderful day. Alethea, how are you today? And I want to go ahead and pull you up and give you a chance to have some words. Talk to us with the beautiful yellow. And I'm going to pull Anna and Dr. Vanessa in. Y'all are going to be our closing and pulling up the rear in a fantastic way. Alethea, talk to us about your program.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Kim, for having me on. Let me tell you, this morning has been spectacular. I already knew that CTRB was awesome. Let me tell you, hearing from everybody, I am absolutely blown away. Dr. Tina, you know how I feel about you. I love you so much. And thank you for creating this platform for us so you can have so many different voices. But to tell you about me, I am Alethea Tucker, and my podcast is Leveling Up the Podcast with Alethea Tucker. And the motto is, there are levels to this, and we're going to hit all of them from the ground up. So what do I mean by that? My niche, women 45 plus, because I am one of them. I know the pain points, and we address those things in my show, in my podcast. So I frequently have women on who are doing great things in their prime. I always say it's prime time, we need to do to level up, whether it be professionally or personally. We talk about the things that, kind of plague us around this age, physical things, mental things, relationships. We're at an age now where we may be caring for elderly parents. We may be empty nesters finally, and getting to go after those dreams that we want, So we take a look at those things and we give our audience the tools that they need. Now, I'm not saying that my guests are all 45 and older, because, younger people definitely have something to contribute. We've been there too. They can tell us how to stay young as we go up, right? So I tap into the experts to make sure that, as I call my audience, my risers, we're rising so we can reinvent and rise. Right. So we tackle all of those things. And above all, I want my women to know that they have a voice, and right where they are, they can do great things. Age has nothing to do with it. Absolutely nothing. They have been given an innate talent and a gift by God, and their voice is unique. Their imprint is unique. And it has to be put out there because we have an obligation to help another woman to rise, help another woman to be all that she can be. We've been given a lot. We need to put that back out there and grow right where we are.
I love these podcasts. I'm just going to binge watch your shows, guys. I can tell y'all that right now. I am sold out to binge watch all of CTR Media Network podcasts, every single one of y'all. Listen, you are top 25 most inspiring women, one of them, and by Called to Inspire magazine. You're a highly sought after international motivational speaker, and you train individuals to amplify their courage, confidence, and connection so that they can make that influential impact on the world. Now, when people tune in and hear this, they're going to be hearing this confident woman. You're very confident, right?
Yes.
Now, I don't know how to even ask this vague question, backstory question, and say, can you answer it in 2 or 3 minutes? I don't know. Okay. The point is that confidence came from somewhere. There was a turning point in your life. What was that turning point? And see, these are questions I'll ask you when you come back on an hour, for the whole hour. But what was that turning point in your life that made you say, that's it, I'm going to use the courage and the gifts and the talents God got for me and roll with it? Come on, tell me.
Oh my goodness. You know, Miles Monroe is one of my favorite preachers, one of my favorite motivational speakers. And he says a lot about mediocrity. And he said that, you know, mediocrity kind of accepts the norm and it pleases the crowd and does what it can to get by. But maximum living pushes the norm and really pleases God and sets the standard for excellence. And I was pushed into that about 5 years ago when my father passed away. He was such an inspiration for me. He was somebody who lived to serve and who taught me to do the same. You've been given a lot, Alethea. Now you need to go out and help somebody with that. When he passed away, it was my catalyst for doing more. You know, I had done this bookmark for my 50th birthday, 50 things I've learned on my way to 50. You know, people had encouraged me to turn that into lessons and make it a book. So I did that at that point and was able to make it something devotional that would help people. I tapped into helping women. So my catalyst was really the death of someone who was an absolute legend to me, who was helping me to rise up and bring out those things that he had already deposited in.
Oh, please, when you come back to be my guest, give me a picture of your dad. Let me pop it up on the screen. I just want to hug. I'm hugging you guys virtually just because I'm so in love with everything I'm hearing. Thank you so much for being here, Alethea Tucker, and tell people how they can stay connected with you.
Absolutely. You can go to my website and it is Jolease, which is JOLEASE. Put enterprises behind that, all one word, JoleaseEnterprises.com. I'm also on social media, on Instagram at Alethea A. Tucker, just as my name is written up there, just put an A in there. And also Jolease Enterprises. And of course, you can find me on Leveling Up the Podcast right here, CTR Media Network. Always looking for speakers and sponsors. Always looking for an opportunity to elevate somebody other than yourself. That's what we're trying to do.
I'm so excited about it. I was trying to type everything you were saying, which I think I captured it right. No, this is good. Leveling Up the Podcast with Alethea Tucker, Alethea A. Tucker on all social media, and then JoleaseEnterprises.com is your website. And
Yes,
Jolease, everybody, is spelled JOLEASE, enterprises.com for the podcast listeners, because there are some podcast listeners only. All right. Wow. Okay. So now we have 2 more dynamic podcast hosts, and we are going to hear from them right after this commercial break. Wow. I'm blown away. I'm loving this. Okay, we'll be right back.
Nothing says I love you more than final expense insurance whole life protection. With Funeral Advocacy nationwide, saving you and your family 30 to 80% off funerals and cremations. Nothing says I love you more than Get Insured Solutions, LLC. GetInsured.Solutions, 704-499-36.
I'm attorney Charles Everidge. I started out representing insurance companies until my father was seriously injured at work. 4 of his fingers were amputated. Our family went through a lot, so I know what you're going through as an injured worker. If you've been hurt on the job, call me now. I'll fight to get the workers' comp benefits you may deserve. I'll fight for you like family. Put my experience to work for you. Call 704-457-5000, the first call for injured workers.
And we are back. We are talking with CTR Media Network podcasters, and just a few of them, y'all. This is under the visionary leadership of Dr. Tina Ramsey. Dr. Tina, before I go to our next two guests, do you have anything you want to say at this time?
I don't have anything to say because the podcasters are saying it all. Now you understand why this is different from any other platform. We're literally creating a movement. So I'm going to take it over because it's all about them. I'm just here. It's about them.
All right. So then here, Dr. Vanessa Guyton, talk to us and tell us about your beautiful podcast. Oh, hey, let me unmute you because we was playing that. No, you have to unmute yourself. There we go. You got it. Go. Let's go. Let's go.
All right. So
you're beautiful with that smile, though. You were glowing. Go.
I am Dr. Vanessa Dunn Guyton, and I am the founder and executive director of an organization called Hush No More. We support survivors of domestic violence, child sexual abuse, sexual assault, incest, human trafficking, all those topics that organizations and families and friends have a hard time discussing. And out of that, we created Hush No More Champions because I think it is important that individuals hear the stories of survivors when they're ready to get to that next level. And also from victim advocates and nonprofit organizations. There are some amazing resources and organizations in our communities all over this country that individuals do not know that exist. So my goal is to share stories, to share courage and empower through all of those experiences that we all have personally or know somebody that is going through it. And so that is what we do at Hush No More Champions. I believe there are victims, there are survivors, and champions are created once we start advocating for others who are going through some things that are similar that we've been through.
Wow. Hush No More Champions is the name of your podcast. Wow. And now you had an interesting sector of people that you had to deal with when you personally survived. And I know we don't have our full hour, but do you know how important it is for you to come back and be on the Kim Jacobs Show for people to hear your story? Tell us a little bit about what you had to go through personally to make this your passion.
Yes, ma'am. So I am a survivor of military sexual trauma. I suppressed that memory for 17 years. And so when I had my trigger and everything came back, I realized part of it was that I never told anybody. I didn't think anybody would believe me. And I didn't think that I had the right to tell. So now I share my story because I want to encourage other people. And I wanted to create a platform for people to come forward when they're ready because it's allowing us to take our power back. It's allowing individuals to say, this happened to me, but it's no longer controlling me. So how can I create that space? And that's what Hush No More Champions is all about.
Wow. And you're doing such a masterful job of keeping it sweet and short and all of that. But I want to talk a lot more, so I'll wait until our hour. If you had any word of advice for people that when we don't know, they'll tune into your show, they may not tune in right away, but there may be just some tip for people that are going through some type of trauma like yours, that you could give them some hope, something to hang on to through what they may be dealing with. Any thoughts?
Yeah, so you don't have to struggle in life. You don't have to be unhappy. You don't have to be suicidal. You don't have to regret and have that shame and embarrassment of what happened to you. You can change it. You can shift. It is your right to tell your story, to open up, to say what you need to say about your own life, and it's your right to heal. And healing is important. And sharing your story is part of healing. And you don't have to do it on a large platform like a podcast. You can share your story with the next brother or sister to encourage them through what they've been through. You can go talk to the police. You can talk to a therapist. But sharing your story allows you to admit that it actually happened. And now we could do something about it. So be encouraged that you don't have to struggle in life and that there is a rainbow on the other side. It's great.
Wow. And there's a documentary on the other side that this woman has. There's a coloring book, a trauma releasing coloring book, a poetry book, When a Date Turns into Rape book, you name it. This woman her podcast, you want your daughters and your sons and people to tune in to what they can learn from Hush No More Champion. And I am excited about you being here today. And thank you for sharing your journey. How can people stay connected with you?
Our website is hushnomore.org. So if you need resources, have any questions, you can go to our website. You can also find us on Facebook at Hush No More Movement. Instagram at Hush No More Now. You can find us on YouTube as Hush No More Champions, and just follow us. You can follow me on my personal page as well. And we're always here. We're always willing to just give advice and support during anything that you may be going through.
And you said on all social media under Hush No More?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay, I want to pop that up again. These are ways to stay connected with Dr. Vanessa. Hush No More on the podcast on CTR Media, the Hush No More Champion podcast on CTR Media Network, hushnomore.org, or on social media, Hush No More. Wow. Oh, okay, y'all made. I'm gonna have to take a nap. Huh?
I hate to interrupt, but I don't know if she mentioned this, that it's not just a podcast, she is a nonprofit. And so in order for them to be able to keep these resources available to you at free of charge, it takes us coming together to give a volunteer donation of support so that she can keep all of this going, because it's not just her, she has a whole team, okay? But in order for her to keep providing all these resources for us, we need to support this. So it's a wonderful nonprofit. So all you business owners out there, corporate lenders, all of this, you're looking for a place to put your money at, this is a great place because it can help build our community, rebuild our communities, okay, and help our children.
Wow. Hushnomore.org is a nonprofit organization that needs your partnership. That's a big difference. And not just only hosting a show, but hosting the fact that she's undergirding a movement to help these individuals that are struggling with these levels of trauma. Hushnomore.org. Wow.
Do you see why we love Dr. Tina?
Yes, I see why I love Dr.
Always
Tina.
pouring for us. Yeah, it's more than just a media network. It's really a family. So thank you, Dr. Tina.
No
wow.
problem. They need
Okay.
to know now.
Thank you for last, Anna Brothers. But look at your background and everything, your bling blue and all of that. It was just meant to be that you were going to pull it all together at the end. And Alethea, and I know you're welcome to stay right on with us, but you're also free to carry on with your days, everybody. And Dr. Tina, you have to stay to the end, though, because I want you to have the final closing comment. But Anna Brothers, talk to us and tell us about your show, please. Let me see, Dr. Anna.
I'm muted.
You have to unmute yourself. Okay, there you go. You muted.
Okay.
It's all good. You go.
All right. First of all, I want to thank you for having me on your show. And I want to also thank Tina for pulling me in. And I apologize. Somehow or another, it's doing something outside and I had a surge and it went off. So I came in.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay.
But I am the Anna L. Brothers show and podcast. I'm a baby with the group. And I don't even think I've been in here 6 months. It might be a little less or maybe a little more.
Well, welcome aboard. You can see what you're a part of, something super.
Yes, I'm really flattered. You just don't know.
But you're not new
too.
to CTR Media Network. But let me be clear, she is not new to this thing called life. She's the CEO of the Sweet Lestines Dessert for All Occasions, and she teaches people how to bake like a pro. And since you're the last person here, I want to make sure I don't just let you go out being the newcomer on the show without putting some meat around the bones here. You are the Bling Slinger. The name of her business is the Jazzy Jewels Collection. So this woman right here is a health coach and loves helping people with a healthy lifestyle and all natural products. So yes, she's new to CTR Media Network, but she's got a whole lot going on. Go ahead.
Okay. And I've been friends with Tina for years.
Okay.
For years. And somehow or another they've taken me under my wing. But I've always had like a voice, and I appeared in a few challenges, and I became the caregiver of my mother, which I lost about 1.5 years ago. And during that time, I found out, well, I was kind of lack knowledge myself of mental illnesses, and I felt like most Black people are not aware of mental illness. They're aware of them, but they shun it. They, kick it under the thing. And
Right.
even as you're growing up, and I guess over history and over time, these things have happened. But I know that as a whole, Black people, instead of them going to a therapist, they will go to their minister for help as opposed to a therapist. So I've had some challenges in my life, and so I'm seeing a therapist. And one of the things that she asked me to do was to research mental illnesses.
Interesting.
And so I just finished up that series on mental illnesses. That's what I basically started out with. But I felt like I had a voice in this. A lot of opportunities happened for me. I was on NBC News. I spoke at the hospital about my journey with my mother. AARP, I've done quite a few things that have happened. It just out the clear blue sky where people have just come to me and asked me that. So I felt like God was trying to tell me something, and that I had I needed to inform people because I didn't know. And doing my research, I'm going to be honest with you. What I found out is that all of us have mental illnesses, and that, because as I was doing it, I just didn't realize it was that many mental illnesses for real. But I found that if I did not have some of those characteristics, I knew someone that did have those characteristics.
Mm-hmm.
And that we need to help each other, and we need to better understand people. Now, my podcast is not basically on just mental health, but it's on the whole person. I just want to let you know. It's on self-care. And I want to be able to reach from the young to the old. I'm old, but I want, my degree was in my degree was in early childhood. And so as I was teaching, I noticed also as far as the mental health, they don't give you the knowledge for that. And so someone has to do it. Now, I'm not a doctor, but I can research. And so that is basically how I got started in the podcast. And I will be having guests on soon. Right now, it's just informational. Because I got to get used to it.
But that's okay. You're going to get used to it quickly with Dr. Tina Ramsey as your leader. That's for sure. Okay.
Yeah,
you're going to get thrust in the fire. Well, I'm excited about everything that you're sharing. And you really focus heavily on bling and slinging bling and all of that stuff. What made you interested in that from a passion perspective?
Okay. I'm a crafty person.
Okay. I can hear all your bangles and everything over there. I know you got stuff going on.
And I've always been crafty. I do a lot of things, and that is another thing that I want to be able to share. I do needlepoint. I made this vest.
Get out of here! That's what I'm saying. Y'all are not. Oh my gosh! You can't say everything. It's like 50,000 people, right? We're trying to get everybody on the tour and have a few little words. Be like, "Hi, my name's Kim." That's it. Like, you made that vest. You made that vest? That is gorgeous.
Thank you. I want to be able to share some of my talents. I'm a certified cake instructor, and I taught cake decorating while I was teaching for 20-something years. So I want to be able to share those things with people as well.
Somebody said nice. Like nice for real. So this is some good stuff. You got to come back on the show just to bring some of your pieces. During the holidays and stuff, you better get on here, girl. We do
that's what my next series is going to be on the fall and all the things that's happening in the fall. So I'm going to try to incorporate my cake decorating and just all of those things into the fall.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So how can people stay connected with you and L Brothers?
Well, I am on all of the social media platforms, and most of them I am in there
Oh, wait a minute. I typed over. I did a typo. Hold on.
I'm on with my name. So there won't be, a
Wait.
TikTok, all of them. I'm on all of them. And then I do have 3 YouTube channels. One of them I do have, my Sweet Listines is up and running, but the other 2 I'm working on.
Right, but the funny part is, Miss Anna, the funny part is I just had a cuss word up there, and I don't even be cussing, right? But I meant to say all, and I'm sitting here trying to do all this stuff, and I typed ASS.
And you know what? I didn't even see it. I didn't even pay it no mind. I just went on it.
My grandma would be like, "Man, you think your butt look good? You gonna put that under my face on the social media?" She would be going off. So I'm like, "Grandma, it was a mistake." Listen, I am so glad, Anna Brothers, that you have joined the CTR Media Network team, and we're so honored. I'm sure on behalf of Dr. Tina Ramsey that you are on board.
Yeah, I love her. She's a good girl. She's a good girl.
So, thank you for being here. Let's see. I saw comments coming in for you as well. I've seen comments coming in for all of y'all, so hopefully you'll go back and check them all out. Somebody said nice, just very nice. Your blazer is your shawl is so nice.
Thank
your
you.
vest. And so people said they love the name. I think that was when Hush No More was on, and they said this is so inspiring. Thank you, ladies, for sharing, all of you all. Powerful podcast, which was also for the Hush No More, very needed. And I didn't put those comments up earlier, so I want to acknowledge those as well. All right, listen, you guys, we have had a wonderful time here. Anna Brothers, you are welcome to carry on with your day if you like. And I'm going to close out this episode with have a great one. And Dr. Tina Ramsey, woo, 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 you got your hands full with all of this wonderfulness. And no, that's not, I don't know if that's a word, but anyway. I can be back in my regular hosting mode for a moment. Okay. How you doing, Dr. Tina Ramsey?
Great. And I just want to tell you, thank you for maneuvering and juggling everything that's been going on today, because I appreciate you extending us grace, because there's so many of us. And the thing is, this is not all of us. This is just some of us. But I appreciate you taking the time, because I know you have an hour show and you exceeded your time bracket for us. And I'm totally just thankful for you today. So thank you for spotlighting our amazing podcasters.
It's wonderful. And again, I do want, and we're going to come back right after you hear about CTR Media Network one more time. We're going to have a closing comment from Dr. Tina Ramsey. And I want you to know how you can stay connected with CTR Media Network, and also become a part of the program. Reach out to them and let them know that the Kim Jacobs Show sent you their way. But let's learn more about them, and then we're going to get a closing comment from you, Dr. Tina, right after this
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
All right, everyone. And so that's CTR Media Network. There's no reason for you not to get your story out and join the CTR Media Network team. I also am the host of the Kim Jacobs Show on CTR Media Network as well. And so we're bringing balance to the world, one household at a time. And so please make sure you check us out there. You can check us out on YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, and Instagram as well. So make sure that you know that the Kim Jacobs Show is also a part of CTR Media Network, thanks to Dr. Tina Ramsey allowing us to be on the platform. What's your closing comment or thoughts, Dr. Tina? I know you're like a proud mama over there.
Yes, yes, yes. So I'm just proud of everyone. And I just want to not, I'll be remiss if I don't mention the ones who you don't see, because it's not just about any one podcast, it's about our entire community. And as you can see from today, you see why this is so different from any other platform that's out there in regards to podcasts, and you see why this is so needed in the time that we're living in. But I want to give a shout out to V. James. She is the host of Broadcasting with Boss Lady Star. We have Joy World, which is the producer and host of Hello World talk show that's on CTR. We have Sandy Saunders. She is the host of Book Talks with Sandy Coffee Conversations. We have Sheree Moore, who is the CEO and podcast host of the She Trucking Podcast, which also has an ensemble of multiple different people, content creators, that's helping women in the trucking industry. Yes, we do that too. Then we have the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine, the Melanated Homeschooling podcast, which both are homeschool based. One is from the melanated perspective, and one is for the entire world, which is homeschooling. That is a community podcast, which means that different people come in and give information and host those particular podcasts. We also just launched Men's Thoughts Podcast. This is exclusively for our men, to help our young boys, to help young men walk into their manhood, to have the mentorship, to have all the things in place so that they can be encouraged and listen from other men, their perspective on life and finances and relationships. And it's all men coming together. And that's a community. So if you want to share, if you're a man, then give us a call. And then last but surely not least, we have Tiffany D. Bell, which is the podcast host for the Nonprofit CEO. So she specializes in helping nonprofits to grow. And as you can see, all of our other podcasters, we have some more that's graduating from our class right now that are going to be coming over. And yes, thank you for popping it up. We have the Michael Finkley Show. Yes, the Michael Finkley Show. He is amazing. So make sure that you tune into that. And this is just the podcast that we have out right now. We have some that's in our class, because we have our Learn How to Podcast and Start a Monetize It class that's going on. And once they graduate, then their podcast will be put on the network as well. So we have a lot of things that's coming, events, podcasting, sponsorship opportunities. We have so much where you can connect with us if you're a business, for commercial slots, the featured guests, go on a CTR Media Network tour around all these different podcast shows, which I heard you guys saying it. So you can get in contact with them, our hosts, and so much more. This is your moment. This is your time. Thank you, Kim, for being a part of the movement and bringing the Kim Jacobs Show. And thank you for onboarding and showing our podcast today, because this was indeed an undertaking, but God definitely helped you navigate it, honey.
All right. Listen, everybody. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you, Dr. Tina Ramsey, for representing your organization of podcast hosts around the world. And please, one more time, tell people how the bandwidth, how far the reach is. I know I kind of said it in the beginning, but I really want people to know that too. And then we're going to close out.
Okay, well, thank you. Well, CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting and media. We have over 30 plus podcasters reaching 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 plus countries. We specialize in bringing you positive, impactful media design to help you walk into your best life, to help you start dreaming again, to know that there's hope. We can do this, okay? So we encourage you to not only connect with my show, the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast, but most importantly, our community. As you can see, they're all absolutely amazing. And if you have a desire to start a podcast or have a podcast and you would like to be a part of it, just contact us and let us see what you have to offer. And we'll let you know if you're a right fit. Kim Jacobs, she's over there being humble. Let me see. Over here. She also has a program where she actually can teach you how to make your show look beautiful like hers. So if you want to start your own streaming show to get ready for CTR Media Network, if you want to take that thing to Roku and Amazon and all that, she gets you ready, then you go ahead and get her class. about how to learn how to stream and using this StreamYard and all these good things. And then if you want to solely do podcasting, then you come on over to me. All right. We have everything, basically what you need with CTR Media Network, whether it's independently through our company or through our podcasters who have their own businesses. So if we don't have it, I pretty much guarantee that our podcasters have something, or they know somebody that have what you need. So TV show, Kim Jacobs podcast, Dr. Tina, and everything else, CTR Media Network podcasters. Make sure to buy their books, book them on speaking engagement, sponsor them, sponsor CTR, sponsor our podcasters, because that's how we can keep this stuff going for all of you. We love what we do, and we're just happy for the opportunity.
All right. Well, there you have it, everybody. And you've heard from Dr. Tina Ramsey, from a lot of the podcast hosts, and hopefully the rest of them will come right on the Kim Jacobs Show too. We welcome every single one of them, even if they weren't here today. You all have a beautiful rest of your day. Dr. Tina, stay backstage for a second, and I will see you all right here on the Kim Jacobs Show at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday through Friday. Take care, and don't forget, pour into the broadcast, invest so that we can continue this level of programming. Have a great one. Hello, everyone. I'm Kim Jacobs, host of the Kim Jacobs Show, where we're bringing balance to the world, one household at a time. Listen, we go live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I bring guests on that talk about their backstories, things that they've had to overcome to become who they are today. Many of them are balancing and juggling life, and they've become experts in different fields. So they're sharing tips with you to make your life just a little bit easier. Many times as a guest in the studio audience, you'll get a chance to walk away with a missing piece of the puzzle that might be missing in your life. Let's go on this journey together, and I look forward to seeing you Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on the Kim Jacobs Show.
Hate camping. And I remember as kids, my aunt and uncle were working on their house, and they had some chemicals that really needed to be cured overnight. And they figured, well, why don't we let the kids have a sleepover in the backyard? And my cousins were so excited, and I just remember the entire night I spent imagining spiders were the size of my head and flicking bugs off of me. And I stayed awake most of the night while they slept. I was never so happy to get back into the house. And when I walked in, we walked into this beautiful area where we could play and run around. And my aunt said, you see, we had you outside because you needed to be there. I hope you guys had fun. But now I see that you're really, really enjoying this new space. And I was. And I thought to myself, I guess it was worth us having to stay out there. What's that mean for you guys? Sometimes you're going to have to stay in a tent. You're going to have to stay in that tent while you work on building your house. And instead of spending the time moaning and groaning about all the things that you have to go through, remember what you're working towards, what you're trying to get. Because if you hold on to that dream while you're down in the trenches, it's going to seem all the more valuable when you get out and you realize that you've worked to bring forth exactly what you've desired to have.
CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting and media that live streams 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms and have featured over 1,000 guests. If you would like to be a part of CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Next on the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast, we have our special featured guest, Ed Hennings. We are going to have a very candid conversation about how you can dominate any destructive thoughts and behaviors and how he is changing the lives of ones that's incarcerated. Make sure to tune in this Thursday at 7:30 p.m. EST. It's time to come share, shine, and grow on the Tina Ramsey Show. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, the host. Of course, you know that. But today we have a very, very special guest. And as you saw in the intro, his name is Ed Hennings. He is an amazing serial entrepreneur. He does some of the most amazing things. And for those of you who have ever doubted the power of being able to reinvent yourself and do it in such a profound way that not only changed your life, but people's lives around you within your community. Because Ed Hennings was sentenced to 40 years in prison and he served 20 years. And despite it all, he was able to flip and turn his life like a caterpillar turning into a butterfly. So how did he do that? Well, right now we're going to bring him on because we definitely need to know how he do what he do and why. Why does Ed do this? So let's bring him on right now. Hello, Ed. Welcome to the show.
Hey, how you doing, Dr. Ramsey? Thanks for having me on. It's an honor.
Oh, excuse me. No, it is my honor to have you on my show because for the fact that you are so inspirational and you're so humble about it. And so I don't even know where I want to go because your story has so many different layers and so many different things that I want the audience to be able to understand and see about what you do. And as we was talking about before, going back to you when you got sentenced to 40 years, but you served 20. During those 20 years, you did not allow your mind to be dominated by destructive thoughts and behaviors. You decided to shift it. So what sort of things did you do while you was incarcerated during the 20 years that propelled you to the man that you are today?
I had to just, you know how you do spring cleaning at the house where you just clean house. You start in the back and come all the way to the front. If you got an upstairs and a downstairs, a basement where I'm from, you just hit every nook and cranny of that house. And that's what I had to do. I had to clean house. I had some destructive thoughts that I had picked up along the way. I had some good things that was given to me and instilled in me along the way from some people in my life, but I threw that to the side. All of those things I had to do, I had to just go back and just look and be like, man, I went wrong right here. I went wrong right here. And it takes some true honesty. You can't be lying to yourself. You can't be sugarcoating things to yourself. You got to look in that mirror and be 100% honest and take full accountability for your life. You can't say, I was born into this situation, so it wasn't my fault. It wasn't this. Like, you've been given life. And at some point, you got to take the wheel. I understand we don't have control, and I'm empathetic for some of these situations that a lot of us are born into. But at the end of the day, at some point along this journey, you have to take the wheel and say, you know what? You got me to this point. Mom, dad, grandma, granddad, sister, brother, auntie, uncle, community. But now I got to take the wheel and I got to be responsible for where I go from here.
Wow. And you definitely took the wheel of your life because many people, they get a sentence like that. 40 years. And then they actually have to serve 20 of those years in prison. They usually give up. I always say the worst prison is the prison of the mind. But even though you was incarcerated, you still maneuvered a way to be able to free your mind to open the possibilities of having more, wanting more, doing better. And through that, you have been able to do some remarkable things. And I know, like, before we spoke, you was like, I'm still working in progress. I'm like, well, your progress is amazing. Okay. So what made you, your mindset, when you first, when they told you, they said, okay, Ed, you're getting out on this day. Did you prepare your mind and did you make out like a business plan, a roadmap of what you wanted to do? Because after you got out, within 5 years, you made some big moves. So how was you able to just do that?
I think, once again, it goes back to the time that I spent. And I heard you say 40 years a couple times. just remember that I was facing life. So when I went to trial, I was facing life. And I came out of that jury trial, found guilty of a lesser offense. I was charged with first-degree intentional homicide, and I was found guilty of first-degree reckless homicide, which is manslaughter in most states. So with that being said, someone might say, man, you got 40 years. But I'm like, man, this 40 sound better than life. I'm gonna work with this 40 because I see parole in 10. And I can be out of here, even if I have to do the whole 40, that's better than the rest of my life. So I really didn't have the mindset of a lot of people that hear 40 years and they like, wow, 40 years. And I'm like, but man, I was facing life in that piece. So walking through the door, I already felt blessed, you know, and I made a promise to myself that if I got a second chance, I wouldn't need a third. So when I got sentenced to that 40 years, that was my second chance. That was my chance. I was like, okay, I'm working. So then I went to work on me. Every day I worked on me. It wasn't really the things that was going on in my mind as far as business concerned, what I wanted to do when I get home, all of that stuff. What was more important was I going to become the person that could execute any of this information, any of these ideas, anything that come my way, because just like going to the gym and working out, somebody might tell you what workout will get your stomach flat, what workout will get your chest bigger and your arms bigger. But guess what? That workout is on that paper. Are you the person that can carry that information out that trainer put on that paper? Because a lot of us can get the information, but information ain't really that important. The cigarette pack says this will kill you. And people smoke them every day. So they getting the information, they just don't have the discipline and can drive that vehicle where it's supposed to go. And they grab them cigarettes and everything else that's detrimental to where they want to be, not because they're not getting information, because they can't execute it. So I needed to become the person, because in the past, I wasn't the person that could execute information. I always wanted to find an easier way. I wanted to find a way around it without having to execute what really that paper is telling me to do. And when I say, you know what, I got to better myself. It's not that I'm lacking in information. It's not that I'm lacking in people telling me what can get me from where I'm at now to where I want to be. It's just me not being a person that could carry it out.
That's powerful that you notice that within yourself, going back to what you said before about being honest with yourself, giving that self-analysis and not lying to yourself, seeing your true self of what you are, and then start doing that spring cleaning like you mentioned. And from there, you realize that you had open access to all of this information, but you lacked the skill to execute. So now you know, okay, I have all this information. I'm smart, I'm very intelligent, but what I need to do is work on the skill of execution. And so you worked on the skill of execution, you got out, and then you actually started your own business. So what business did you first start? Okay,
I got my barber and cosmetology license while I was in prison. So while I was in there, it was the first thing that I remember. I ain't been that executor. I ain't been the executioner. I've been the guy that was trying to find a way over it, around it, through it, but I wasn't going to take care of that business. And barber and cosmetology class while I was in prison was a testament to me telling myself, I'm going to start this and I'm going to finish it. And that was the first thing in my life that I can remember that I committed to from the beginning and stayed and stuck through it to the end till I got those licenses. And I knew then the light bulb had went on that, man, I did the impossible once. I can keep doing this thing. So when I came home, I worked in the barbershop for about a year. And then after that year, while I was working there, I bought weave. So I'm a guy, I done did 20 years in prison. And I seen these ladies coming into the salon with looking one way, and they were leaving out looking a whole different way. And I've been gone 20 years. I was gone 20 years. So I was like, oh my God, what is going on in here? So I began to ask questions, like asking the beauticians, like, what are y'all doing to these women? Because they looking like movie stars when they come out of here. So they told me, they said, that's called weave. We put the weave in, we sew it in, we glue it in. And I was like, So I was like, man, I went to the owner of the shop and I said, man, I want to sell some hair. And he's like, you want to sell hair? I was like, yeah, can I sell it? He's like, yeah, I don't sell it. So man, right then I went home and I fell in love with Google. I started Googling and researching, and one of the beauticians I became really close with, she started to give me some information, and I just started selling that hair, man. I started learning about the ins and outs, what's real, what's not real, where it's coming from, how it goes in the hair. And man, I was the first man in Milwaukee selling hair. I was delivering it in a blizzard. I delivered. I set up in all of the popular nightclubs. I took my hair inside of there and I set up my table, and I just started really, what got me going was I really educated the ladies on what they were buying. It wasn't me trying to sell as much. It was me just educating them, saying, that's not what you're looking for. That is, they selling you a bill of goods. It's not what they're saying it is. And they gained their trust. And next thing you know, man, a year later, I have my own barbershop and beauty salon.
Oh, wow, wow, wow. So here you are, you get your license, and they look at you like, wait a minute, he a barber and do cosmetology. Okay, so you start learning about, because you was gone for a while, and now you're seeing how women transforming themselves. You know, we can go from having an inch of hair to 26 inches
right
in about 4
Look,
hours.
not only that, not to cut you off, but not only that, I was seeing women bring in 3 and 4-year-old kids, and they were walking out with haircuts. Like, I was like, man, when I was 3 and 4, I didn't get no haircut like that. So everything changed. So I was just fascinated with what I was seeing. So it just got me more and more excited what I was seeing was going on.
Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to take a commercial break, and then after we take this commercial break, we're going to come back, and we're going to talk about a moment when another light bulb went off in your head right there in your salon. We'll be back in a moment with Ed Henning.
Yo, right now I want to give a huge shout out to Tina Ramsey and the Tina Ramsey Show. I was a guest on her show about 3 months ago, and the response was outstanding. And she continued to support my brand, continued to support everything that I do as an actor, as a singer, and as an author. My book sales have skyrocketed since I did her show. So I just wanted to give a shout out and a huge thank you to Tina Ramsey. And remember to hit Amazon and type in "this week" and get the book by Mac Wells that will inspire you, that will encourage you to have the best weeks of your life. Tina Ramsey, you're the truth.
And that was the amazing Matt Wells. Make sure to go pick up his book from Amazon tonight. He gives you great motivation for every day of the week. So if you need motivation, which we all do, go pick that book up. And shout out to our virtual studio audience, the Michael Finkley Show. Shout out to CTR Media Network, because you can go watch his show and so many others on CTR Media Network. Right now, we're going to bring back to the stage Mr. Ed Henning. And before the commercial break, we was talking about how you actually started your business in barber and cosmetology, and how within a year you was able to have your own business, and how you was helping not only to sell hair or weaves, because we talking about weaves, people, not weave, the other one, weave good. We talking about
weave.
We ain't talking about weave, we talking about weaves, okay? Okay, and so you talked about how you start educating women about what we were using, because many times we're buying it, we're not really thinking about where it came from, really if we're getting a good quality product or not. And so you start educating and then made yourself a good career with that. Now let's fast forward this just a little bit, go a little bit further. So one day a man come in and you cutting hair, and he say something that makes a light bulb go off. And now that you in this lifespan of you said execution, you hear this light bulb go off, and you say, oh, I'm in the wrong business. So what was that?
Okay, so a guy that I had knew, he had did some time too, but he came home and I was cutting his hair all the time. And then he came in this one day and he was like, man, I got me a box truck and I'm doing some deliveries, man. And I'm making $400 and some dollars. He said, I made like $450 last night. I made $475. And I'm like, you made $400? He said, yeah, man, I'm doing this. And I was like, man, how much your truck cost? He told me how much his truck cost. And that's when I was hooked. I was hooked right there. It didn't take long. I was on board. So I went out, got me a truck, $7,500.
Wow.
I paid for that box truck and I parked it in front of my shop the day he made his appointment for his haircut. And he came back and I was like, you see that truck out there? I said, man, that's mine, man. I'm going to get in the game. So, man, I got in the truck and then here we go.
Wow. So that's another thing. So you added on another entrepreneurship venture, and that was box trucks. For those of you who do not know, that is a viable, very legitimate, and very lucrative career that you can do in the transportation industry. It falls up under the transportation and trucking. However, it's a little bit different because you don't need a CDL to drive a box truck. So a lot of you sitting on trying to figure out what you're going to do next. This is something that our incarcerated brothers and sisters who get out of prison, this industry, the trucking and transportation industry, welcomes you to be able to start your life over again and make very good money legally, okay? Yes. And so you started your box truck fleet. You're now an owner and you are an advisor. So how are you helping and changing your little piece of the transportation industry for helping ones get into this business?
Okay, so, with me being incarcerated, I really, this is really heartfelt for me on this one, is that when I got to prison, one of the major things that stood out was the people that were there, the men. They were thousands and thousands of broken men. And they wasn't broken from a lot of things that the media says, a lot of things that we hear about. But one thing I want to inform everybody on is that these men were broken mainly from poverty, from impoverished backgrounds. So there wasn't like a bunch of well-to-do people in prison. It was poor people. We were all poor, whether we were black, white, Latino, Asian. Most of us come from impoverished backgrounds. And once I figured that out, I said, wow, man, while I'm working on me, I'm also participating in programs in there. So I'm trying to even contribute to the youth through Scared Straight programs and other programs. And I'm walking through the prison and I'm getting in the face of some of the toughest guys that you want to meet. They got their cliques. It's a bunch of them, but I'm standing in the middle and I'm saying, man, we got to beat this thing. We got to get better. We better men than this. So with that being said, it just carried over to me coming home. And I just continue to say, hey, man, it's not the opposition on the other side of the block. It's not your mom. It's not your dad. This thing is poverty. Poverty is tough. For a single mom, poverty is tough. For a man that's trying to change his life around and do some different things, because really it wasn't about being in prison. This thing started when you came in the world. It was just your journey into prison. So your mind was already in prison. Your body just had to catch up with it. So at the end of the day, it's just me going back. And like I said, once again, being honest. I'm not scared of this stuff. I'm not nervous about it. I'm going into the prisons. I'm going into the hoods. And I'm saying, look, brother, this is what's going on. I'm going to tell you the truth. It's this poverty thing is getting the best of you. Poverty is tough because we don't even know what we fighting. We think we fighting the other guys. We think we fighting baby mama. We think we fighting bro and sis and cuz and them. At the end of the day, man, we all poor people and we all trying to get out of this situation, and it's tough. And and I'm saying that very lightly. I usually say some different words when I describe poverty, but poverty is tough. And trucking and all of that, I use all of that. I use get your mind right, get your heart right, And I also gonna give you a way to get your pockets right, because if not, you're gonna live in that poverty thing, and it's vicious.
Yes, yes, I agree with you 100%. I never even thought about it in that light, and I'm so glad you brought it up. Many times we blame circumstances on someone else, or we blame it on what we didn't have, and it's just a whole lot of different things that we can blame it on. But it's a situation, really. It's poverty, because like when you peel back the layers, you was able to see that it wasn't because this person wasn't smart. It wasn't because this person brought up in the hood. It wasn't because they were brought up in the suburbs. It was because of the mindset, and also it was most importantly in our communities, poverty is one of the main calluses. It's like a disease that we have to face, and we're born into an environment that's not conducive to you growing, because you can't see outside of your 4-block radius. You don't even dream. And so when you that realization of you understanding that, you seeing that, and then you're saying, hey, I'm going to go back to the places that I was, and I'm going to go back and I'm going to get into their mindset and let them know, like, listen, you're not fighting this person, that person, you're fighting yourself, you're fighting your mind. We got to help you with this poverty. So when you go out, you have options.
That's right.
And so I love that you're taking, not only, it takes a very special person to take their life situation, change their life around, and then put themselves back in the situation to help the people that got left behind, or to help the people that's not enlightened yet. So thank you for doing that, because we have so many young men, young women that feel like they have no hope anymore, and so, and as we know, box trucks, no CDL requirement, they open arms. If you have a record, you have been a felon, they let you in open arms, and it's a very lucrative career, a legitimate lucrative career that can really change someone's life and their family projected, the lifespan of their family, because now they're not poverty stricken anymore.
Right. That's right.
Wow. And so people, you would think that would be it, from barber to cosmetology, now box trucking. No, it's not it. The light bulb went off again. And he said, I'm about to execute. So what made you decide to start a footwear line? Because when I saw what you're doing in urban wear, this is the most, I want to wear it, and it's not even really safe. It's safety boots. So what made you decide that you was going to go into this part of the industry?
I just think with the change in life it starts with the change in my life, because instead of having conversation about dodging the police, instead of having conversation about how we gonna, get out here on the block and get this money, instead of how we gonna have a conversation about how we gonna stay away from the people trying to rob us or trying to rob somebody, those type of conversations. Once you change your circle, you begin to have different conversations. I like to say higher level conversation produce higher level thoughts. Higher level thoughts produce higher level ideas. So my ideas are constantly growing because my circle is constantly growing. My conversation is growing. My thoughts are growing. So talking to people in the trucking industry, talking to people that I've met recently and previously, the conversation was different. And I'm in trucking, and I spoke to one person, and they said, man, you should think about starting a shoe store. And I was like, wow, a shoe store, huh? So then I talked to another person, and they said, man, shoes sound good, but you should start a shoe line, stay in your lane. That's what they said, stay in your lane. So I said, a shoe for truckers. Now, mind you, when I got into the trucking business, I assumed that majority of the truckers was going to be middle-aged white men. because when I was growing up, I didn't see many people of color in the trucking business, in the transportation industry. So once I got started, I started to see all of these people of color. I started to see all these women in trucking. And I was like, wow, this is even better than I thought. Because I read the stories about Black Wall Street. I read the stories about Rosewood. I read about those movements. And I started to see trucking as a movement in our community. I started to say, man, trucking is changing the lives of a lot of women and a lot of people of color. But I know there's a new demographic that's growing in the trucking industry, which is the people of color and the women, which I just mentioned. So I said, man, you know, women of color, women and people of color like a little flavor, like a little style to what they do. So if you look at what Tiger Woods did to golf, if you look at what Michael Jordan did to basketball, change the shorts, change the shoes, change sports marketing as a whole. And then you look at what Venus and Serena did to tennis. They changed the game. And I said, that's what we're seeing right now. We're seeing a movement in the trucking industry. And to cater to that demographic, to that new face of trucking, you're going to need some swag. You're going to need some style. So I decided to say, you know what? I need the comfortable shoe for the trucker. I also need the comfortable and the safe shoe for the trucker. But more importantly, with all of that in one or in 2 or 3 or 4 different shoes, it has to have some style to it. It has to have some swag. So I'm catering to that new demographic of trucker that's out there. That new trucker that want to get out that truck, not with a flannel shirt on and not some big black dusty boots. They want to get out. They want to ride comfortable. They want to be safe, but they want some style with that shoe. So man, I'm just making some available to individuals that's in the trucking business that want that shoe, that go with their style, go with their personality and their character. And that's what I've been able to sit down and develop. Non-steel toe, steel toe. And I was on an interview earlier on the radio, and I told the DJ, I said, everybody that wear Michael Jordan shoes don't play basketball. Mm-hmm. So this is even available to you if you're just looking for something comfortable, something nice, and it's a really nice shoe for you.
Wow, I absolutely love, because that was going to be my next question. I mean, these are like nice, okay? I mean, you get up out the truck and make a statement. So listen, this is absolutely amazing, you guys. For those of you who are listening in, if you want to see what we're seeing, and you will never, ever forget it, you just go to Ed Hennings, that's HENNINGS, truckerwear.com. That is EDHENNINGS to check out this amazing footwear that's just actually safe. Just think about how many people that work in factories that have to wear steel toe boots. And I remember my dad, he wears steel toes, and those boots are so heavy, and let's just keep it real, they ugly. They're just ugly. They look like steel toe boots. You be like, oh, there they go, them little ugly shoes. You know, Thomas Anderson said this was ingenious.
Hey, I tell people it's comfort and safety without the ugly.
Love it, because that's exactly what it is. You would never think that these are safety shoes. I mean, so I just really want to give some time for those that are watching and those who will be watching, but those who are listening, you go ahead and check us out on CTR Media Network YouTube page, and you will be able to see what we see, because this don't look like the average safety shoe, okay? You'll be wearing that to the mall to just to pop your collar, be like, yes, I know I look good today. I didn't come to the mall only to walk around so everybody can see me. I want everybody going to the mall and stare there for my hometown. They just go to be seen. They don't even really go to shop.
Right.
See what everybody wearing. But yes, so you would think
that you will be done with that. I mean, you would think that you will be done because you are just knocking it out the park, one out another, and you would think that that would be it. But you guys, this man is not done yet. Nope, he's not done yet. And so what we're gonna do, we're gonna take a commercial break, and then we're gonna come back and find out what else he's doing. And I want you guys to be able to see all of this, because this is all the layers of E.D. Hennings, a man that you want to know, a man that you want to be connected with, and a man that can help you grow the mind, okay? And we'll be back in a moment.
Welcome to the Homeschooling Magazine, a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today.
Hello, my name is Alethea Tucker, and I am the CEO of Jolie's Enterprises. I'm also the host of a show entitled Reinvent and Rise, and the host of a podcast entitled Leveling Up the Podcast with Alethea Tucker. I recently had the distinct pleasure of working with Tina Ramsey and CTR Media Network in one of her programs where she taught me how to get exposure for my podcast. She increased my visibility tremendously, and she showed me how to monetize both of my shows to make them revenue-generating products. I am so ecstatic and so happy with the service that she and her staff provided to me. She went above and beyond what I expected, and I certainly got far more than I ever dreamed I would get with her. So I highly recommend her for any of her programs. I highly recommend her as someone to go to if you are looking to increase what you do with your podcast, make it better. If you're looking to get visibility, definitely speak with her. You will not go wrong with her or anyone on her staff.
And just like that, we are back, and we come along with a friend who? And Hennings in the building. So welcome back. We actually had a comment when we went into our commercial break from our virtual studio audience, which is Terry Bell. And shout out to you. Thank you from over there on LinkedIn watching in on the TV. She said, my girlfriend's son is a trucker. I'll send her the link. Thank you so much. Go ahead and send her the link, because let me tell you something. That's some swag, okay? I mean, that don't look like no trucking shoe. So with all that being said, let me pull everybody back for those of you who are just tuning in. Like I said, we're like we're taking all the different levels or the different layers of this amazing man, peeling them back and helping you see that even if you found yourself in a challenging situation, you can change your life. The only person that's stopping you is you, because this man served 20 years in prison and used that as a time to fortify his mind, to fortify his brain, to reinvent himself. So when he got out, he was not the same man that went in, and he was able to make moves to ignite what he did, and he kept duplicating it over and over and over again. So with that duplication, we find ourselves on this journey of you being an author, a motivational speaker. You're teaching courses. Now, what made you start going into that part of the industry?
It's all organic. I came home, I opened up the barbershop. I purchased the home next door to the childhood home I grew up in. So everybody from my community kind of seen my progression from going into prison, coming out of prison, and starting this journey of entrepreneurship. So they started, in my city, they started asking questions like, man, how did you do 20 years in prison and you come home and you got this barbershop in a year, you know, by year 2, you done purchased a home, you know, and all of these things. And I just said, you know what? I think it's time to write a book. So I wrote my first book called The Answers. And it was called The Answers because all of those questions were being asked. How did you do it? What did you do? Where were you at? What was you thinking? So I said, man, I'm going to put it all in the book. I'm going to put all my principles, the values that I use to help myself overcome my adversity and my, you know, that tough time in my life. So I put it all in a book, and that book got me to the governor's mansion. It got me, you know, some awards. It was bought by the Department of Corrections in the state of Wisconsin on 2 different occasions. So it's 32 institutions in Wisconsin, and my book is in all 32 institutions 2 times over. So that prompted me to write a second book called The Comeback. And it's just a compilation of other people that overcame adversity, whether it be breast cancer, whether it be domestic violence, whether it be being in prison at the age of 14 or 15. So many other people that have faced adversity and overcome the odds. I wanted to include them in a book and let them tell their story as well. So that was book number 2. And with the speaking thing, once again, it was organic. I was participating in Scared Straight programs in prison. So when I came home and I was working at that first barbershop I was talking about previously, one day it was a mentor in there with his mentees. And the owner of the shop just said, Ed, could you speak to them young brothers that my man got sitting out there waiting on the haircut? And I went out there and I just told him my story and I told him everything. And from there, it just been growing and growing. Now I'm traveling the country. I'm speaking with professional sports organizations. I'm speaking with colleges. I'm keynote speaking in places. So it's just all been organic and just trying to have purpose. You know, I think that our stories are not ours at all. I use so many people's stories as motivation when I was in a dark place. I read about Mandela. I read about this young lady whose mother had passed when she was 15 years old, and she had 4 younger siblings. And fast forward to their adult life, that young lady had a law degree, started her own law firm. Her other 2 siblings under her, they had worked in her law firm as attorneys, and the other 2 youngest siblings were in law school, preparing to work in that law firm. And I said, if a 15-year-old kid can raise 4 other kids, and all of them are attorneys, I said, that's how I want my story to end. So once I came home and I started seeing some successes, I said, I got to give my story because it's not mine. I used her story. I used Mandela's story. I used Tyler Perry's story. So my story belongs to somebody else that needs it. So why I can't keep it to myself? It don't belong to me.
Yes, I agree with you 100%. It was once told to me that your story happened to you, but it's not for you. So it's for you to share, to be that beacon of hope and inspiration and force to push that person or that group of people into action. And silence is the biggest killer. So if we are embarrassed or want to hold in our story, that is not only affecting us, but it's affecting the people who we're here on the earth to help.
That's right.
And so it's being selfish. So kudos to you for having the courage and the strength to share your story. And by you sharing your story, sharing your voice, one of the most powerful things on the face of this earth is our voice, because so many people try to take your voice. That's one thing that don't cost anything. Everybody has it, whether it's a good voice or a bad voice, whether you try to use it for the positive or the bad, everyone has a voice. And once we start honing into our natural power of our voice and using it in a positive, profound way, this is what you see. This is what you get when you see with Ed. He used his voice, his life story, as a catalyst to show that this can happen to you. And you can even take it a step further than me. So you did barbershop, cosmetology, You did box trucks. Well, you're still doing it. It's not like you did. You're doing. You're doing trucking. Then you add on another layer to help give us the swag in the transportation. Yes, because we want to have some flavor. And then you say, well, wait. My story not for me. Let me go ahead and share this story out. And now your book, for one moment with someone asking you, hey, Ed, you'll come up and speak, change the rest of the trajectory of your life. It put you on another path. Okay. And then you said, and from that moment, you became a motivational speaker. Now you wrote a book, and they're using that book as an inspiration in the correctional facilities, in the libraries where they have in the facility, so that they can read and see you, because you was once them. But now they can see that my life is not in this small box that I'm in.
That's right.
It's not there. And so, I'm telling you, your life should be a Lifetime movie or some type of documentary, something. People, if somebody out here picked this video, y'all, I'm trying to say that'd be one good movie. That'd be one good documentary. Okay. But wow. So you guys sure think that would be it. Okay, so this man actually has courses that he actually created, so that, because so many people, when you're doing so many amazing things like this, I can't even imagine how many times people ask you how you do it, right? And so with that being said, you decided to create some online courses. So for those of you who would like to know more about what he does with that, you can go to stretch with a period money /business classes, and you can see all of this, and he goes through and tell the story. You can get into the class, and he lets you know everything. You know, everyone that follows the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast, y'all know that I'm a visual learner, so I'm a person that not only going to tell you something, I'm going to show you, because now this imprint is permanently in your head, because you're using all your senses. You're hearing me, you're seeing me, and now you're engaging with the content, all of which is things that help cement things into your brain that start making you believe in yourself again. So for all of you thinking that your life is over, that you can't start over, you're wrong. You're wrong, okay? You have to stop telling yourself, having them self-limiting beliefs. So people can go and take your courses, and that's still not it, you guys. We have one more thing that we're going to share with you guys about this amazing man. You decided to duplicate yourself yet again and come up with the Urban Trucker Podcast. Now, what made you decide that, okay, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, and now I'm going to do me a podcast?
Yeah.
Podcast.
Yeah, it's just a collaboration, man. I was on another guy's podcast. Shout out to my boy, I am Aaron Smith, Escaping the Odds podcast. He had me on his podcast. He has a podcast called Escaping the Odds. And he always talk about the formerly incarcerated that's now home in businessmen. So he highlights that. And we got together on a couple of projects along the way here, including the class. He's also a part of the class. But we were talking one night, and he was just like, man, you know, if you ever do a podcast, let me produce it. And I was like, yeah, you know, I got some ideas for a podcast, but I don't know if it's time yet. And we went on back and forth that for a little while. And then one day he called me. I was in the truck driving, coming across country or something. And he was like, man, I think it's time for you to do the podcast. And I was like, you think so? And he was like, yeah, man, I'm going to produce it. You just be ready to go. And he said, what you want to do with it? I said, man, you know, since I got in this trucking business, I see a lot of people of color. I see a lot of women in this business, man. And I would like to highlight as many of those people as I can on a podcast. Just sit down with them, talk to them, let them tell their story, tell their journey into trucking, get the information out that they have about trucking, because there's so many different lanes in this thing, so many different ways to monetize trucking, that I wanted to just bring them on and sit down with them, and I myself learn from them, but also put that information and those stories out there to the people. Because if I never sat down nobody ever sat in my chair and told me about trucking, I would have never been a trucker. So I just want somebody that's at home contemplating where they want to go with their life. They might see somebody on the Urban Trucker podcast and say, you know what, that's what I want to do. And there's some valuable information being given when I log on to jump on this podcast. So we're just trying to get that information out, that knowledge. And we try to have a little fun too. So, be a little entertaining as well.
All right. Well, you guys, you can listen to the Urban Trucker podcast. You can also go on over to the Urban Trucker podcast on YouTube. Hit that subscribe button so that you can be notified anytime that they go live or upload any current podcast episodes. You can also take your little fingers and tap on your phone or type on your keyboard the Urban Trucker podcast, and it will pop up all the different platforms of which the Urban Trucker podcast is currently airing on, where you can listen to it on the go. You can listen to it in the gym. You can listen to it while we cleaning or doing whatever we're doing. And men and women that's driving, honk, honk, you can listen to it while you're in the truck. Because I actually watched some of the episodes, and it's a very, very good podcast, and a lot of great gems are being shared on this podcast. So if you want to know more about the industry or even just the life of a trucker, whether male or female, this is a good place for you to go and listen and get that community, okay? That community. So go ahead and check out the Urban Trucker podcast. So, Ed, with all these different layers and everything that you're doing, and you're doing it so well, once you figured out the light bulb went out that you need to be an executor, okay? Because you already had the knowledge, you're very smart, but you realize that your follow through wasn't that good, okay? But once you realize, the missing element is not the knowledge or lack thereof, or that I'm not smart because I'm very intelligent. It's my follow through. It's the pushing it out. So, you done executed and duplicated yourself multiple times, and through that duplication, multiple people and community have benefited from your duplication. As you sit back, many times individuals like you who are making a true positive impact in the world, you never really sit back to take in what you're actually doing, because you're moving from one thing to the next thing to the next thing to the next thing. So have you been able to take the time to really sit back and take in, just for a moment, all the different things that you've been able to do in this period of time?
Not really. I think I said this to a good friend of mine today. I said, you know what? One thing about accomplishment, it fills you up and make you hungry all at the same time. So I think what happens is everything behind me that I've done and been through, that's behind me. And it's kind of like I'm always looking forward. So everything that I have on my plate right now, that I'm looking forward to it. Like somebody might say, you did this, you did that. I'm like, but that's behind me. I'm looking at what I got right here in front of me. And I got this podcast in front of me. I got the footwear in front of me. I have, I got to go speak at a thing November 4th through 6th. So I got all of that in front of me. And that's, I got trucks that got to go out in the morning. So I got that in front of me. So I paid a little bit, but not really yet. Not yet.
I know.
That's the only way to go.
I know. And that's one thing that we tend to do, but I just want to encourage you just to take a moment. I want you to take it in. And once you take it in, show gratitude and thankfulness, which I already know that you do. And then you move on, because one person pulled me to the side and said, Tina, do you ever think about what you're doing? I'm like, just like you, I'm going forward. I got a ton of vision. I'm like that horse with blinders on the side. I don't see the left, I don't see the right. I just see straight in front of me. It can be a fire on the left and the right, but I don't see it because I'm like,
yeah.
So, and so the little word of advice that I'm going to give to you, which was given to me, is that take a moment just to sit back and just think about what you're doing. And then think about what it is, because we all the time can improve, because I do it now. It really helps you be able to move on, especially during the days that's not so good. Because people see all of this amazingness and they don't think it don't come without challenges and struggles. But let me tell you something. Anything great, anything phenomenal starts out with challenges, struggles, and pain. You're gonna hurt a little bit. So with that, we have to learn to overcome these things, and you will get to success. You cannot have success without going through the birth pains, I would say, going through the pains of success. All right. And so thank you for everything that you're doing, not only that you did for yourself, but being able to provide a positive imagery for our young men and also our grown men to see pushing forward in the generation, this new digital era, and availing and making available options for our young people and for communities that are poverty stricken, to give them a beacon of hope and say, hey, even if this happened, this community, the trucking and transportation industry, welcomes you in, and you can be very lucrative. No longer will you be stricken with the poverty mindset, because now you are truly free.
That's right.
You're truly free.
Love
free
it.
of mind, free of poverty, you free. Okay.
Love
yes. So thank you for everything that you're doing. So tell us what you want our audience to do, where you want us to follow you at, where you want us to connect with you at.
Well, you know, with so much going on, I got a couple. I mean, you can follow me on Instagram at edhennings.ceo. You can follow the shoe line at Truckerwear by Ed. That's another one of my Instagram pages, Truckerwear by Ed. And be ready for that website to launch coming up. It's the edhenningstruckerwear.com. And man, that's it. And we can keep growing, keep building, keep this movement going and changing some lives, man. And that's the purpose behind it all.
Well, you guys, I'm gonna do it even a step further. I'm gonna do it a little. I'm gonna one up Ed just a little bit. You guys can just go on to his link tree, and you just start clicking some tabs, and you can easily find his link tree by going to his Instagram, which it will be found in his bio when you go to his Instagram. So you can go to his Instagram, which is edhennings.ceo. And once you do that, make sure to hit that follow button, and then you'll be able to see his link tree in the bio. And then you can connect with him on anywhere, like we just talked about his trucking wear. You can book a consultation or appointment with him. He has a link to his podcast, even some previous interviews that he has done. And he speaks to you about how to start a box truck business with no CDL is needed. And he also has, for those of you who may be finding yourself in the financial challenges right now, which is totally understandable with the economy and how it is, actually offers scholarship programs from OTR Solutions. So if you're a person that's saying, oh my goodness, all of this sounds so amazing, but I just cannot afford it right now, that's okay. See whether or not you qualify for their scholarship program. Remember, get in where you fit in and never give up, okay? There's always more than one way to change your life. You just have to stop making excuses. On that note, Ed, I thank you so much for coming. But before I go, what I'm going to do, I want to give a shout out. Yes, I want to give a shout out. Y'all probably saying, I'm getting ready to tear. Just hold on. I want to give a shout out to our CTR Media Network sponsor, which is the amazing Terry Coleman from Global Key Capital. She is a she specializes in lending and customizing financial solutions. She also helps with educating you and helping to get that loan so that you'll be able to turn the key to your dream home. This place is absolutely amazing. She has over 30 years of experience in the real estate industry, and she can help you get those keys. So if you are in the market to shop for a home or business, give Global Key Capital a call today, or go to their website at globalkeycapital.com. That's globalkeycapital.com. All right. And I want to give a shout out to Be The Difference Clothing. This is a shirt that I'm actually wearing from Be The Difference Clothing. They specialize in positive vibes, positive affirmations to help you move into your purpose. So their merch is not just about clothing, it's about a lifestyle, it's about positivity. So this says hard work pays off. And I wore this shirt because I knew Ed was in the building and he proved this sentiment 1000%. Okay, so thank you, Be The Difference Clothing, for providing your girl with this merch. I love being a walking billboard for all of you and you when you're doing something positive. So thank you for sending this to the Tina Ramsey Show. For those of you who are looking and saying, oh, I want to come on the show like Ed. Well, right now we have a few slots left for you to book for the rest of 2022. You can book now by just simply clicking the link in the description of this video and book your slot on our show today, because it's time for you to come share, shine, and grow on, you know what, the Tina Ramsey Show. With all of that being said, Ed, again, thank you for taking the time to come over, and thank you for everything that you're doing. And when you go ahead and hit another light bulb pop off, which I already know it will, and then you execute it, you come on back and tell us what you executed again, okay? Because we want to know. All right, you guys. This has been another amazing episode. Ed, do you have any last things you would like to say that you haven't already said yet?
No, ma'am. It was an honor. Thank you for having me. What you're seeing is just a result of a man that got his dreams back, and I just keep dreaming. That's all I can give you for the end of the show is keep dreaming. If you're not dreaming anymore like you were when you were 8, 9, I suggest that you start doing it again, because without it, it's hard to really execute in this life without those dreams. What do we have?
Now, on that note, that's a good way for us to end this show. And like we always like to tell our audience to keep smiling. We want you to stay positive, and we want you to know that the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast, we got your back. So until next Thursday or Tuesday, because we had to add another day because so many of y'all, and y'all want to get in before the year go out. So we had to add in another day. So until then, we want you guys to just stay positive and get ready for some more amazing guests that are truly making a positive impact in the world. And thank you for giving us some of your time, because we know that you didn't have to, but you did. We'll see you guys next week. Talk to you later.
Shout out to Tina Ramsey and the Tina Ramsey Show. I was a guest on her show about 3 months ago, and the response was outstanding. And she continued to support my brand, continued to support everything that I do as an actor, as a singer, and as an author. My book sales have skyrocketed since I did her show. So I just want to give a shout out and a huge thank you to Tina Ramsey. And remember to hit Amazon and type in "this week" and get the book by Mac Wells that will inspire you, that will encourage you to have the best weeks of your life. Tina Ramsey, you're the truth.
Show them the good inside of you. Give them praise for tasks they do. See their light as it shines through the light which comes from inside of you. Children need all we desire so much: the love, the hug, the kiss, the tender touch. The attitudes we express to them are the messages they learn to send. From examples like you and me, our children grow to be what they see. Do you show hatred, indifference, or love? Do you yell and scream no matter what, in spite of? Have you shared kind words with your child today? Have you truly listened to what they had to say? Or did you just ignore and continue on your way, hoping they get the message and go somewhere and play? Children are an extension of all that we are, and the most valued God given gift by far. There are so many things they must grow to understand. We must guide and lead them with loving outstretched hands. Teach and treat children as people too. See their light shine bright through the light which comes from inside of you.
Hello, hello, hello. I'm Brittany Black, math teacher and founder of Candy Craze LLC. When learning math is sour, Candy Craze will make it sweet. I'm a fun math teacher, tutor, and coach, born and raised in Louisiana, with experience sending students to win state and regional math competitions. Since starting teaching in 2017, I have raised state standardized test scores and received merit pay. All of this has occurred in my first year of teaching. As a former instructor in pharmacy technician certification, I have taught at a technical college, in addition to this, public, charter, and the Baton Rouge Catholic Diocese school systems. I have also tutored in after-school programs at various elementary and middle schools for 6 years. I'm an alumna of AmeriCorps and Southern University and A&M College in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, with a Bachelor's of Science in microbiology and a chemistry minor. I love making cell phone cases, cooking, listening to various genres of music, singing, dancing, keeping up with the latest trends and everything, and telling funny jokes. At Candy Craze LLC, I provide private, virtual, Candy Bowl math classes, Candy Dish math tutoring, and coaching for 1st through 8th graders. Candy Craze was founded to provide personalized, quality, affordable, and convenient math services and resources to parents for students who needed remediation access, get on grade level, and get ahead. With classroom experience, research, technology, and continuous professional development, Candy Craze's missions are always to implement resources to tailor what is needed for students to be knowledgeable and confident in mathematics. Furthermore, Candy Craze applies math to life, real-world scenarios of the core subjects, and students' interests with our services, and video content on social media, as in our licorice lessons and math suites. Math is related to everything. It's related to social studies when it comes to dates and times and reading longitude and latitude on maps. It's related to science when reading temperature and measurements, and also to weight, substances. Math is related to ELA when you take a word problem and answer with a complete statement. CandyCraze.com is where you can see our licorice lessons, videos, which are life lessons related to math, our math suites, our videos that relate to what children, tweens, teens, and adults love to do. So as a homeschooling parent and math teacher, I will say that there may be a time when during your child's homeschooling experience, that will require some math assistance outside of the home. So in this video, this is pertaining to homeschool students, in addition to our services and more. Perhaps you were good at math in school, but now you are familiar with current math strategies. Maybe the curriculum you selected as efficient for standardized test questioning types. Is it possible you cannot propel your child as you envision because you are a working parent and teaching your child simultaneously, going back and forth, working, helping? Oh, I have a question, Mom. I have a question, Dad. I have a question, Auntie. Well, that can be stressful. Whatever the case, when teaching your child, it takes a village to help raise and educate them. So Candy Craze Math Services offer classes, coaching, and tutoring to aid homeschoolers and motivating them and guiding them in preparing and pacing lessons. We also bridge gaps in skills and strategies to succeed. With many services to choose from, Candy Craze is created by myself, an experienced math teacher who is proven in testing data to assist in keeping your child's math learning flowing and giving peace of mind. Children's confidence is lost when they realize they cannot complete math skills. When this decline occurs, children will shut down mentally. I know probably you have as well. But you may have a parent, as a homeschooling parent, you may have blamed yourself for not providing the most precise and updated method of math strategies that your child deserves. Homeschooling parents are responsible for finding curriculum and teaching independently and may not have the background, resources, or experience to diagnose and execute what is needed to reinforce a child to be motivated and to conquer math. Parents are naturally a child's first cheerleader and teacher. So unless your child is involved with an online homeschool or already has a private tutor or a private teacher, the parent is responsible for ensuring that the curriculum aligns with standards that may be set by your state. And this we already know. Your child could be great at doing arithmetic, but you may not know of current math strategies or perhaps methods to solve word problems or have the ability to explain math in a clear, systematic, concise manner. So consider Candy Craze your expert in preparing lesson plans that will be beneficial to tailoring lessons to your child's learning pace and needs. Reach out to the right math expert, that's Candy Craze, who will be able to train your child on the way to go and not depart from it. If the child has access to a math curriculum from an online homeschool, a math expert can coach them as they complete math assignments with understanding and prevent mistakes. In addition to math expertise and interpersonal skills, a math teacher provides private math classes, and tutoring can assist parents in helping a child's confidence soar at homeschool. So at Candy Craze LLC, your homeschooler can receive math classes to learn new material, to get ahead, tutoring to aid remediation, assist with grade level assignments, lessons, and coaching to get tips on how to solve assignments and to complete, to submit, and prevent mistakes from grading by real-time observation. Parents and math experts and math services that provide detailed reports with additional resources are available in one service. So Candy Craze is open to teaming up with your homeschool to ensure no stone is left unturned. With proper planning to prepare resources, modeling math solutions, practice, pacing, and time invested, progress follows. And math is sweet. So Candy Craze offers Candy Bowl math classes, which are available as often as needed. However, just 1 hour of our Candy Bowl math classes will be equivalent to 1 week of classroom coursework. I'll repeat that again. 1 hour of candy bowl math classes can be equivalent to 1 week of coursework and are offered year round. So at this time, let me share some features about the Candy Bowl math classes. So with the Candy Bowl math classes, you'll get lesson plans that align to your state standards, videos, printable study guides, guided explanation, practice worksheets, exit tickets, iExcel, Access, and other online games, testing skills, study skills, and bridging ELA, and methods for breaking down word problems where applicable, and so much more. Candy Craze offers private one-on-one virtual math tutoring for your 1st through 8th grader. And so that service is Candy Dish 1 and Candy Dish 2 math tutoring services. Both Candy Dish 1 and Candy Dish 2 services come in Bite, Fun, Standard, King, and Giant sizes. With Candy Craze, Candy Dish 1 math tutoring, parent and students are to provide all materials to be covered. Candy Dish 2 services, both parent and tutor will provide materials. Candy Dish services also provides homework help, assessment preparation, and yes, some homeschoolers have homeschool homework. So we have study guides, practice tests, including standardized test preparation, printable practices, worksheets, testing skills, and preparation will bridge ELA to math and real-world scenarios, methods for solving word problems, and more. Most math tutoring sizes of both Candy Dish 1 and Candy Dish 2, the Bites, the Fun, the Standard, the King, and the Giant sizes all provide personalized reports. So to schedule a free consultation with me, you can contact me at Candy Craze by 225, call or text 225-888-2014, or go to services at candycraze.com. You can schedule a meet and greet with me for free on Zoom as well. Remember, when learning math is sour, Candy Craze will make it sweet. So I invite you to follow and share Candy Craze. Share Candy Craze social media. Follow us on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, Nextdoor, LinkedIn, and YouTube, and more. And don't forget, be sweet.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kim Jacobs, host of The Kim Jacobs Show, where we're bringing balance to the world, one household at a time. Listen, we go live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I bring guests on that talk about their backstories, things that they've had to overcome to become who they are today. Many of them are balancing and juggling life, and they've become experts in different fields. So they're sharing tips with you to make your life just a little bit easier. Many times as a guest in the studio audience, you'll get a chance to walk away with a missing piece of the puzzle that might be missing in your life. Let's go on this journey together, and I look forward to seeing you Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on The Kim Jacobs Show. All right, everyone, welcome to The Kim Jacobs Show. How are you today, Dr. Kristen?
I am doing great, Kim. How are you?
I'm doing great. I see all of that bright sun back there in the background. Where are you located?
I am in Maryland, so it's kind of sticky and muggy here, but definitely bright sunshine.
Okay. Well, listen, everybody, I'm glad that you are here today and glad to have you all in the virtual studio audience too. So make sure that when you come in, be kind enough to let us know where you're visiting in from. We'd love to give a shout out to you, to welcome you. The show can't be anything without your participation. So thank you for taking the time to be a part of today's discussion. Today, everybody, we're talking with Dr. Kristen in the Maryland area, and she is here to talk to us about mental health, our youth specifically. Give everybody, if you will, before we would ever take a commercial break or go to some shout outs, just a snippet of what it is that we're going to be discussing so people can start sharing the broadcast like crazy.
Absolutely. So I'm here to talk about youth mental health and in the crisis that it really is at this point in time. I really started down this journey of being passionate about youth needs and youth mental health needs about 8 years ago, so prior to the pandemic. And unfortunately, the pandemic has just exacerbated that. And I think we are seeing that nationwide just in what the return to school has looked like for students, for teachers, for parents, and the struggle that students are having. Even, I believe I saw a press release go out yesterday from the White House addressing the fact that mental health in the education setting has become so noticeable that they are working to try and address it. And I feel like I'm definitely someone who's on the forefront of it because I saw this coming, never knew that the pandemic was coming when I went down this path. But unfortunately, it has just taken something that was a large issue and made it unfortunately worse. And we're seeing it really impact our youth, not just in what their future aspirations hold, but how they're feeling now, how they're willing or not willing to attend school, and how it's really starting to create this essentially a secondary pandemic as far as suicidal ideations go, and just not feeling great about themselves and who they are after having several years in isolation. So I'm here to talk about that and what we can do to try and change that and really start to help youth be in a much better place.
Oh, good. So we are going to have a hearty discussion, as you can already hear, because what she said in 3 minutes or less is already enough for a whole full hour of a show. So take some notes, some wonderful notes throughout this discussion. And you will be popping a lot of her thoughts and comments over here anyway in the comment section. But ask your questions. Do not be a parent and you're watching today's episode and you're thinking or contemplating some things, not sure which way to handle some issues and not get it addressed while we have Dr. Kristen here on the show today. So when we come back after this commercial break, let me actually introduce, hey, Jay, how are you from Davenport, Iowa? Pop a few of the people up, Mackenzie, backstage, if you don't mind, so we can give some shout outs. Cool Gamer, hello, how are you? All the way from New York, France is in the house. France said, hey, all right. Glad to have you. B1 Dennis Spraggins is here. Glad to see you. And I see all of you that are coming in. And as you do, pop your comments in and we'll be sure to recognize you. We're going to come back right after this commercial break and jump right into today's topic. We'll be right back.
It's not just another day. It's a brand new day, full of all the fun, love, and laughter you and your family create. Silver Shield Security understands feeling at home means feeling safe and happy. No credit checks, no contracts. We offer payment arrangements, and we'll even give you a free door camera. Find out how we can brighten your day even more at silvershield-security.com. Silver Shield Security.
All right, everyone, and we're back. We're talking with Dr. Kristen Eccleston, and this beautiful, brilliant mind is a doctor of mind. brain, and teaching, and I would add and beauty, but that's just me saying that over here. Expert in school mental health needs, versed in the needs of neurodiverse brain. And so I'd like to welcome you today to the Kim Jacobs Show, Dr. Chris.
Well, thank you. I'm so excited to be here and to have this conversation and hopefully shed some light or answer some questions for your audience today.
Absolutely. And speaking of which, today is also National Women's Day. So make sure you all celebrate all of the women that are important in your life, even coworkers, friends, moms, people that are neighbors. Just make sure you celebrate any women. Today is Women's Day. Thank you so much, Cassandra, for sharing that stat with us. And just make sure you take a moment to thank and recognize every single woman. Listen, speaking of women, I think it's probably a good place to start. So many women are mothers too. And so when you're dealing with our youth, they're either mothers, grandmothers, aunts, godmothers. There's something that has the word mother in it in some regard, right?
Absolutely.
How do we even know what to look for in our youth? I think that would be a good place to start because we don't know.
That is a great question. And actually, one of the things that I specialize is in internalizing behaviors. And a lot of people, well, what is an internalizing behavior? So I like to explain externalizing versus internalizing behavior. So externalizing are your squeaky wheel children, right? The ones who, something's going on, they're upset, they're making it known, they're having meltdowns, they're having tantrums, maybe they're throwing a chair in school, they're yelling out. Those are the children that something is going on, and typically they get addressed because of it. But there's a lot of internalizers, a lot of people who don't make it super known that something is going on. And this happens a lot with our youth. This happens a lot with moms too. I'm going to throw that out there too. I think moms like to be those strong people who, carry things, put everybody's weight on their shoulders. And so internalizing, especially in our youth, is something is big. And I specialize in trying to help schools and families identify these signs. And so these are students who oftentimes are the withdrawn students. They're the ones who don't engage in a school activity. They're the ones who are quiet. They're the ones who maybe don't have a lot of peer interactions going on. Maybe they're the ones who are school avoiders and are not attempting to go to school on a regular basis. It's hard to get them there, or they're constantly getting that phone call to mom, I'm in the nurse's office, come pick me up, my stomach hurts today. And so those are those internalizers. Oftentimes they're ones who kind of go under the radar. They're the ones who have grades that are maybe passing grades. Maybe they're not the best. They're in that C range, but they're not raising any red flags for anyone, right? They're not causing issues. They're not failing horribly, but you realize that something's amiss. I think in the past, maybe people thought that they were just kind of loners or maybe not engaging with their peers or quiet, but these are the students that are actually the ones who are really struggling mentally. They're the ones who are really looking for some support or for that adult connection or that peer connection. And those are the ones that we should be putting red flags out there and saying, hey, what's going on and how can I help you?
Now, let me ask there, do we actually, when you say put those red flags out and say that person, even though they're not the squeaky wheel getting grease type of thing, how do we put those red flags out there without pulling them out of their comfort zone to the point where we could be causing them more mental distress?
That's a great question. And I would say with that, it doesn't have to be this like jump in feet first and be like, hey, I noticed you don't have any friends. What's wrong with you? Type of thing. It can be as that trusted adult trying to build as a teacher a relationship, helping them out, having conversations with them, taking interest in them, hey, I noticed you have a new pair of shoes. I love J's too. What kind of J's did you get this weekend? Or, oh, that's a really cool t-shirt, just stuff to start building that relationship. I think it also helps too, if you notice that they have a hard time with peer connections. One of the worst things you can do as a teacher is go, all right, everyone, pick your partner and you can start working. That student will always choose to work by themselves. So instead, say, I went ahead and assigned everybody a partner. And you'll get, oh, I wanted well, that too bad. You know what I mean? Go ahead and do it because you know that you're helping that student in a way have to step out of their comfort zone a little bit. And then maybe as a teacher, you're going around and you're giving a little special attention to that group. It doesn't have to be obvious. You know, you walk around as a teacher anyways, but you're stopping by, you're helping engaging, you're making sure, oh, you know, hey, I know Kim has great ideas. Has Kim shared any of her ideas with the group? You know, those types of things so that you're helping to engage and you're trying to build this level of trust with that student. Because I think a lot of times some of these students in my professional experience have had incidences before with teachers where either they don't trust teachers now or they feel bad about themselves or school is not the best setting for them. So you kind of have to help build or bridge that gap a little bit.
That's really good. There are so many teachers that fall on different ends of the spectrum. I have some teachers that my children, they still remember their names. We still stay connected on Facebook, and they're a part of our lives forever. They're just embedded in our hearts. And so we have teachers like that. And then there are some incidents, which is very rare. Let me be very clear. It's extremely one-off. I think most teachers that are, based on what I've observed anyway, are interested in the well-being of your child. They're interested because they have your children sometimes more than you do. So I think that their partnership with your child, I'm not even going to talk about the one-off because the one-off is literally an anomaly. And so it's just the one-off. But for the most part, I believe that the teachers that sign up to say, I want to care for your children, genuinely care for our children. That's what I believe, you know?
I absolutely agree with that. I like to think of it sometimes as this spectrum. And I explain it to people that you have people who went into teaching for one of two reasons. And then there's kind of this spectrum in between. And one was, I love kids. I love kids. I'm really passionate. I want to see them be successful. And that's why I'm going to become a teacher. And then you have people who became teachers because I love this content. Like I love science or I love math. And so that's why I want to be a teacher. So it's more of the love of the content. And then you have this kind of range in the middle. I would say those are the two ends of the spectrum. And I would say sometimes your one-off teachers usually end up in that spectrum of I love the content because it was more, that's why I was motivated to become a teacher because of the content more than it was because I love kids. And it doesn't make them a bad person. It doesn't make them a bad teacher. If anything, their passion for the content sometimes comes through for kids. But sometimes there's that disconnect in that being, I want to build a relationship with you, or I'm here for your best interest, because the motivation behind becoming a teacher was a little different than the person who is, I love kids.
Interesting. And now when you say neurodiverse brain, can you explain that? Like even just for I'm a talk show host, I have what's the neurodiverse brain? I've done research, but I'd rather everyone be able to hear it.
Absolutely. So I like to explain the neurodiverse brain as if you've heard of autism or ADHD or sensory processing disorder, dyslexia, dyscalculia, those are all things that fall into that neurodiverse category. And I would say some of those things are more sibling related, like you'll find commonalities between dyslexia, dyscalculia. And then there's things that are a little bit more cousin-like, you know, you might have ADHD, but you might also have dyslexia, but you don't have to have the two. But there's like, I like to think of a Venn diagram, and there's all kind of a little bit of bleed over to all of them. They all have some similarities going on with them. If you go to my Instagram, I've created this neurodiversity family tree that kind of maps it out how it looks in my mind as far as how all those things are related. But those are neurodiversity. And I really like to explain it to people in a way that it's your brain just looks at the world differently. One of the things that I really try to promote and make known is I feel like there's this stigma that comes with people who are neurodiverse. You hear autism spectrum disorder, attention deficit disorder, but it's not necessarily a disorder. Some of the people who have ADHD or autism are incredibly bright, like pure cancer type of knowledge type of individuals. Their brain just processes information differently and sees the world differently, takes in information differently, is creative in a different way. You know, when one person who's neurotypical can focus on one thing, the neurodiverse brain can focus on 500 different things at one time. So your executive functioning might be a little impacted, but your creativity and your ability to problem solve is much more enhanced. And I feel like oftentimes students who are neurodiverse get some negative messages at school because school has really been designed for this one size fits all type of box.
Wow.
And if you don't fit into that box, you get a lot of these messages of, what's wrong with me as a learner? Why can't I take testing the right way? Or why don't I have the same outcomes as my peers who are neurotypical? And you really start to kind of self-defeat on your self-confidence there, which is really sad because a lot of these kids are incredibly bright. And I see a lot of that mental health piece really bleed into a lot of students who are neurodiverse because of those negative messages that they're getting, especially in the school setting, to think that there is something wrong with you.
Wow.
Oftentimes, the only way to get supports or services as a student who's neurodiverse is through special education. And of course, that comes with a stigma. If you're someone who goes, well, I'm in special ed, but you're not really a special education student, you just need a different way of school being taught to you, it still impacts your psyche a little bit of how you see yourself. And I really see that impacting students. And it's sad because then it takes them almost a decade. And I can actually speak to this of personal experience. I'm someone who has ADHD diagnosed, didn't know until later in life that I had ADHD. I was almost 30 years old by the time I found out. And I hated school. I was not a great student. I really didn't like school. I didn't enjoy going to school. I felt horrible about myself. And it almost took me a decade after high school to finally go, wait, I actually might be a little bit smarter than I thought I was. I might be a little bit more capable than I thought I was. But for so many years, I had gotten this message that something was wrong with the way that I learned, and I believed it. And it took me almost a decade to come out of that and go, wait a minute, I actually am a great learner. It just has to be done this way.
Well,
I don't want kids to have that.
That's good. When you discovered that, because you just said a mouthful, okay?
I know.
And it's a lot to unpack here. So what I want to make sure is, one thing was part of your backstory that I want to address for a second. You said that you didn't really like school. It was something that was not a pleasurable experience for you. What happened that was that turning point that made you come to that realization that you're brilliant beyond your own imagination? What happened?
It was not until I was in college. And it's funny, I struggled my first year in college because you have to take all those gen ed courses, right? All those courses that you're not necessarily interested in, but everybody has to take the math.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
Right? But the second I was in my sophomore year and I'd gotten all those gen eds out of the way, and I got to major in something that was interesting and fascinating to me, it was like this light bulb went off, and I did great in school. And that's when I started to have realizations that maybe I'm a better student than I thought I was, or maybe I'm more capable than I ever realized, because now I got to focus on something that was meaningful and exciting to me. I still didn't know I had ADHD at the time, but I started to realize that when I was interested in something, I could do whatever. And I learned it very quickly when I was interested, which is a neurodiverse trait. Typically, students who are neurodiverse, if it's an area of interest, they learn it very quickly. For example, one night I wanted to make something as a teacher. I wanted to code something, and I'd never taken a computer class. I taught myself how to write HTML code in one night because I was so determined that I wanted to make something that I needed HTML code for. And so I just sat there and I taught myself how to do it. And a lot of people who are neurodiverse can do that. But you don't realize you have some of those hidden gifts because you've gotten all these negative messages for such a long period of time when you're in school that make you think otherwise about your capabilities.
Wow. Okay, y'all, listen, I know that you're taking a lot of notes. I see a lot of comments coming in. Before we take our commercial break, Mackenzie, let's pop some of these comments up backstage. Mackenzie's backstage working with us, guys. So thank you so much. Let's see some of the comments. Oh, Jess says, I'm celebrating every woman in here. I love you. I'm assuming you mean me. And I'm assuming you mean Kristen. Go back for a second. I'm just trying to love on her for a minute. Mackenzie, give me a second. Give me a second. Go. Much love to the strong women out there. She's like, no, keep it moving, Kim. Okay, go. Dennis says that. Who else? Hello from Denver, Colorado, Mary. Hi, beautiful ladies. You are smart. She's definitely talking about you over there. You are smart. Okay,
everybody here.
That is so true. Everything you've been saying, this Facebook user says, that is so true. Anyone else? Create purpose, Dennis says. Absolutely. Keeping things 100 is what you're doing here on today's show. And any others? Good morning, Mr. Les Brown. Thanks for all the motivation and encouragement, Sandra says. And I did see your comment too, Cheryl, where you said, thank you to Dr. Les Brown for allowing the Kim Jacobs Show to air here on his platform. And yes, on behalf of the Kim Jacobs Show, we are completely honored and privileged to be able to have the show stream here Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, along with, we're also streaming, and let me put this up, we're streaming on CTR Media Network as well. And CTR Media Network is in over 300 million households, as well as whatever platform you're currently watching the show. Trauma changes the brain. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
It creates gray matter in that brain.
It also, go back and say, what did you say?
It creates gray matter in your brain. So it does actually change how your brain sees and connects and views things. So 100%, Wallace.
Interesting. Let me ask you a question. Are you saying that if a child may have experienced something that they've witnessed, okay, I have a tickle in my throat now. Okay. That they may have witnessed at home or that's happened to them in their childhood, maybe molestation or seeing the death of a parent. It doesn't always have to be bad stuff that's been happening to the person, but it may just be life experiences like the death of a family member or the death of a parent or grandparent or whatever. Those traumatizing situations change the gray matter in the brain?
It does. Yes. It creates more gray matter in the brain, and it can make it harder to learn at times. It essentially changes your availability for learning. And I have people all the time who go, what do you mean availability for learning? So essentially availability for learning is just that. Are you someone who is here and you're able to take in information and you're ready to learn? Or do you feel like some of your basic survival needs, food, shelter, home, safety are not being met? And if that's the case, then you're not available for learning. And that's
if you are a business owner or entrepreneur and you're looking for a way to share your mission, your purpose, your products and services literally with the world faster, safer, and easier, making your brand accessible to millions from the comfort of your home. I want to encourage you to join our CTR Media Network's Learn How to Start a Podcast and Monetize It class. Why? This class was designed for entrepreneurs like yourself as a resource to provide 3 keys. Key 1. Provide you with the knowledge to start a podcast. Key 2. Provide you with the knowledge to successfully launch your podcast. Key 3. Provide you with the knowledge to understand how you can monetize your podcast, creating multiple streams of income. We want you to impact the world with good, while you build multiple streams of income and opportunities for yourself. The world is never too saturated for you and your message. Utilize podcasting as a tool to help you impact the world with good. Go to www.ctrmedianetwork.com and join our class today.
There is a better way to get you and your company in the hands of potential clients 24/7. This is IntelliCard, today's digital business card. It is the ultimate sales, branding, and marketing tool. With IntelliCard, all of your information is in one place, making it easier to share and recall. IntelliCard is different. You get all of this in a highly secure web-based solution designed to get you results.